interesting to look at that company. 310-840-4910. Thoughts on it? That SGA, the 2 MVPs is a really big deal, man. Especially if you get to 3, then we don't even go there, and that's just like the megas. And again, it sucks that Kobe only has 1. That will piss me off forever. It is what it is. This is the time of the year that the NBA has the window as wide open as it's going to get. Mid-May, Memorial Weekend, into June, school's getting out, kids are home. It's not quite time you sink yourself into a baseball season if you're a casual fan. You can kind of give football a break, even though I have no concept of that. And if you listen to me on the air, you'll be like, yeah, that dude's going to talk football every single show, every single day. I love it. But I dig the basketball scene too. And this time, this is it for the NBA. And here's what you have. You have a matchup that a lot of people are anticipating you're going to see a lot of. How's it going to be round 1? The first ever playoff series, and we expect a ton, between SGA and the fellas versus Wemby. And kind of the fellas. Harper, Castle, how far ahead of schedule are they? Like San Antonio, and I know they had their bits and pieces where they even struggled against Minnesota here and there. I know Portland had a 20-point lead on them like 3 games in a row. Lost every game, but yeah. We've seen a couple of dings in the windshield there. But man, I'm buying. I still think the Thunder are going to win. But I'm buying the storyline because that's where the NBA thrives. The stories, man. And they told a mean-ass story for a long time, dude. In this pocket, before the NFL dominates, baseball's not big enough yet. Hockey's still going to be hockey. It is what it is. It lives a fully functioning culture it has, and kind of is what it is. Great. Love the hockey geeks, too. But this is when the NBA needs to say, dude, stop talking about how crappy our regular season is and look at this. Because this is what we're giving you now. We're giving you like 7'4", 2 guards, man. Wemby. You know, I asked this question earlier in the program. You know, ask it again. I'll keep asking it. Can the NBA be carried by 2 small market franchises? San Antonio and Oklahoma City? It's never happened before. But, dude, look at these teams. I don't know why it couldn't. We'll see, though. Not media markets for television. So the NBA is saying people in LA, people in New York, people in Chicago, Miami, Dallas, they're going to watch Spurs and Thunder like they would Lakers, Celtics, Bulls when they're good. I don't think that's going to happen. That's why I asked the question. I don't know. But can the NBA be carried by small market franchises? The NFL can. It's impervious. LaDainian Tomlinson, fantasy guys, was a god. He played in San Diego. We don't even have a team anymore. He was the biggest star in the league. Happens all the time in football. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, where are they playing? Throw in a Joe Burrow. Doesn't matter where you play in that league. Everybody follows you on a national level. The NBA doesn't have that. And the trouble, and it owns it. It better. Your regular season sucks. You got a 30-year league that doesn't give a rip. They give a rip in losing. Like my producer over there, Benny Boy Strober. He's a diehard Wizards fan. He hasn't been this happy in a decade. He's got the number 1 pick, AJ DeBonsa. As soon as he finds out what number, he's going to buy the jersey, as he should. But that doesn't help your regular season, man. When that's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for a third of the league is an 18-year-old playing in Provo, Utah. All respect to BYU. That's the nature of college sports now. If you have the money, you'll get them. Storylines, NBA. Benny, let's check in. The one storyline for you, Eastern Conference Finals, Western Conference Finals, NBA, this time of the year. What's in your head, dude?
The whole NBA playoffs to me was never about, is OKC going to repeat? Is somebody from the Eastern Conference going to dethrone somebody from the West? The whole playoffs has been about Victor Wembanyama and how would he perform in his first NBA playoffs. And he's lived up to all the hype and then some. If he can actually get past OKC, I don't think he does. I think they give him a 6-game series, which would be respectable for, where the Spurs currently are in their timeline, young team, ascending still. It's been all about Wemby this entire postseason, how he was going to perform, because this is the new face of the NBA. And you talk about small market teams, like, are they going to be able to carry the league? If you have the marketable star that Victor Wembanyama is, you absolutely do. Washington Wizards games didn't have a lot of people at them this year, but when the Spurs were in town, I'd never seen so many people at a game in the last 3 years, where people were there hours before the game just to hope to see him warm up. That's the kind of star he is. The NBA is driven by star power, individual players. It's not even necessarily about team success. If you have the individual star player, it's going to drive it.
Do you think that can happen in Oklahoma City and San Antonio? I mean, we'll say, well, what about the last Spurs dynasty? True, legit. But you also had the Shaq-Kobe thing going on, too. And the NBA could live off of that, and the Spurs were fine, too. That Spurs dynasty, and I'll even call it that, never carried the league. And if you think it did, it didn't, man. No, it didn't carry the league. It was terrific. I love those teams. It never carried the league. So that's why I asked the question if it can happen, because in the NBA, typically, those stars have to go coastal, and they got to get to the big brands. And I hope that's not the case for this, because what we have, and you're right, dude, and it bugs me when I hear, like, hey, slow your roll on Wemby. Let him earn this. Let him do it. Come on, slow your roll. Don't be comparing him yet. Why? I saw LeBron play when he was a teenager. I said, okay, he's like, I remember the Sacramento game. I remember Sean Elliott was on the call. Look it up. And I remember Sean Elliott on the call, Cleveland at Sacramento on that opening night, said, I've watched this kid for 10 minutes, and he's already my favorite player in the league. I never forgot that Sean Elliott said that. And I thought the same damn thing when I first saw LeBron. I didn't slow my roll. No, I didn't slow my roll when Kobe was starting in the All-Star game in 1998 as an 18-year-old. Hell no. I'm not slowing my roll. And now I see a 7'4" two-guard who's coachable. Mega coachable, who's friendly, whose teammates adore him, have his back. It's so weird because he's Duncan-ish. It's so kind of Tim Duncan here, but there's no admiral to be like, here's how we do things. So he's doing it himself. And I'm not slowing my roll. The guy is the next player on the evolution chart of basketball, to the right of LeBron James. I remember saying on the radio for years and years and years, we're never going to see LeBron again. Never, 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 never. Dude, okay, maybe we won't. But is this Wemby thing better? He's 7'4", and he's athletic like a guard. I mean, I love LeBron. I think he's the physical specimen of NBA history. Karl Malone, back in the day, too, the way he would run the floor in hammer dunks. Sean Kemp coming into the league when he did. His dunks still hold up. Vince, you get it? But, yeah, I'm not slowing my roll. Man, like, this guy's legit. Even if they lose, I think they're going to lose in 5 games. I don't think they're ready for this kind of party. It's OKC minus 235. And if you pay attention to that stuff, dude, that's a low number for OKC, man, on a series price. That's saying, okay, you got a shot here, because typically if you're going to bet San Antonio to win this series, you put $100 on it, you'll win 235. I don't even like that. Like, if I'm going to bet San Antonio to win this series, I want plus 700, man. And you're not even getting close to that. But that's those people saying, yeah, they know what they're doing. And I'm interested. And I get it. San Antonio won 4 of the 5 matchups. Jalen Williams played in 4 of them. OKC wasn't all that beat up, but I'll take that they were. I just take it's the NBA regular season. Really? I can't. That's like bringing, that's bringing a butter knife to a machete fight. Saying, yeah, but in the regular season here, no. That argument doesn't get in my playoff door. I still think Oklahoma City's going to hold them off. I think they win in 5. But, man, if I'm wrong, and I hope I am, and I usually am, that's going to be a killer series. Ben, you got 6. You got OKC in 6. What about the East? I haven't heard, we've had 1 or 2 people think Cleveland has a shot so far. Everybody is in with the Knicks, and I am too. And maybe in 6, maybe 5. I don't know. I like the Knicks too. Ben, are you a Cavs guy in this one?
No, I'm surprised that Cleveland made it as far as they did. I thought after the first 2 games of the series with Detroit, where they were just getting punked all night long, that series was over. I ended up being wrong about that. But Harden had a typical Game 7 James Harden not great playoff game tonight. Was a plus 32 because of how much they won the game by. I don't believe in that tandem between Mitchell and Harden. They've got to the conference finals, which is a big accomplishment for that city, for that team as well. But I don't think they have the power they need to get by New York. I think New York's a little bit more physical. They need to be. They match up a little bit better defensively outside of Brunson, who's a little bit of a liability, I guess, on the perimeter. I just like New York in the series. It feels like if there's ever a year where New York's going to get to the finals, it's this year.
Dude, when the Garden was Eden, you might get those feels again, Knicks fans. And I can't even imagine what those tickets are going to be going for. The organ, like I always say, I love watching games in Madison Square Garden. You hear the organ. It's kind of old school, and that crowd, I hate saying, oh, poor New York sports fan. I've never been that guy. I mean, I'm a Northwest guy. I grew up, my teams were never good. We were all out in the middle of nowhere, basically Alaska, and the New York guys and all this stuff. But, Knicks fan, there's it's now going on 2 generations of Knicks fan. Certainly if you're talking titles, 3 generations, 70 and 73 for the Knicks. And even the finals, 99. Chris Childs, Charlie Ward, Spree, LJ, Allen Houston, yes. Jeff Van Gundy holding on for dear life to Alonzo Mourning's leg. That far back. My man Anthony Mason not taking any crap. God, I love those Knicks teams. Knick fan, you know this. I loved it. You built the team. It was one superstar. And I say this in a positive way, it was one superstar and 7 goons, man. And Pat Riley said, dude, we're not going to beat Michael and Scotty at basketball. So we need to beat the hell out of them and be physical. And you had Ewing, the greatest tough guy trio I have ever seen. It's Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason, and the stinking X-Man. And all 3 of those guys were on those Knicks teams with Patrick Ewing, the star. And then you had the goons around him. John Starks was a tough guy guard. He was playing in the CBA. Starks came from nowhere, like Anthony Mason. Chris Childs was a tough guy. Chris Childs was a CBA player too. Punched Kobe in the face. I've interviewed Chris Childs. He said their practices and those Knicks teams, Chris Childs told me those practices would get physical. Yeah, he said that. I would love the Knicks to be a cool story again. Because those teams, dude, Doc Rivers or Derek Harper at point guard, Pat Riley did an excellent job of finding that aging point guard with just enough gas left. They break Greg Anthony off the bench. Those were fun-ass teams. Ewing was the superstar. God, that baseline fadeaway in the Garden. Ugh. Just beautiful. NBA, big week. Big next 2 weeks. We're all watching these two series, man. This is your opportunity to get a lot of people back, in my opinion, that trash you. Because, yes, your regular season sucks. But if you can nail it in the playoffs, and I'm not saying you have so far, that round that we just witnessed, that wasn't a good second round. You got 1 Game 7, and it was a murder-face blowout. It wasn't fun. But this is the pocket right now, NBA. You're going to have a game basically on every night, rotation, 1 game, everybody watching. Tell the stories, NBA, that you told so well for so long. Get it back. You know, OKC versus New York, San Antonio versus New York, heck, Cleveland. Can you imagine Cleveland versus OKC for the ratings? That'd be like Milwaukee, Phoenix a couple years ago. Nice job, Benny. Well done. Good working with you, man.
You as well, brother.
Mondo Hernandez, let's keep it going all morning. I'm Johnny Ballgame, guys. Love it. Listen to Westwood One Sports. Download the Westwood One Sports app.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levenger, Insurance Agent.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Get a jump on the summer heat. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up, and make sure your system is in tip-top shape for the hot weather. Call 410-367-7777 today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting the ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours stores and locations.
If your car loan is with another bank, you could be paying more than you need to. At Security Plus Federal Credit Union, you can refinance your auto loan with rates as low as 4.74% APR and enjoy no payments for 90 days. That means more flexibility, more savings, and more control over your finances. Make the switch today. Visit securityplusfcu.org/refi or stop by your nearest branch. Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Experience the plus side of banking. Rate quoted includes a 2.5% discount for automatic payments. Rates may vary based on applicant's credit worthiness. Membership eligibility required. Terms subject to credit approval. Offer only valid until June 30th, 2026.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway between exit 15 and exit 18, an accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. Also on the inner loop just past exit 35, that's Pulaski Highway, an accident has the left shoulder and the right shoulder blocked. Backing you up there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more information.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Sunday in D.C., the O's salvaged a series against the Nats.
Hopped up by Abrams, busted his bat as well. Rico Garcia gives up a hit, but nothing more. He closes a 7-3 win as the Orioles take the final game here in Washington.
The call from Kevin Brown on Mass and Rico Garcia shuts the door on the Nats, securing a 7-3 Orioles win, avoiding a series sweep down in the district. Gunnar Henderson had a big day, going 4 for 5 with a homer and 2 driven in. Kobe Mayo also getting in on the action with a long homer to left field. And Colton Cowser went yard, his first of the season in the 4th. Anthony Nunez was your winning pitcher of record. He tossed an inning and a third after starter Brandon Young labored through 3 2/3, giving up a pair of earned runs. The Birds' road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. And the Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from South Florida, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, welcome in. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodman, Ed Norris will join us at 7 o'clock, and Rob Long is off this week. Thank God. Oh, man, get rid of his sorry ass. Actually, we were texting this weekend as he went up. He sent me a picture of him. Did he send it to the group or just to me of him in his white suit? He goes, Jeremy, I'm going to an all-white party, and it's not what you think. And I said, well, when I go to an all-white party, it is exactly what you think. No, but sounds like he had a good time. How was your weekend, Cordell?
It was pretty good. Started off pretty busy. Friday, I did the 6 to 11 show on for BetMGM, so that was cool. But obviously a late get out.
That's
so
a long
it's
show, yeah.
it's kind of 5-hour shows are not for the weak.
Yeah.
This maybe the third or fourth one that I've done.
When everything's centered around gambling too, you're constantly having to create different things to talk about.
And honestly, I guess with these types of shows, we haven't had to center it around gambling as much as some of the other weekend shows that I filled in for them with. I'm doing it again on Memorial Day night, that Monday 6 to 11. So kind of mentally preparing for that, but did that Friday, and then Saturday, me and my son, we kind of threw my wife an in-house thing. Mother's Day was last week, and we didn't get to really do a lot for her because we were celebrating it with the other moms in our life. So we kind of took Saturday to kind of throw her something. And then yesterday I just did nothing.
Yeah.
I did absolutely nothing, which is great.
It's funny because God, how did my weekend go? I watched a lot of baseball, some basketball, WNBA, NBA. I mean, a little bit of everything. Some MMA, which we'll talk about. But yeah, so I went and saw the movie Obsession, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. And I don't care, if people don't like the horror or scary movie genre, they've absolutely been killing it the past 2 years by putting out original good content instead of rehashing the old crap over and over again. That movie was awesome. Really cool, different spin. I don't know if people are familiar with it. Basically, a guy wishes that a girl loved him more than anything in the world, and she just goes absolutely crazy for him.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, you can imagine what happens. I went to the Arbutus Art Festival yesterday. It's funny, I got up in the morning and I saw my nephew. So my brother and my nephew have a pretzel business called Bayou to the Bay, where they create all these different seasoned pretzels, and they've been going out to all these events. And then my brother lives an hour away from me. So the fact that they were 10 minutes from my house, I'm going, I got to go over to this.
Go.
I didn't realize how big that thing was. There were 300 vendors. I ran into my buddy Nick, who was selling shirts, the Baltimore Beards guys, a lot of fans of the show. And one of the coolest moments, I hope they're listening, is I ran into a little girl that was friends with Mo. She went through leukemia and she survived, and everything's on the up and up, and she's going in the right direction. Tell me about playing softball and all this cool stuff. But we took a picture, and it was cool stuff, just meeting some people and then seeing some old friends as well over at the beer garden. So I like stuff like that. And those venues, I did the thing though, when you go to an event, it's I'm going to get food when I leave.
Yeah.
And you're looking around, you're yeah. And then all of a sudden you start walking, and then you go back to the food place and you're is that the, there ain't no way there's 40 people in line right now.
Ago.
Yeah. The bacon on the stick people, the pip. I mean, there was so much good food. And anytime you have cookies out there, my fat ass is good. It's like when, you'd see the animal or whatever it was with the pie in the window, or the guy, and he's flying to it and he's smelling it. That's me finding cookies anywhere I go. So, but yeah, I had a good time with that. And then I had a thing Saturday night for some friends that got married in Ireland, and then they had a little get together with friends, and we had some drinks at Union Brewery, and it was cool. Cool to kind of hang out and catch up. And anytime, I don't know if it's you with your guy friends or whatever, but anytime I get around my guy friends, it just doesn't stop with us basically busting each other's balls.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's an extension of this show basically, but it's worse.
Yeah. I mean, as it should be.
Yeah.
People probably don't know that about me, but I'm that guy in my group that my friends know they have to be on their toes with, because I'll just start cooking people out of nowhere. It's how we had to survive coming up in school.
My buddy owned a business. He had a lot of high school kids that worked for him. I don't even know if I should be saying this in the air, but it's just, I don't know. It's still funny. We were asking him if he missed his business, if you missed owning a restaurant. He's like, hell no, not with all the stuff that's going on and how crazy it's been. And I said, it's got to get nostalgic this time of year. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, well, isn't this usually when you start sending the W-2s out to all the high school kids? Meaning he's sending everything out late.
Right.
And then here comes my buddy who tore his MCL playing kickball, and he's walking with a cane. And I'm like, hey, Grandpa, how's Homer or how's Bart doing? Tell me about your grandson or what. It's nonstop. And then it gets even worse than that with some of the stuff that gets said. But good time this weekend. It was nice to see the Orioles avoid that sweep on Sunday. And how much basketball do you get into? Because I know we're going to talk about it later. Last night was kind of a,
yeah.
I mean, once it gets to a blowout point, they were talking about it on the overnight show that James Harden's plus minus was 34, and he didn't even do much
in
the game.
Didn't have to. Didn't have to. I mean, Detroit went out there and kind of peed down their leg. It just is what it is. I mean, I don't know how much faith you could really put into either of these teams going into the Eastern Conference Finals. Anybody that's been listening to me knows my full-blown hatred for the Knicks. I can't stand them.
Is that all New York teams, or is it just the Knicks?
It is mainly all New York teams. I keep that energy for everybody, but the Knicks are a special kind of hate. I might hate the Knicks more than I hate the Giants. And honestly, I think it's a fact. And it's mainly due to the fans. I think Knicks fans are the Cowboy fans of the NBA. Every year is their year. And I just get so sick of seeing them throw parties after every win that they get. It makes me nauseous. And so I look at this Eastern Conference Finals now with Cleveland. I mean, how much stock can I really put into them? Now, Detroit can't score. I would have made the argument that they're one of the best defensive teams in the league, but it didn't look like it, especially last night. But I'm trying to talk myself into thinking that the Cavs can dethrone the Knicks. If they get hot enough, they absolutely can score with them. They have the positional versatility, but the Knicks have made a living this postseason, I should say, of beating up on lesser teams, teams that really shouldn't be here. Cleveland isn't as bad as Orlando or Atlanta. And who did the Knicks just beat? The Sixers. The Sixers are god awful, but I mean the Cavs are. They've got James Harden and all these other guys who have just. No, I love Donovan Mitchell, but this is his first time going to a conference final. Like these guys, they have a lot of career playoff failures on their team, so it is tough to trust them right now.
Yeah, it's funny because like with Donovan Mitchell, I can't wait for you and Ed to talk about how much you hate the Knicks because he loves them equally as much as you hate them. No, but like when you're looking at the matchups that we've had and how you feel about certain teams and can this team do this, I've always said you got to lose before you win. And right now the only team, there's two teams out there that have lost before they won. That's the Knicks. And the Thunder already won, but they've experienced that. The Spurs, maybe this is their time. And I know it's not like it's not a foregone conclusion that you got to go in and lose, but go think about the past champions.
Pretty much it is.
And then go look at the years before. They lost, figured out what happened in the playoffs, and then make their run, make some adjustments. The one thing I've said, though, about the Cavs possibly winning the series, and they did, is I don't know what it is, but Donovan Mitchell loves playing in Madison Square Garden. So...
and honestly, any star, if I'm a Knicks fan, that's what would concern me. It seems like stars, just historically, make a living off going into the Garden in the postseason and just destroying them.
Yeah.
And so I agree. That's what I'm hoping for. Mitchell goes crazy, gets in his Trae Young bag a little bit, and just goes in the Garden and shuts all of them up.
All right, well, we're going to get to more coming up, a little bit more Orioles talk about Albie, the mention of someone saying maybe they should hit the ball not as hard. We'll get into that, and we'll talk about the weekend recap. The Birds steal the last one, avoid the sweep, but how do you feel after losing 2 out of 3 to the Nats? We talk about that next, 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, don't just pass the vibe check this summer. Ace it with one of McDonald's new ice-cold drinks. We got a couple of really good drinks like the Dirty Dr. Pepper. You can try the Sprite Berry Blast or the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher. I don't care who you are. One of these has to be for you, so get out there and try them. So when you're breaking a sweat, embrace the chill without breaking the bank and cool down with an ice-cold drink because everyone knows there are drinks, and then there are drinks from McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Is your electricity bill skyrocketing? Constellation Home can help you save energy and money with an efficiency tune-up of your cooling system. Schedule now for just $59.95. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, Even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuide.com.
We're joined by Dr. Zaid from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Dr. Zaid, as summer sports ramp up, what trends are you seeing in young athletes?
As kids begin club sports in the summer and also after they return from summer break, we do see a big rise in overuse injuries, especially in the knees and shoulders.
So what do you mean by overuse injuries?
Pain that can develop over time, often without a specific injury. For example, tendonitis in the knee is common. While it's usually something minor, it's important to make sure it's not something more serious like stress fractures or cartilage injuries.
What about shoulder injuries?
Shoulder overuse is just as common as the knee, especially in a lot of summer overhead sports like baseball, volleyball, and swimming. Usually these injuries respond well to rest, physical therapy, and anti-inflammatories, especially if they're treated early.
And how about more serious injuries?
We do also see a lot of acute knee injuries like ACL or meniscus tears. These shouldn't be ignored. Continuing to play through them can lead to long-term damage. Recovery time does vary, but early treatment is key.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with an orthopedic or sports-related injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're getting ready to spend more time outside with friends and family, you need a good outdoor setup. So check out Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, JennAir, and more. Plus, outdoor grills, beverage centers, outdoor refrigeration, and air conditioners for the summer heat. Their showrooms right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills and Mare will really take care of their customers. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Join the Y for just $1 to feel stronger, to climb higher, to find your people. $1 to join a community that shows up and dives right in. Get started with a $1 join fee now through May 18th at joinymaryland.org.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 95 southbound, just past exit 64. That's the Baltimore Beltway. There's a disabled vehicle there slowing you down a little bit. The inner loop of the Beltway between exit 15 and exit 18, that's Liberty Road. An accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. Also on the inner loop, just past exit 35, that's Pulaski Highway. An accident has the right shoulder and the left shoulder blocked, backing you up there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Update from the Yard is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Beat the summer heat. Call the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 precision tune-up to make sure your system is in tip-top shape. Call 410-367-7777.
In the air to right field. That ball is headed for the flag court.
On 105.7, The Fan.
Struck out twice as well. He barrels this ball to right field. Way deep and into the third deck here in D.C. Right down the line, and that is the first home run for Gunnar Henderson since late April. A ringing left-on-left assault, and there is your early offense.
How Gunnar goes and how he's doing is usually how we go too, and not take credit away from, you got a lot of great hitters in our lineup, but with Gunnar doing what he did right there to set the tone, it was a pretty majestic home run to start the game, and especially left on left too, so it was really impressive.
To start the game. That's right. That's Albie talking after Gunnar's homer as the Orioles avoid the sweep yesterday. I know watching all three of these games this weekend, how did you feel about how they played? Because I really want to get into the hard hit stuff, but we're doing that in the next segment because there's some numbers out there that are just so alarming. Like, it doesn't make sense from an analytical standpoint that you're hitting the ball this hard And is it like are the analytics telling everybody else where to stand because you keep hitting it right at somebody? And I don't know how many times I can watch this team, and it's happened this week, get the bases loaded, 1 out or less, and not come away with something. It's just infuriating. What did you think about the first 2 games in this last game where the Orioles won?
Well, the first game was tough to watch because they're going up against one of the worst starters in baseball, and they can't get to him. They just could not get to him. And the thing with the Nationals, they're a very scrappy team. They're one of the top leaders in all of baseball in terms of runs scored. So you knew eventually they were going to put some runs on the board. And look, the first game, they didn't. They only have 3. The Orioles kind of have their patented late game comeback. Looks like they're going to come through. Adley comes up to the plate in a big spot. He's been really good at that to this point in the year. And he kind of check swings and strikes out on that to end the game. That was just really tough night one because the bats couldn't come through against a guy that you fully expected the bats to come through against.
I asked this question to the guys last week. Do you feel comfortable with the top 5 we have? Like, I don't know that there needs to be changes with the top 5. Like, I like all the hitters, but it feels like they never have the innings together.
Right.
Like, and then we all know what goes on. They finally did it yesterday. What was in the first inning? They scored, and then you shut them down in the bottom, or it's whatever inning it was that they got the shutdown inning, and then you come back and you score again in the top, and then you give some runs back. That's kind of been their MO all season.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of why they are struggling with consistency right now. They can't get that consistent play from the top of their lineup. A couple of guys here and there will play well. Basayo has obviously turned it around. Adley's had a really good year. Taylor Ward, he can't really swing the bat much these days, but it doesn't stop him from walking. He's getting on base pretty much every game. And Alonso, I think there have been crumbs of showing him stabilizing himself as the year goes on. Gunnar, it was good to see him get that really, really long ball yesterday. But it's been a drag for him so far to start the season. So, yeah, you haven't gotten all of those guys to come together. The bottom of the lineup is cooled off a little bit. So I think it's the combination of all that. I always say it, their offense is going to be, if they do anything, it's going to be because of their offense. And right now, their offense is kind of tough to trust. I mean, I think that's what this Nats series showed me. They go in there, they go up against one of the worst rotations in the league.
They didn't see a good pitcher on any other days.
Can't get to him.
Michaelis sucks. I mean, you go back to Little, who gave up more home runs up until the end of September. Somebody passed him last year, but he gave up more home runs in all of baseball. And then you start looking at the rest of the group that they tried out there. There's not a single person in the Nats rotation. Like, I think Cade Cavalli might be the best, but he ain't good.
Right.
Jake Irvin, like, this is the group that's coming out, and you got stifled by them on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, that's the part for me that's tough to take it. Then Saturday, you let them just jump you. You know, I mean, granted, they get 7 runs in the 7th inning, that kind of puts you down. But that's after the Orioles scored 3 in the top, and they come right back and give up 7 in the bottom. That is deflating. And everybody was kind of hopeful. I'm not going to say everybody, but there were people that was kind of hopeful that coming out of that Yankee series, they had an opportunity to kind of warm up a little bit, especially before starting this series against Tampa Bay, who is as hot as anybody in the American League.
Yeah, and you get a lefty tonight, which is always nice. Which is
just a curse for them. And they go to D.C. and kind of let the Nats take it to them. Again, yesterday they erased the sweep, but it's tough to leave that series without a bad taste in your mouth, considering we're still waiting for this team to turn it around. And here we are a week away from Memorial Day. It's just starting, at least for me, to feel like they are who they are.
Now, you're a Commanders fan. Do you feel any way towards the Nats at all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I grew up an Orioles fan. It's all we had. So I still am an Orioles fan for sure. But the Nats are the hometown team. So I root for them.
Okay.
Football is the only sport that I am stuck on. You only have one team. You can only have one team. Baseball, like, especially with this being an American League and National League thing, I'm okay with rocking with my Nats as the hometown team, but I am an Orioles fan.
I bring this up for a reason because, we kept asking the question, and obviously if you like both teams, maybe you don't feel the rivalry there. It feels different watching the games. But I watch a lot of baseball, and this was kind of what they deemed to be rivalry week. And then you've got some weird ones where, like, Boston's playing Atlanta, and I'm listening to their broadcast, and they're going, are we really rivals? I mean, we see them every year. Maybe you build something up that you don't like, but Kansas City and St. Louis, New York, Chicago, like all those teams that were facing each other, even one like Tampa Bay and Miami where it's more regional. And the one that I didn't realize that's a little bit more of a rivalry than what we would think is Toronto and Detroit.
True.
There was some talk there, but do you like this? Do you think they are a rival? And again, I think it goes how deep you want to go with this and saying someone's your rival, because people will break it down to the letter of the law. It's like, well, yeah, they think we're their rival, but we're not. You know, this is our rival.
I've never really, now maybe with the mask and stuff for a while, there felt like there was a little bit of a rivalry brewing, but I think it was really centered around the mask and stuff. I don't view it as a fan rivalry. Now, again, that could be because I'm kind of dipping my toe on both sides of the pond. But I just know people. Now, I do know Nats fans that was talking a lot of crap in my group chats this weekend. To them, I guess it's a rivalry. But I don't hear a lot of people on this side look at the Nats as a rivalry. And for the most part back home, I don't think they look at the Orioles as a rival. It's more like kind of cousins.
Yeah, I mean, you need something drastic to happen to really kind of drive this up. A big series where one team looks like they're heading to the playoffs and the other one knocks them out. I don't want to say a brawl, but that's an easy one that can get people fired up. But like, again, I don't dislike them. I don't want to lose to them because I do think the Nats are inferior.
Right.
You know, but
I think it's that. I think it's, you know, at one point it was the other way around where the Orioles were the 100-lost team and the Nats didn't want to lose to Orioles. I think from the Orioles standpoint is you look at the Nats as one of the more inferior teams in the league, although like they're playing 500 ball these days. They are scrappy, but they are still a rebuilding team, I would say.
Yeah, the Nats and the Rays are two teams that if I asked an average baseball fan to tell me, you know, three people in their hitting lineup, most of them can. Outside of James Wood and C.J. Abrams, if they get those,
it's going to struggle.
Tell me another one. Do you know Lyle? Do you know House? Do you know? I mean, you could sit here and go through that lineup, and you're right. The perfect word for them is scrappy. It's kind of the same thing with Tampa Bay and a handful of other teams out there because their lineups are a little wanting. Let's go out to the phone lines real quick. Antonio's in Rosedale. Antonio, you're on the Fan. What's up, man?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
What's up, man?
We had our first softball qualifier this past weekend. We went 1-for-1, and I pitched and played second and third base. I'm the team's utility player.
Oh, nice. You're all over the place, man. You're a regular Ryan Flaherty.
Yeah. and a not-so-good AL East, can the Orioles play back into contention, or is it too late? Have a wonderful day.
You too, man. They're in contention for the playoffs, and I think they're there all year long. Whether or not you can make some sort of run and get hot, they haven't shown us the ability that they can do that. Like rattle off 7 out of 8 or 7 in a row or something, win a couple of series and then sweep a couple as well. As I said, when you get swept in a 4-game set to the team that's in first place, we always say just stack series wins, right? Oh, just go get a series win. Take 2 out of 3. You got to do that 4 times to make up for that 1 4-game sweep against the team that was in first place. Now, it does help when you get a game like last night where the Mets come back, but you got to beat up on the teams that are on your schedule that are inferior than you, and they haven't been doing it. But yes, I do think they're in contention for the division. Probably not.
Yeah, it just mathematically they'll be in contention for a while. They have the benefit of the American League being kind of stinky right now. But what concerns me is that they have the third worst run differential in the American League right now, minus 44. They can't keep up. They can't score with these teams, and when they get beat up on, they get beat up on bad. It's just tough for me to see them put together the type of quality month that they would need to not only get into the playoff picture but stay there.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot that has to happen this year, but we'll get into that. Darius is on hold. We're going to talk some NBA playoffs at 6:45. Ed joins us at 7. But up next, this is something I wanted to talk about. Some of these numbers. Albert has pushed back on the idea that the O's need to try for less hard contact. What are we doing? And focus more on putting the ball in play. Do you agree? We talk about that next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are World champions
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
In today's real estate market, the agent you choose matters more than ever. Choose Vinny Steele. Hey, it's Rob Long. For years, I've been telling you about Vinny Steele with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty because his results and guarantees are truly different. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. He'll sell your home at a price and time frame you agree to, or Vinny will buy it himself. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the agent I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or visit VinnySteele.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway just past exit 35. That's Pulaski Highway. An accident has the right shoulder blocked and the left shoulder blocked, backing you up in that area. Also on the inner loop between exit 15, that's Baltimore National Pike, and exit 18, that's Liberty Road. An accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. In the city, southbound 895, you're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles avoided a sweep at the hands of the Nats yesterday, taking the series finale 7-3 behind homers from Henderson, Mayo, and Kowser. But overall, a frustrating weekend for the Birds, as all the hard-hit balls seemingly landed in the gloves of the Nationals. Friday night saw Baltimore record the highest average exit velocity as a lineup since 2015, and that unlucky feeling continued into Saturday's loss as well. Thankfully, the worm turned yesterday, and skipper Craig Albernas was happy with the way his guys stayed the course despite a pair of exasperating losses.
You know, they didn't waver in the clubhouse. They know they were putting good swings on it and barreling at the ball, hitting it hard, and you hope eventually to also find some holes. And today we did, and our guys did a great job of competing every inning and having great at bats, throughout the game.
Baltimore's road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from the Trop, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. After an accident, the world stops and you need help. That's when you call Dubo Law at 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris will join us at 7 o'clock. I was listening to the Beastie Boys this weekend, and I think they left it in on purpose. What song was it where he says, an aluminum bat? Aluminum? That's what he says in the damn song. And I'm going, did he do that on purpose? I can't remember what song it is now. Is it Body Move? Whatever. Doesn't matter. All right, Ed Norris joins at 7 o'clock. We were talking some Orioles. We're going to take some phone calls, 410-583-1057 in just a second. One of the things I wanted to bring up, and we were going to talk about Albie's comments, Craig Albernas was asked if the Orioles should try for less hard contact and focus on putting more balls in play. His answer, no. I think we all know in this game, especially at this level, when you hit the ball soft, it's probably not going to be a hit. And here's where things get weird. And Joe Paparazzo, I appreciate him putting this up. I retweeted it. Orioles are in the top 5 in hard hit percentage. Top 5. And exit velocity, yet they're really struggling. 3 of the bottom 6 teams in hard hit percentage are the first place Rays, the first place Guardians, and I believe the Brewers are in first place. But look, these are all winning teams. Mm-hmm. And that's, again, the math would tell you that this doesn't last. The duck snorts, as they like to call them, off the end of the bat, the soft rollers when, a broken bat single that happens. Usually those aren't the things that work out. I mean, it'd be almost like saying, hey, our guys, they keep running really fast, but they're pulling hamstrings. You think they should slow down a little bit when they're... No. Like, why would you want to hit the ball less hard? I don't get it. What are your thoughts on what you've seen? Because they have been hitting the ball hard. There's no question about it. The numbers say it. Mm-hmm. They just haven't scored runs.
No, they haven't. It's tough because this is where the science part of baseball comes out, and I think it gets tough to comprehend and also accept at times. I don't think their issue is obviously hitting the ball too hard or not hitting the ball soft enough. I think the quality of pitches that they choose to swing at is a problem for them, especially with runners in scoring position. I do think while maybe them hitting the ball too hard isn't an issue, maybe them trying to hit the ball so hard is maybe what the question should have been trying to get at.
That's fair. It's like when people say, I hate analytics. I think that's silly. When you say you think a team's too analytical and they're too by the book, I'm listening to that. But even then, I'd rather be too analytical than not analytical at all because, again, it's information. You look at guys now, they're out there and all of a sudden pulling off their hat and they're looking at a card telling them where they're supposed to stand when the guy hits this, or wait a minute, they just brought in a pinch hitter. Okay, this guy's, he doesn't like curveballs away, or he doesn't, whatever the statistic may be. Like when Colton Cowser comes up and they say, just throw him a changeup because he's not going to get it. By the way, good to see him hit a home run this weekend. Whew. But, as you look at the way that this team's constituted, that's where I was getting with the top five. Like, I don't know that we need to change anything from Ward, who's just consistently getting on base. Gunnar needs to hit better. That's obvious. But Pete Alonso, Adley Rutschman, and Sam Basayo's turning it. Like, that's a very, very good top five to have. It's not the Dodgers, but it's pretty damn good. Yeah. And you got a lot of potential there. It just sucks looking at the rest of this because I don't know how many times I can watch them first and third, no outs, and here comes the pop-up and then the double play. Bases loaded, no outs. What's that? Oh, pop-up on the infield, and here we go, double play. How about strikeout, pop-up? You figure out a way to get 3 outs with bases loaded and nobody scoring. The Orioles have done that this year.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's just really the issue with them. They get too big in those moments. I think they're swinging for the fences, and that's been a problem for them for a while. And I'm not saying that everybody's doing it, but you can't convince me that Gunnar doesn't go up there looking for a home run 8 times out of 10. Like, he is. And I think that's a part of their issues to why they're rolling over and getting those double plays in those spots that you mentioned. They do run into one. And look, guys like Basayo and Alonso is really driving their exit velo, their team average exit velo right now, because few guys hit the ball harder than those two dudes right now. I mean, Alonso's in the top 3% in exit velo. Basayo's in the top 5%. So those guys being in the middle of their order should help that. But the problem is they're struggling, especially in the first 5 innings of the game. That's their big problem. You're getting 2 versions of the Orioles, and I think the broadcast talked about that over the weekend. The Orioles that you get through the first 5 innings is not the same Orioles that you're getting in innings maybe 7 through 9. They're at first 5, I think they're averaging like 1.8 runs a game, something like that. You get after that, I think it balloons up to like 3. So is something happening to where, and as crazy as it seems, they can't get the hits with runners in scoring position in some of those big spots, but you get in some of the pivotal moments in the game in the last 3 innings, you're scared if you're the opposing pitching, because these dudes could put up a big 8th inning and all of a sudden it's a game and you're pitching for your life.
Yeah, we've seen it, I think, not that far back, where they had a huge inning and then got the bases loaded, and then again, same thing happened where they end up getting out of it.
Just happened Friday.
Yep. I think it's probably the night I'm thinking of. You watch so much baseball that all this stuff
blends in
together, man. Let's grab Darius in Towson. He's been waiting patiently. Darius, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I wanted to talk about the Orioles. I know this weekend was tough to watch them play against Washington, but Jeremy and Cortland, I wanted y'all to think on this. I thought over this over the weekend. If they can find a way to stay at, close to 500 toward the trade deadline, I thought the 2 guys that can help our lineup, the first guy will be Mark Dentos from the Mets, because he's versatile. You can plug him in third, you can plug him in first, a little bit of outfield, possible DH. And this second guy, his numbers as of this season don't look good, but Brent Doyle from the Rockies will be a nice fit for us because he's very good defense. His bat is better than what it's showing right now because he's not starting, but he brings speed. Like right now, when you look at our lineup, we have no speed. And tonight, when we go down Tampa, you're going to see one of my favorite players, which is Chandler Simpson, because his speed is beautiful. This lineup is a problem. I don't know if you guys remember, but on Wednesday, I think it was the bottom of the 3rd, we was going against Max Fried, and you know what happened, how we got the rally going? Blade Alexander's got a bunt single, and next thing you know, a big rally. Sometimes you're not going to always get the doubles and triples to start the rally off. Sometimes you just need a little bit of speed to start a chaos. And right now, we don't have that. So if Mark Elias is listening, I think Brent Doyle right now will be beautiful because the guy steals between 20 to 30 stolen bags a year. He got hella good range in the outfield, and he got a solid bat. And we need a third baseman that can help this lineup, because right now I would be a fool to say we need to switch the lineup. Who else we going to put there?
Yeah.
Because right now, these are the top guys we got. We lacking in depth. So Mark Ventos is a good fit for power, and we need some speed. We need some speed. Please go get Brent Doyle.
Appreciate it, man. We'll have to see what the Mets end up doing because they have a lot of pieces they could move if they decide to sell. Hell, they just acquired Freddie Peralta, and the Cubs have been contacting them about trading him. So something to think about there. I do like Brenton Doyle, gives you a right-handed bat. Some of the other guys, Vantos is fine, but he's been playing some first base. He's the one that had that goofy play where he tripped over the bag and lost the ball and all that nonsense. But yeah, I mean, look, there's all kinds of ideas. It just seems like teams don't make knee-jerk reactions early. They wait until we get closer, but we shall see. All right, Ed Norris joins us at 7 o'clock. We got Shovels at 7:15. Up next, going to talk some NBA playoffs. Talk a little about Shea winning the MVP. Did he deserve that? We'll get into all that right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Cavaliers stomped the Pistons in game number 7 to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals, their first in 8 years. 125-34, the final. The 31-point win is the 8th largest in a game 7. Waiting for Cleveland now in the Eastern Conference Finals is the New York Knicks. A lot of attention is going to be paid to the Thunder Spurs series out west, but don't sleep on this series. A lot of offense between Cleveland and New York. Should be fun. I'm dead down.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is
Just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Baltimore weather today, sunny and in the 90s. This afternoon, sunny, 90s.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lion's Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway between exit 15, that's Baltimore National Pike, and exit 18, Liberty Road. An accident has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. Also on the inner loop, just past exit 35, that's Pulaski Highway. An accident has the right shoulder and the left shoulder blocked there. The outer loop of the Beltway, very slow at Liberty Road. And 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
4 on the clock. Mitchell to the half-court line. Donovan unloads. Baked it in! He baked it in to close out the quarter. Donovan Mitchell from half court. How about that? 47 feet away. And the Cavaliers will go to the second with a 9-point lead at 31-22.
Yeah, that's definitely not the Pistons radio broadcast. That's the Cavs. Donovan Mitchell, big game. I mean, look, they beat their ass last night. Now everything's set. We get game 1 of the Western Conference Finals tonight between the Thunder and the Spurs. And then, is it tomorrow or 2 days from now? I think is it tomorrow? I didn't even check to see when game 1 of this next series was because
it looks like it is tomorrow.
Okay, so you'll see them alternate, and then probably on, I don't know, on Saturday or Sunday if they'll have both.
It looks like every day we have one game this week, yes.
Is that how they're going to do it?
Yeah, we get one game a day.
I mean, I'm trying to remember, is that always how they did it? Because I remember sometimes Friday, Saturday. Yep, so they're all not playing on the same day, so it's just going to alternate every day. Now, looking at what's happened, the Pistons kind of fallen flat on their face after having an opportunity to kind of put this thing to bed and just didn't. And then, of course, here come the Cavs storming back, and they win a Game 7 on the road. What do you think of the two matchups, and ultimately, who do you think we see in the finals?
Yeah, I mean, with the East, I think, this sets up somewhat favorable for the Knicks. Just because there aren't really any teams in the East that you can really put stock into, and they have made a living this postseason beating up on those types of teams. Now, the Cavs are going to be a step up from, the Sixers, and I keep drawing a blank on who the Knicks played in the first round.
The Hawks.
The Hawks. Those are two teams that didn't belong. The Hawks were pretty solid, overachieving young squad. I believe in them in the future, but just not right now. The Knicks, they've beaten up on them. And one thing I will give the Knicks credit for is that they have finished these teams. They have had issues finishing. Even with the Hawks at various points early in that series, they allowed Atlanta to come back still a game or two and extend that series more than they should have even last year. Think back to that Pacers series in the Eastern Conference Finals. They're giving games away that they probably should have had. So that's the one thing that I will give them, is that it seems like they have learned how to put teams down. Now, we'll see if Donovan Mitchell catches fire in the Garden. I think he can. We'll see what type of Harden they get. The Knicks' defensive pressure could be a problem for him and his turnovers. That's the one thing that would concern me with them.
Need to find out the health of Anunoby too.
Well, yeah, that's going to be big. I mean, he played. He was able. It seems like he's been practicing in full.
I think he's going to be fine, but again, with hamstrings,
you never know.
Yeah,
you never know.
So the one team you don't want to see win is the Knicks, right?
Without a doubt.
Okay, let's welcome in Ed Norris, big-time Knicks fan here on the program, Big Bad Morning Show. Ed, would you like to rebut Cordell?
What a pair of balls you have. Unbelievable.
Are you talking to me or Cordell? Because I know
you know who I'm
next.
talking to.
Okay.
Founding member of this show. I'm getting dumped on in my home.
Just letting the guests come in and do whatever he wants.
So I got a question though. How do the Knicks not belong? They take 4 games to 2 against the Hawks. They sweep the 76ers. It wasn't even close. They're beating them like 30 points a night. Who else? Who should be there?
Well, I'm not saying the Knicks don't belong. They beat up on teams that don't belong here, like the Hawks and the Sixers. I mean, the Knicks, I'll give them that. They're one of the better teams in the East by default. I mean, honestly, it's not really anybody in the East. I thought the Celtics were coming out, and I mean, look at where they are. So
everybody thought that.
Yeah, I just think it's a byproduct of the Eastern Conference being worse than it ever has been.
Well, I don't see anybody beating the Thunder anyways.
No, I agree with that.
I mean, I think if a team could beat the Thunder, maybe it's the Spurs.
Right.
I do think the Knicks, though, from being battle tested in the postseason, would give them a good series. I just don't. I'd have to see how they match up with them. It's because you'd see a lot of Lou Dort on Jalen Brunson, I'm assuming, and SGA going at Josh Hart and Mikal Bridges as much as he can. Hell, I wouldn't be shocked if they moved Anunoby over to try to throw fresh bodies at him.
Whatever you can. I mean, because the thing with the Thunder is they're going 8 to 10 deep, and the 9th guy might give you 17. I mean, that's the issue with a team like that. Now, the Spurs are built very similarly, and they can kind of combat that a little bit. They have the depth to do it. They are one of the teams where the star doesn't have to be the star for them to win. Stephon Castle could go out there and give you 25.
Yeah, it's a good thing that the Thunder don't have a top 10 pick this year, because, God, what if they... Never mind.
Yeah. Don't even hurt yourself.
It's like, what are we doing here? That Paul George trade turned out to be one of the best trades for them in the history. It's
crazy.
Just like, come on, man. Everything they got back, and SGA, who just won his second MVP, which I don't know.
Hey, you know me with this useless facts.
Yeah.
Cordell, you wearing a Wu-Tang Clan t-shirt?
I am.
Did you know Lids now has the right to that emblem? They embroider it on hats you purchase at Lids.
No.
Really? Yes, it goes back to the opening line we had. I was in there looking at Knicks caps, and I see the Knicks cap. They have a Brunson cap. You know how they embroider caps now to put anything you want on the side of a hat? They have an 11, and they have the Wu-Tang symbol in orange next to that.
Oh, Ed, that's a children's cap. It's because Wu-Tang's for the children.
So I asked him how. He said, yeah, we do that on any hat, any color. I was like, that's pretty cool. So there you go, Cordell.
I did not know that.
See, now you do.
That's cool.
Did you know I picked the exacta in the Preakness this weekend?
Oh, we got it. You know, I do want to bring that up because, Ed, I don't want to bury the lead that you hit a big race, because anytime Ed does anything good, I don't think we talk about it. But.
We don't, actually.
All right.
Well, somebody doesn't.
Hour number 2 coming up here on the program. Big Bad Morning Show. Cordell Woodland, Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris here with you. We got shovels at 7:15. I got a fun one for you there that I'm going to get something stuck in your head for the rest of your life. But up next, we're going to talk about Kyle Hamilton. Did he throw some shade at Harbaugh with his comments about Jesse Minter? We'll tell you what he said and take your phone calls. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, got to tell you about my good friends over at Farnan and Dermer. It's springtime in Baltimore, which means baseball is back, and it's time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan and Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. So the comfort guys, and they're my guys, and they've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Act now and receive $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems from BGE. And be sure to schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan and Dermer today. Before you know it, the sweltering summer heat and humidity will be here. Preventative maintenance keeps your system running at peak efficiency and ensures that your system will operate at its best when the weather changes. For just $89, Farnan and Dermer will conduct a precision tune-up that'll have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. If you need a repair, same-day service is available. That's because Farnan and Dermer are your rapid response heating and AC repairs and replacement specialists. Call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777. That's 410-367-7777. Or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan and Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family-owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On August 13th, it's country music star Thomas Rhett. The Fray and Dashboard Confessional will stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey, presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Sunday in D.C., the O's salvage a series against the Nats.
popped up by Abrams. Busted his bat as well. Rico Garcia gives up a hit, but nothing more. He closes a 7-3 win as the Orioles take the final game here in Washington.
The call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Rico Garcia shuts the door on the Nats, securing a 7-3 Orioles win, avoiding a series sweep down in the district. Gunnar Henderson had a big day, going 4 for 5 with a homer and 2 driven in. Kobe Mayo also getting in on the action with a long homer to left field. And Colton Cowser went yard, his first of the season in the 4th. Anthony Nunez was your winning pitcher of record. He tossed an inning in the 3rd after starter Brandon Young labored through 3 2/3, giving up a pair of earned runs. The Birds' road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. And the Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from South Florida, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The
Fan. Hour number 2, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris. Rob Long's off this week. We're going to talk a little bit about the Ravens. I don't know if you guys heard Kyle Hamilton's comments and some of the things he was talking about. Was it some shade at Harbaugh when he basically... I mean, it's interesting the way that it kind of came out. Did you feel like he was throwing shade, Cordell?
You know, personally, I didn't. I just think we're in that time where anything that's said about the new coach is going to feel like it's a shot at the old coach. I think, I'll tell you this, Jesse Minter is a different person than John. I mean, they're at 2 different parts of their careers right now. So, yeah, when you hear Kyle talking about how Jesse's humble and everything like that, I think he's just different. He's much, and Harbs I don't think was a very rah-rah type of guy either in his own right, but Jesse is very much so and I'm not going to act like I'm around the dude 23 hours a day, but from what I've seen, he is a very mild-mannered, not much to say until he has something to say type of guy. And so right now we're in the least stressful time of year in the NFL calendar. I just don't think that these guys have really gotten to see the coach Jesse Minter yet. They're getting to know the guy Jesse Minter right now.
And Ed, let me read the quote because I was searching for this damn thing. He's very humble, very smart, and doesn't point the finger. That's somebody we all wanted and needed. Do you see that as a shot at Harbaugh?
No, only because of knowing Kyle Hamilton a little bit and hearing about him and see it's a problem. Like, it's weird. Like, we're always looking for the negative in this country, and in anything that's posted socially or publicly. And I think he's just giving some props to his new coach. And maybe he regretted the way he said it. And like. You have to be so careful with your words now. Like this happened to me when Rob joined this show. I posted on social congratulating him for getting a well-deserved shot at the morning show and all. People took it as a shot at the guy who he replaced, and I did not do that. I was just congratulating Rob for getting this job. And this is how things are perceived. You've got to be so conscious of this stuff, man. It just drives me crazy. But I don't think so, because Hamilton, these Notre Dame guys are different, man.
Well, he's never said anything like negative about anyone that I can remember.
No, he's not that guy.
And Ed, I think this is where we get into this, and it's the, one of the big problems we have of overanalyzing things. If you're reading what he said, like, it's after the fact that the coach had been fired. So what were you wanting? Well, we wanted somebody to come in and do this. It doesn't mean the last guy wasn't doing it. Maybe they wanted to keep that. And you know me, I don't like Harbaugh. I'm not a Harbaugh fan.
The guy who was here for 18 years and brought home a Super Bowl. Like, yeah, I know. It's like, he got fired. I mean, it happens. He's with a new team. I mean, he's with the team. He's with an iconic team in Media Market 1. He did all right.
It does seem like, I guess, the part that people are wondering if it's a shot at Harbs is, he doesn't point fingers at guys. And because last year a big issue of theirs was the lack of accountability, regardless of who you thought was lacking that accountability. A lot of people thought Harbs lacked it. Harbs at times, and a lot of people felt like the players didn't come out and say enough at times. I think right now, it's what are you pointing fingers at? Again, I just think we're in that time period right now to where it's the honeymoon phase. Everything's great. So they're going to give this guy a lot of kudos. They're going to talk about how great he is right now because there's nothing stressful happening. There isn't a game that they're coming off of yesterday that we're sitting here recapping today. They haven't had any stressful moments.
Let's have this conversation if they're 3-3 after the first 6 games of the week schedule.
Yeah.
You'll see how quick these things turn. You're right. He hasn't coached anything yet. They haven't played a game.
I really do like Minter. I haven't met him, haven't talked to him, some of the stories.
I like Minter, though.
Minter. Yeah. Hey, M-I-N-T-A. Yeah. No, but did you hear the story about him when he was throwing out the first pitch at the Oriole game?
About he was being surprised he had security?
He had security. Who are these guys? And he goes, that's your security. He goes, well, why do we have them here? Do we need them? We thought you were Nate Bargatze. That's why I here.
Am I in fear of my life?
Well, it is Baltimore.
Yes.
He should be one of the safest people around here, I would imagine. I think he's good.
Speaking of Baltimore, let's go out to West Baltimore, where Shiloh's at. Shiloh, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, man. Hey, y'all know it's the Orioles season right now, but anytime when it comes to the Ravens, I hear something on the radio, I got to come in, right? Let me just say this real fast, right? Let me ask you guys this question. So I hear the subject, right, and I jump right on the line. Why is it okay, soon as Harbs left here and went up to New York and spoke all these howdy things about New York, the new team, the new quarterback, all this stuff, he's speaking his mind how he feels. Why when the players down here, now that Harbs is gone, speak their mind, and it's like, I'm not attacking you guys, I'm just saying. Yeah. It's a few players, I'm not saying no names, I don't have time to debate. Once they left here, they spoke how they felt about Harbs. I can tell you how I feel about it, but this ain't the time for it. I just feel like that the guys speaking their mind, and they got the right to speak their mind. I don't think that Hamilton was being disrespectful. I just feel like he's speaking his mind. And again, why is it okay for Harbs to get hired up to New York? Ain't called not one play, but he loved New York. He loved the quarterback. Why is that okay?
Shiloh, I'll say this. Appreciate the call, man. And Ed, you can kind of, or even Cordell can chime in with this because I know, Cordell, you're down there most of the time. For the story that was out there about some of the players not liking Harbs and some of the things that were going on, I think there's some validity to that. He was here for 18 years. You start to, the message grows stale. Some of those things happen.
There's 53 people on a roster. Right. Of course, someone not going to like him.
Yeah.
This was the biggest bunch of nonsense. He's lost the locker room. The players don't like him. Yeah. Stout, Likely, Ricard, who else? Falele? I guess they all hated him. They all followed him to New York. I mean, did everybody hate him? No. I mean, it's like any. God, it's just so stupid. It's just so stupid, and it really pisses me off. It's like, as someone who's actually run big organizations, a lot bigger than a football team, you talk to some guys, I'm beloved. Other guys, I'm hated.
Yeah, you guys need a quote, just call me. I'll tell you everything you know about this jackass.
No, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, and this is where and Cordell, you're, again, around it way more than we are to see it and talk to some of these guys. There are some people that aren't going to say anything negative through the media, might feel a certain way. But who can we say that if you don't have any haters, something's wrong with you to begin with? Somebody's got to not like you, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is a point where we look at the team. Maybe this is something we just do in Baltimore where we basically overanalyze everything that's said. Is like, oh my God, are they talking about us? Are they talking about him? Who's he talking about? What does he mean?
I learned my lesson quick at 24. I was a sergeant, 24 years old. You are the best guy in the world until you turn somebody down for a day off. Then you're a prick. And that's how it goes.
That's how it goes. Once you piss them off, that's it. I think with the Harbs situation, no, you're right. I mean, everybody didn't hate him. Clearly, no, everybody didn't hate him. You got multiple Ravens following him to the Giants. Now, it's also a business, guys. Some of these guys are depth pieces. In the case of Falele, what other options did he have?
Likely's not.
Likely's definitely not. But I think it's not necessarily that everybody in the locker room didn't like carbs. Obviously, that's not going to be the case. I think it's more about which voices voiced their opinion against carbs, because it could be 6 of them, but if it's 6 of the loudest voices in the locker room, it's going to carry a certain weight. So I think it was more of that.
Yeah, right. And it doesn't even have to be the loudest voices. If there's 6 voices willing to speak,
right,
people in our business are going to just surround them like bees to honey.
Yeah,
they're going to be all over them because they want that soundbite. Anything to stir it up and get clicks.
Well, we're going to talk some Orioles coming up at 7:30, but up next we got shovels. Ed, who's getting your shovel?
I'm a sports fan. You know what's a bad idea is throwing a beer at a pro athlete. You know what's worse? Watching them enjoy it. I'll tell you about it.
We'll get into that. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade. No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 895 southbound. Stop and go from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop looks good now. The Outer Loop slow from Hartford Road to Providence, and then again you're on the brakes. Old Court Road to Liberty, and then right at I-70 is slow. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
All right, guys, time for shovels. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Cordell Woodland here. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Rob Long's off all week. Ed, start it off for us. Who gets your shovel?
A fan who tried to weaponize a beer. It's always a bad thing. This is dangerous stuff that people do. I don't know how they still get away with this, and you wonder why they're so restrictive at stadiums. This is a soccer match between the MLS teams of FC Dallas against San Jose. Sam Sarver of FC Dallas wins the game in stoppage time. Fans start to rain cans of beer on the field. Somebody throws a can of Modelo at him, tries to hit him in the head. What does he do? He shotgunned it. He picked it up, he shotgunned it, threw the cans, he squashed the can, threw it to the ground, waved, and ran off the field. So that fan got more than he deserved. You try to hurt somebody, you try to weaponize a beer, and the play turns into happy hour. You lose.
Joke's on him. I peed in that can. But that is, I used to love it. I remember there was a professional wrestler and somebody spit on him, and he just wiped his chest and then licked his fingers. He's
Did
like,
he really?
Yeah. He's like, doesn't matter, sweet. It was a woman. Doesn't matter, sweetheart.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. That sounded a little crazy.
Oh, yeah. Cordell, you got a shovel?
Yeah, and I'm sure he's not listening anyway. I'm going to give it to one of my guys, my man Vaughn. This is a guy that I consider a brother of mine, was in my wedding. I have a very small circle, and he is a part of that circle. Can't get this dude on the phone to save our life. And my birthday's Wednesday. We're trying to put together like our plans for this weekend coming up, trying to get everybody in the loop. Can't get this dude on the phone for nothing. But if you go to his Instagram and you go to his story, the dude's posting every 20 minutes. I'm on Instagram last night, just scrolling through stories, and you never know what you'll see on his story. I mean, out of nowhere, I just see some girl like playing with her feet on his story, and I'm like, dude, I called you like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, what's the
Instagram handle?
Where is this? Ed wants to not go there.
All right, I got to remember where I'm at. I know feet are very popular here.
No, they are not. They are popular
Yes,
with
they
two
are.
people. Half the show thinks feet are disgusting. I wish I didn't even have feet.
I'm with that half.
All right, well, my shovel goes to, well, I'm going to have to explain this jingle, but it goes to this company.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Yeah.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today. If it wasn't that one, or if it was Scruff McGruff, Chicago, Illinois, 60652, how the hell do I know a zip code in Chicago? God bless it. That dumbass song, well, they just got in trouble. In the state of California, they found out that the nonprofit has been violating false advertising laws, and I guess the money hasn't been going where it's supposed to the damn kids. Cars for Kids. That jingle, you will listen to it in hell the entire time you're there.
I think they're a sponsor.
Are they? Hey, great sponsor, Cars for Kids. We used to run their ads nonstop.
I'm about to say we did. Yeah.
But were those PSAs? Because that's not a sponsorship.
True. It must have been. I know I used to hear that song on the airwaves.
That day,
I think those kids are 55 years old. That thing's been running forever.
Still waiting for a check.
I think Jake Paul was one of those kids. The Disney Channel and Cars for Kids commercials. So a Superior Court judge in California says the Cars for Kids jingle must stop being broadcast in the state. So there you go. All right, let's go out to the phone lines. I see Trippy's been waiting patiently. Hello? What's up, Trippy?
Hey, that's crazy. Hey, Joe, I like the alley hoop, Joe, because I really didn't call for a shovel, but I mean, I guess it go right with thing. Hey, Cordell, I know you ain't going to Brazil, man. Let's go to that home opener against the Commanders, man. When y'all gonna start off 0-3? Hello.
Honestly, we might. The start of their schedule is crazy.
Yeah, I'll be down there to go see my man Mike and them, but the shovel, man. Look, man. Hey, I ain't got no beef with Joe, man, but I'm gonna keep on saying it, man. I think the Ravens shouldn't have got only rid of hardball, man. So I'm gonna give the Ravens a shovel for not getting rid of Mr. Steele, man. I think he should have went to New York with John Harbaugh. Hello. Hey, y'all have a great day, man.
Is he talking about Bateman? Who is he talking about?
Who's he talking about?
He said, it's got to be Bateman. That's who he hates, right?
That's who he hates.
Well, that's one of.
What do you call him?
them.
Mr. Feet? I couldn't tell what he said.
Mr. Steele, as in he's stealing money.
Not steal your girl, Mr. Steal your money.
It's not Chad Steele.
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute. Can he still call in? Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
Just text him.
That's hilarious.
I wonder if it's Chad Steele.
No, I think he was talking about Rashad. The last 7 times he's called in, he's talked about Bateman.
There are a couple of options with that, I will say.
Oh, man.
Knowing him.
I mean, yes, correct. It's just, by the way, that commercial came out like 1996.
Did it?
Yeah.
They were eating good.
Those kids will have kids now.
Yeah, jeez. Anyway, all right, we got more we're going to get back to here and talk about. Ed, one of the things that we were talking about earlier today, I didn't ask your weekend. What have things been like for you down in Florida?
By the way, it was Chad Steele.
Was it?
He just texted.
Oh man. All right, well,
Jeremy, you did a good job.
Do I get a little check mark? I got it right.
Yeah, I was trying to keep this thing
moving. He was trying to save it.
Hey, what happened there when you guys said, I don't know? Rob's
I like
fault.
Chad. I mean, Chad's always been nice to me.
I played on a flag football team with Chad, or a touch football team with him. Yeah, for a while there. He's like, I'm 6'12", just throw me the damn ball. So
those days are over now. He won't touch any. Every time I ask him, when the next time he's getting on the court, he's like, man, I can't even pick up a basketball.
I tried to explain that to people. Somebody was asking me, he's like, hey, why don't you come play some ball with us? We got a gym on whatever Wednesday night. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I can't. No. If I get out there, I can still play.
Just no explanation. Just no.
Everything hurts. It hurts before I get there. It's going to hurt worse when I get home. So,
dude, I'm playing in a golf outing this afternoon with the golf course that I work now.
Yeah.
I'm dreading it already because
of the pain.
Yeah, everything hurts. My shoulders both hurt. My back fusion's killing me.
That golf pain is a couple of days worth.
Oh.
I don't want anything to do with that. It's just not for me.
I actually want a lot of golf in my future. Hopefully, that's
really.
That's what I'm hoping to do a lot this summer. Get
do you
back
really?
in it. Yeah, I just asked for a whole new club set for my birthday. So yeah, I'm getting back out there.
The weird thing is, I might be the best golfer in the world. It's just I don't play. You know,
you just don't know. That's how it works.
I haven't found out.
You don't know.
Yeah.
He would have won the PGA yesterday.
It seems like an easy sport. You just got to put a little ball in a hole, right? That's it. Yeah, no problems there. Hey,
put a string through them all. It's easy.
Hey, Ed, somebody's got a shovel for one of the show members, and it's not you or I or Joe.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Kai in Reisterstown's got a shovel. Kai.
Hey,
what's
really
up?
quick before I know you're against it. The Bulls have 15. We have the fourth top pick. We got 4 top picks, $60 million. Next year we coming for that East, man.
You don't know how bad I wanted to hang up on you, but I need to hear what you got on Cordell.
I got to give my guy Cordell a shovel, man.
That's crazy.
Cordell, over the weekend, man, I'm riding. I'm like, Cordell got to represent for this little game, the national game. You got kicked out of the home run in the first round with what's the guy name? Y'all was playing a game and hitting the home runs for the baseball players. And I was like, Cordell got to represent.
Oh yeah.
And they was talking smack behind you. Say, oh, that 105, we got him good. I was like, come on, Cordell, you got to represent better than that.
I deserve that. You're right.
All right, well, we got to say goodbye to Kai because you got to explain what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, we had a segment on the show I did Friday called The List, and the producer, the question was, we had to name, I think, the top 15 it was the top 15 home run leaders in baseball. Maybe it was top 20. And we just go through, we're spitting off names, and whoever gets once you're wrong, you're out. And I ended up being the first one wrong, and I was so upset with myself.
Who was your guess?
I ended up saying, I think I was wrong when I said Marte, which was like my third one. I think my third one was Marte. And I was so upset with myself because I had other, like, I didn't even name like guys like James Wood. It was plenty
you're
of
talking about
names.
home run leaders now, not like all time.
Yeah,
so, okay.
now. So we're at rapid fire, just spitting them off. And then it comes to like my third time. And I'm trying to save some in a holster. So I didn't go to some of the low hanging fruits. And for whatever reason, I'm like, well, I think Marte might be one. He had a stretch where he got hot.
You're talking about Cattell,
Marte, and yeah.
Because if you guess Starling, then you do deserve the shovel.
Yeah, no, I didn't. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad, but it was bad enough. There were at least 6 to 7 more names that I should have gotten.
But again, like to me, that's not really trivia. It's like, hey, did you look at the stats yesterday?
Yeah,
that's what that is.
It changes. It literally changes day by day. I think because it's like 5 guys at that time that had 11 that were tied for 20th. So yeah, I was really upset with myself. I deserve that one.
And so look, here's what we have coming up. We're going to talk some baseball, but at 8:00 we have the World of Stupid, and I'm just letting everybody know there's 2 points of topics that we're going to discuss in the World of Stupid. Penis and butts. That's in every story. All 3 stories today are penis and butts. So if you don't want to hear it, tune in at 8:00.
That includes Cordell doesn't want to hear it.
Well, he's got to.
I got no choice.
I said, man, you picked a good day to sit down here to hear the World of Stupid today. Up next, Blaze Alexander didn't get a single start this weekend despite having the second best OPS on the team in May. Do you think Blaze needs to be an everyday player? We talk about that in the Orioles and take your phone calls. 410-583-1057.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, have you been taking care of your dental issues? Probably not. Sadly, a lot of Americans just don't go to the dentist because of anxiety. That's where Dr. Lairfield and Smile Design comes in. It doesn't matter what you need done. It's a full-service dental practice, first of all. So you have to get your annual examination, your cleaning, just your upkeep to keep your teeth and gums healthy. And it affects more than your teeth and gums. It affects your whole body, your heart, everything. So you have to get in there. If you stayed away because of anxiety, you're not alone. About 1/3 of Americans have the same issue. And they don't go. And that's a problem because I know people haven't gone for 5 years, maybe more. Please don't be one of them. Just make a call. Go and see what I'm talking about, because if you just need routine dentistry, of course they do that. But they also do amazing cosmetic work. So if you want your teeth whitened, or you need a veneer or a crown, or maybe you're missing a tooth, need an implant, that's the place to go. And Dr. Lairfield uses sedation options. So whatever procedure it is can be really comfortable and stress-free, and therefore you won't dread the dentist anymore. But nothing happens unless you call and walk in for the consultation, so please do that. The number is 410-321-1100. Make the call today, make an appointment, and please tell them I sent you.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your hometown store is still your hometown store, just a new name. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Grand opening savings and reliable service. Come experience the next chapter at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 895 southbound in the city are on the brakes from Moravia Road through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95 is stop and go from Moravia through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The Beltway inner loop is slow at Frederick Road. The outer loop, you're on the brakes from Bel Air Road to about Providence. And then again from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles avoided a sweep at the hands of the Nats yesterday, taking the series finale 7-3 behind homers from Henderson, Mayo, and Kowser. But overall, a frustrating weekend for the Birds, as all the hard-hit balls seemingly landed in the gloves of the Nationals. Friday night saw Baltimore record the highest average exit velocity as a lineup since 2015, and that unlucky feeling continued into Saturday's loss as well. Thankfully, the worm turned yesterday, and skipper Craig Albernas was happy with the way his guys stayed the course despite a pair of exasperating losses.
You know, they didn't waver in the clubhouse. They know they were putting good swings on it and barreling at the ball, hitting it hard, and you hope eventually to also find some holes, and today we did, and our guys did a great job of competing every inning and having great at-bats, throughout the game.
Baltimore's road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from the Trop, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Cordell Woodland. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Rob Long is off this week. Now, we were talking about Blaze Alexander. Didn't get a single start this weekend despite having the second best OPS on the team in May. Do you think Blaze needs to be an everyday player? Cordell, why don't I start with you with this? I think the question, look, he's one of those top-notch guys as far as it being that super utility guy. Like, I think when you envisioned having him on this team, he was playing a couple times a week, maybe in the outfield, maybe at second, maybe at third. And then if Gunnar needed a spell, maybe you're fluctuating somebody else going to short or he does. But I don't know that you can make a case that he's done anything. I understand the second highest OPS, but that's not telling me much with this team and the way they've been swinging the bats. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't like when Mayo, and look, I think Mayo has started to gain some traction here at the plate a little bit. He's got a hit in 4 straight games at this point, 5 of his last 6. So I think a part of it is him starting to heat up a little bit at the plate and them trying to ride that wave a little bit despite the liability that he is at the hot corner. I think Blaze, who's played a lot of second base, and Jeremiah Jackson, he's been a big part of that mode. He's gotten to get a little bit more run here recently because he had a couple of days where he wasn't in the lineup himself. I do think Blaze does some good things. You had brought up that bunt earlier in the show and that's just putting pressure on the defense, forcing them to make a play. He turns a bunt that should have been a single. He ends up going to second base on it because the ball goes past the first baseman and craziness happens. And they took advantage of a Yankees defense that day that looked like an Orioles defense. And so Blaze does some good things. I was sitting in the press box the other day for that last game of the Yankee series, and Ben Hall was sitting next to me, and he made the point of Blaze. It seems like Blaze is kind of a vacuum at second base. He's one of the few guys in the infield that when the ball does go near him, it does seem like he gets it. He makes very few mistakes defensively, and that says a lot with this version of the Orioles. So I can be talked into it just because the other options are also not necessarily everyday options either. I like Jeremiah Jackson a lot, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I think he's an everyday option on a really good team. Obviously, I don't think Mayo's an everyday option on a really good team. And Weston Wilson's been thrown into the bunch as well. Like, these are all guys at this point. Blaze is a part of that. So, yeah, I could hear an argument that he should be an everyday guy based off of the other guys that we're talking about. But I also understand that they could do better at that position. Blaze seems to be the most consistent out of that four, though, when you talk about all around.
Yeah, when they ask this question or pose this question, and it's like, okay, well, a few weeks ago, people were telling me how bad Blaze looked and why is he even out there? And then now you're saying, should he be out there every day? I think we know what his role is, and maybe he gets better than that at some point. But when you bring a Jeremiah Jackson in to play his role and a Blaze, and you can name all the other guys that know they're going to be situational players, that includes typically your backup catcher if it's not the Orioles in the situation they have, guys that aren't going to play every day. And when they're forced to play every day, usually you find out why they're not supposed to play every day because there's not enough consistency there. Ed, how do you feel about Blaze? Because I think he's been fine. I don't know that he has to be in there just because of the first 2 months.
I think he's more than fine for a couple of reasons. I feel like he was picked up as a role player because he can play pretty much any position in the infield, and he's a plus defender. So you need infield help, so you have him as your new Ryan Flaherty or whatever. The problem is your third baseman's out for the year, your second baseman's still out, you're starting the team. And, the guys filling in have been okay, but not great. I mean, Jeremiah Jackson was a bright spot. He was knocking the cover off the ball for a while.
He's cooled off.
He's cooled off. Mayo is, he's okay. He's a decent infield, but he's not Blaze Alexander. I think Alexander's a great athlete. I think he shows incredible athleticism. I mean, the bunt for a hit was just one thing he does.
I bet he was all-state in 3 sports, man. He looks like one of those guys.
He's one of those guys. He absolutely does. He's just one of those guys. And for a team that just, let's just say they suck on defense, it's been embarrassing. The defense is terrible. And I just think, if you have a good defender, why isn't he playing more often? Because that is such a glaring weak spot on this team. Very few people, nobody's really hitting the way they're supposed to be. A couple of guys have heated up here, but Messiah was really hot. Adley's been great. And hopefully, Gunnar has come back after, his appearance yesterday. But I mean, they have a lot of issues. And I think Alexander provides I have a lot of confidence when he's in the field. As Cordell just said, if the ball's near him, he's going to get it. And he's going to turn a double play pretty easily and look natural doing it. I just like what he does in the field.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy we get a manager with a Boston accent, and we have Peter and Gunnar and Tyler all on this team. It's great, man. So anyway, let's go out to the phone lines. Eli's in Parkville. He's got a comment on Blaze. What's up, Eli?
Good morning, fellas. I think I've been saying this for a minute now, but I've been wanting Blaze at third because, Kobe is okay, but I think Blaze is better. And then Jeremiah at second, Alonso at first, and then Gunnar at short. And that's just the perfect defense for the time being because you got the 2 util guys who are versatile, at third and second. So then we just got, regular defense. Actually.
When Jackson Holiday comes back, who's the odd man out?
Yeah. Blaze, and then you can rotate, give Jeremiah a day off at second, you feel me, or third, because then Jackson will be playing, Holiday will be playing third every day.
No, maybe that's the case. I don't know that. Again, if we're
does Holiday have the arm for third?
Yeah, I mean, he can still make those throws. I think maybe he would struggle a little bit at shortstop, making some of the deeper ones in the hole.
Definitely shortstop, yeah.
But he's been playing down there. By the way, he hit a walk-off homer, I think it was this weekend. I don't remember if it was Friday, Saturday, but I saw it online. Holiday went yard. And that's what I said to somebody else. As soon as Holiday comes back, his spot is there. Jeremiah Jackson playing the way that he has was great. But again, as you see this, people are still talking about him. It's kind of slowed down a little bit. Blaze has picked up. But this is the ebbs and flows of baseball that we see every year. That's why when you talk about a guy like Gunnar, you expect him to come out of what he's been, this funk that he's been in.
Right.
And maybe last night was the start because he's too good to play the way that he's played.
Yeah, I mean, you hope it balances out over time, especially with Gunnar. And he's a good enough player to where I'm not overly concerned with that. I'd like him to really start to ratchet it up soon here, though, on a consistent basis. But yeah, I mean, again, like you said, when Jackson comes back, he is going to get his spot. They are pushing heavy for him to be at third base. I don't necessarily like that idea, and it's not about whether or not whether I think he can play the position. I think athletically he probably can, but I don't think that's the issue. The issue is all of these guys, it seems like, are struggling to find a spot, and Holiday hasn't even conquered second base at the major league level, and now we're going to put him over at the hot corner and ask him to conquer that right now. Mid-seat at this point, he's jumping in 2 months into the season right now. This is part of the reason why we're watching a team right now that is a major defensive liability. Guys are not sticking anywhere, and it's all about versatility and the more you can do. But I would like to find some guys that can actually play one spot well and then go from there.
Absolutely. All right, we've got more that we're going to get into here coming up, as I said, in 8 o'clock, at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. We're doing The World of Stupid, Peonies and Butts. That's what we're talking about. And up next in the MLB, the League and Players Union have started discussions on a new CBA with lengthy work stoppage. Would that ruin all the positive momentum we've built over the past few years with this game? We talk about it next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
History made of the PGA Championship. Aaron Rai, the guy who plays with 2 gloves, won the whole thing. 5 under 65 on Sunday to secure his first career major title. 31-year-old Englishman. First Englishman to win in over 100 years. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool right now, you know where to go. Napa.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May, Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music, great food, locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real power when you need it, to Carlisle hand tools built for precision, durability, and everyday use. It's professional-grade gear that keeps your bays moving and your business running strong. So when you need the right tool, right now, you know where to go. Napa.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
This week at Old Glory Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. Finance specialists on site to get you approved. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Old Glory Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. An accident 95 northbound just past exit 74. That's Mountain Road. Has you backed up a bit there. 95 southbound in the city is stop and go from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound to 895, you're on the brakes. Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway Inner Loop super slow at Reisterstown Road. The outer loop is stop and go from 95 all the way to Providence. And then again on the west side, you're on the brakes from 795 to Liberty, and then very slow at I-70. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Try to see things. All right, guys. We're almost at hour number 3 here. Wrapping this puppy up in hour number 2. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris here with you. We're going to talk a little bit about the Players Union. They started discussions on a new CBA. Would a lengthy work stoppage ruin all the positive momentum built by the game the last few years? Yes, it would, in my opinion. And I hate this. I hate the fact that we get to it because people always talk about it. We got millionaires and billionaires arguing over money. Who do you side with? But the baseball union is one of the strongest unions in period. You don't even need to say sports, just period. They get what they want. I don't see them getting a salary cap. Maybe they get out of the stuff that's going on with the Dodgers, but there's a lot of things they need to discuss. Ed, do you think there's any way that we avoid a lengthy work stoppage? And do you think that would, if we get one, it just kind of trashes all the good that they've done the past couple of years?
I'll have to answer the second question. I think, yes, it's going to hurt them badly. After the 94-95 strike, that's the first time in 90 years there was no World Series. People were pissed, and I don't blame them. I mean, I was one of them. Just because you get, and it's what you started the conversation with. Millionaires and billionaires fighting over money. People plan their lives around sporting events, and many of them can ill afford it. They have, X amount of disposable dollars, and they decide if we're going to go on vacation or we're going to go to buy, season ticket package. What are we doing this year? And then you cancel the season on them. And you know how important sports are to cities. I mean, how different it is when the Orioles are good. I mean, people want an Orioles World Series more than another Ravens Super Bowl. That's from what I hear anyway from people.
Yeah.
And think about the fall, when fall comes and everybody's wearing purple, and it means a lot to a city. It just does. And I think if they can't rectify this and come to some kind of agreement, it's going to hurt them badly. Because it took them a while to come back after that last strike.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they just came back and it was like, oh, things are good now. They had a lot of issues. And I think if they do it now, after all this goodwill has been built and the game is popular again, I think they're really going to shoot themselves in the foot.
What about you, Cordell?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to agree that it would, halt a lot of the positive impacts that they have made here recently. And I do still think there's more work to be done when it comes to, advertising your best players and making these guys more of a household name. But they have kind of boomed here a little bit. Gambling is probably a big part of that as well, with it being legalized more and more around the country. Everybody's paying more attention to it. The internet, social media, you get all these clips now. There's so many different baseball podcasts. Like, I do think there's been positive momentum. Now, you halt it. The one thing that I do wonder is if it can kind of benefit from the absence, in the sense of when it does come back, all of a sudden people miss it so much that, it's that immediate surge for it. Everybody's buying tickets. Everybody wants to go to the games because they haven't been able to go in the last couple of months. Everybody's buying jerseys of guys that they haven't been able to see. It just, that immediate boom. So I think they would get that. But no doubt, it does seem like baseball has started to garner a little more of the attention that they've been looking for, I would say, over the last 2 to 3 years. So to do this now, especially, I think a lot of people already feel like a stoppage is going to happen. So I don't think that would surprise people. It's more about how long it goes.
Yeah.
If it hopefully is not very long. I think people can understand if it happens.
See, my problem is that, like, going back to it, and this is where Rob and I get into it sometimes about my dislike of Rob Manfred. Like, some of the things they've done, the ghost runner on second and extra innings, the pitch clock, pitchers having to face at least 3 batters or finish the inning. Like, those things I think have been advancements in sports, but I still can't get past, or advancements in baseball, I should say. I still can't get past the simple fact that when we had COVID going on in 2020, and you were the only thing in town that was going to go back and play without fans in the stands, and you guys argued for about a couple of weeks that we could have had baseball over a few $1 million one way or another. The player, remember, Blake Snell's like, man, I don't want to pitch. I don't want to catch that Rona. Oh, they're going to pay me what? Yeah, I'll pitch now. I'll pitch. Yeah.
Right.
And again, it's not that there's anything wrong with it because it's about the money and all that, but like, we're sitting there going, we're dying for something to watch. I'm tired of Joe Exotic. Get his ass away from me. Like, get me something else to watch. And it's like, oh, baseball's coming back. When are they coming back? Oh, we're only going to play 60 games, even though we could have probably played 100, but we're not going to do that because we were arguing over millions of dollars. I have zero confidence in these guys to get it right, even when they sign the paperwork. So, yeah, I mean, this is something too where this is something we're going to have to deal with all the sports. And by the way, I'm not a fan of any of the commissioners. I thought Adam Silver was probably the best of the bunch, but I don't even think that's saying much
He's
anymore.
Been terrible now. He doesn't know his left from his right. Everything is, he's questioning everything, and in his mind, there's nothing that a new tournament can't fix. Like, it's just, he's worried about the wrong things. And I'm not saying tanking isn't a problem in the NBA, but there are far more issues in the league than tanking.
They got to figure out a bunch of stuff. All right. Well, we're going to get to the hour number 3 here. As I said, got Ryan Ripken coming up at 8:30. We'll talk about Aaron Rodgers, who did re-sign with the Steelers at 8:15. Up next, penis and butts. That's what we're talking about, guys. One of which is going to be about both, one of which is about one, and then the other one's about the other one. So we are going to play What's in My Butt, just so you guys know. And this is the first time that we've had what I believe to be an accidental What's in My Butt. But I'll tell you about it when we come back.
Can we play some of the old clips?
If you want. World of Stupid's coming up next. We'll do that now.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got two strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got two strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at constellationhome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
This is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Sunday in D.C., the O's salvage a series against the Nats.
Popped up by Abrams, busted his bat as well. Rico Garcia gives up a hit, but nothing more. He closes a 7-3 win as the Orioles take the final game here in Washington.
The call from Kevin Brown on Mass, and Rico Garcia shuts the door on the Nats, securing a 7-3 Orioles win, avoiding a series sweep down in the district. Gunnar Henderson had a big day, going 4 for 5 with a homer and 2 driven in. Kobe Mayo also getting in on the action with a long homer to left field, and Colton Cowser went yard, his first of the season in the 4th. Anthony Nunez was your winning pitcher of record. He tossed an inning and a third after starter Brandon Young labored through 3 2/3, giving up a pair of earned runs. The Birds' road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays, and the Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from South Florida, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. This sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right. Hopefully you're ready for this. We're going to get to the pee-pee poo-poo man in a second, but we're going to talk about a New Jersey doctor. He claims new penis enlargement surgery yields better results, but has possible jaw-dropping side effects. I don't know if, thank you, New York Post, for that one. Anything for a little boost, right? For those who weren't blessed with a large bulge, there's a new, rather morbid procedure that can fix that. Although men have several different options to enhance their manhood, a new offering by a New Jersey-based urologist claims to have immediate results that last longer. Dr. Stu Diamond, he's a penis expert. Can I just start doing that? I just give myself
Dr. Diamond.
Dr. Khan, penis expert. How did you get that way? Years of experience, sir. It's like, what? Penis expert. He's the doctor behind the Diamond XL 360. It's a procedure that uses filler to increase. Can I say this? This is what it says in the New York Post. I'm just reading it, okay? It's a procedure that uses filler to increase a pecker's girth. That's what they put in the New York Post. Now he's taking things a step further by using filler from the stomach fat of a dead donor to yield, hopefully, even better results for his patient. It's claimed that patients who undergo this procedure will maintain volume in their Johnson for several years longer than traditional fillers, which are said to only last up to 6 months. Ed, do you want dead fat in your wang to make it bigger?
No, I like him to take my current fat and use that.
Wow, look at that thing. Yeah. I got to use both hands.
But it's a double bonus because for every 30 pounds you lose, you gain like a half an inch on your length. So think about it. They suck some fat out of your belly. They stick it in your junk.
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom. You're bigger.
Did you go to an Italian doctor? Hey, Ed, we take this and we put it there, and bada bing, bada boom. You got a big
I just
one.
want to say this. I think we should do is, I've been watching you guys on camera.
Yeah.
I think we should just play Cordell's facial expressions with no sound and try to have people guess what he's listening to.
Ed, you should be watching when Joe plays some of these old clips coming up once we get into what's in my butt. But by the way, this procedure costs anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
That's nothing.
Yeah. Shut up, Cordell. You're fine over there. This is for white people and Asians. Thanks a lot.
Hey, man. I just use what God gave me.
Yeah. Look, I need to talk to my God, whoever that is. Thanks a lot, buddy. All right. The notorious vagrant known as the pee-pee poo-poo man. He's been arrested on horrifying new charges. Do you remember doing this story, Ed? The pee-pee poo-poo man?
Do I remember? No.
Okay. So
maybe when I hear it, I'll remember.
I feel like I got to say this. I got to say it that way. Pee-pee poo-poo. The homeless deviant who terrorized Toronto with a series of vile poop bucket attacks in 2019 has now been arrested in connection with 2 alleged sexual assaults. Now I know why you don't know this, because I did this World of Stupid story with Scott. He would call Scott and see if he remembers the pee-pee poo-poo man. Samuel Opoku, 30, a vagrant whose grotesque fecal assaults earned him the nickname Pee-Pee Poo-Poo Man. In a 2024 indie film chronicling the crime spree that he went on, was picked up May 12th and charged with 2 counts of sexual assault and indecent exposure. In the first incident, he went up to a group of women walking, approached them, made sexual advances, and then grabbed one of the woman's forearms and sexually assaulted her and then fled the scene. A day later, a Poku followed a woman into a commercial office building and allegedly sexually assaulted her after approaching her from behind before running away. This guy is a sick deviant. Like, what do you have to do to make sure he doesn't get out? Because court documents confirm the suspect's the same man busted for those fecal attacks that we talked about years ago. Flush with the law came the arrest of throwing buckets of liquefied feces at 5 random people in Toronto. A young girl had a bucket of waste feces dumped on her. Constable David Hopkinson's. How do you become a constable, Ed?
That's where the word cop comes from.
I know. It's
constable on patrol.
Constable. I'm glad they went to cop. I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss. This is absolutely disgusting. There's nothing else to say about this guy. I retweeted the story at JCon Sports if you'd like to see him. And yes, Rob is losing points. So it's disgusting. Disgusting. All right. Speaking of disgusting, we got to get to What's in My Butt. We're going to play What's in My Butt.
My favorite. I want to play What's in My Butt.
What's in my butt, Professor Plum?
He's putting a gas pump in his butt.
I got a tiny, honey hole.
It's in my ass.
So I guess that's a new open for What's in My Butt. Sorry, Cordell.
There's so much going on there.
The best, I don't care what anyone says, the it's in my ass, that scream, like... There has to be something done, and I know shows do this, where you go down the line and goes, hey, do you remember where this clip comes from? And we just play it and have fun with them. Because that one about Ed is... I think that one gets used more than any of the other ones.
And there's another one that needs context. If you did that game...
Yeah.
We were talking about throwing at batters. I can't remember who did it.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody did something disrespectful.
Drill him right in his ass.
I would stick one right in his ass. Is what I said. Something like that.
Hey, you know, Joe's...
It was a baseball reference.
Joe's feverishly looking for that. So, all right. So let me give you this is an accidental one. A man in northeastern Brazil was rushed to the hospital after he unintentionally inserted something to his anus. Could you guys, do you just want to take a wild guess what he could have been doing back there?
In Brazil. Plantain? I don't know.
No, it's not a plantain. This is a household item. Or a work item. Anyway.
Pin?
A pin? Like a
Stapler?
bowling pin? No, this man inserted a broom handle into his anus.
Oh, by accident.
Trying to scratch his back.
Oh, my God.
At least that's what he told them. The incident, described as purely accidental, occurred obviously in, I'm not even trying to read this area of Brazil. The man required emergency medical attention to remove the object, which had become lodged inside him. You can't pull it back out?
But think how clean the street was on his way to the hospital.
That reminds me of King of the Hill, where Hank had the back problems because he thought he was sitting, because from sitting so much he didn't have an ass, so he was sitting on his back for years.
He didn't have an ass. So here you go. The doctors successfully treated the patient, and the case has been classified as unintentional. No further details about the man's identity or current condition have been released. One medical image from the case clearly shows the foreign object on X-ray, while a separate photo depicts the man clutching his buttocks in discomfort.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hang on a second. He sticks a broom up his ass. And he goes to the hospital half removed. How the hell did he get to the hospital? How did he sit in the car?
How did he stay conscious?
He's on the roof with a broom hanging out his ass. Could you imagine that?
It's like basically, like I said, sweeping the street the whole way there. Like, how did he do this?
I will go back on something I said before. If you are driving down the road and you see somebody with a broom in their ass on top of a car, then you can rubberneck. There's no doubt about it. Joe, were you able to find that other one? No, it's lost. No more for Ed.
Lost fouls.
Lost fouls. But again, to get the doctors to believe that you accidentally put it in there, like, did you have someone else that was watching you? It's like, oh yeah, this was totally by accident.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You just hope it was by accident. That's all you can do is hope.
I don't know how much. Go ahead.
They just do the dumbest things. I told you. When I worked at Greenwich Village, I had a guy come in with like a 2.5 pound plate stuck around you know what. He somehow inserted his junk in the hole in the plate, and it comes in, and now it won't go down. So now it had to be removed by emergency service. Our guys.
Oh,
yeah,
that's just brutal.
Another gym accident.
Has anything else ever happened to Ed, Joe?
I would put one in his ass.
Yeah, That's the one.
So it's not lost.
Yeah, it's not lost. It's been found, Ed. So
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Cordell. That's for you.
From the size of your junk to pee-pee poo-poo man to the broomstick in the behind. That's your world of stupid. All right. I always look forward to these days. I like when people. Somebody came up to me this week and it goes, my son's favorite thing that he listens to the morning show all the time. He loves World of Stupid. He brings them over. Kids 8.
Of course.
And I'm looking at him like, okay, all right. I don't know what to say. Which one's your favorite? Well, I like what's in my. Nope. Sorry, kid. Keep it moving. Anyway, let's get to the next segment. What are we doing here? We're going to talk to Ryan Ripken at 8:30, but up next, Aaron Rodgers. If you missed it, he signed on with the Steelers this weekend. Your thoughts on him coming back to the AFC North? Does that mean anything to you? Are you the least bit afraid? 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Crane Highway southbound right at 8th Avenue. A utility problem has the right shoulder blocked. The Beltway inner loop is slow at Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes from Bel Air Road to Providence, and then again from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. In the city, 895 southbound is slow from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. Southbound 95, you're on the brakes. Pretty solid from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And Route 50 westbound right at exit 42, that's Kent Narrows Road. An accident has 2 left lanes and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis. Are you stuck in a dead-end mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Rob Long's off this week. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Cordell Woodland here with us. He'll be with us today and tomorrow. And wanted to get into the Aaron Rodgers stuff. And Ed, let me start with you with Rodgers and the way that this has gone. Because, I think we all expected him back, kind of. And the fact that the Steelers were waiting and really didn't make any other moves outside of, drafting Drew Aller. Does this do anything for you, or do you think we see the same stuff we saw last year?
I have no reason to believe we'd see anything different this year. I'm just surprised at the Steelers organization, honestly. Look, we all know who he is. The man is a first ballot Hall of Famer, hands down. Four-time MVP.
Yeah.
It's an incredible resume. But, he threw for 200 yards a game last year. You know what I mean? So it's just he's not the Aaron Rodgers of his prime, and I feel like the Steelers have done nothing to improve their situation. In what is traditionally a tough division. I'm just a little surprised by it. I feel like there's been no effort to find anybody else, and they're relying on him to come back. In like pre-Jets form.
Yeah, I think they got to when they start this whole thing over, because they're going to realize real quick that Drew Aller's not their guy. But if you're riding this season and Rodgers stays healthy the whole year, outside of like 2 or 3 spots last year, I didn't think he looked all that good. He started to look better towards the end of the year. Probably had one of his best games against the Ravens. Cordell, how do you feel about Rodgers rejoining the Steelers?
Yeah, I don't think in the grand scheme of things it changes the outcome of their year. I think they could still end up being a wild card team, borderline division winner, just because of how this division goes, and they have shown that their roster doesn't matter. They go out there.
You never count them out.
Yeah, every year they're in the fight. I would expect that that's probably going to happen. I am curious to see how low the floor drops with Tomlin leaving, and I'm not the biggest McCarthy guy, but I'm not going to sit here and act like he's a career loser. Like he does at least get his teams to the postseason. And he has that rapport with Rodgers, so I think that'll help. And I do think they made a couple of good moves this offseason, going to get Michael Pittman. Their offense has taken a step forward. Getting Pittman and getting a running back, Enrico Dowdle, I think Dowdle fits their style really, really good. So I do think their offense will be better this year. I think they'll make more of a commitment to Darnell Washington and Pat Freiermuth this year. Last year, it just felt like they didn't know which tight end they wanted to play. I think they kind of understand that now with Jonnu Smith no longer there. Their defense is a huge question mark. Tomlin was able to get everything out of that defense and then some. They are aging and only getting worse, especially last year as the year went on. They kind of faltered. I do wonder what the defense looks like this year. Will they be able to force the turnovers that they were forcing last year? But I think this is a better supporting cast offensively around Rodgers. So last year he made his living throwing to the second, third string back out of the backfield 20 times a game. I don't think he'll have to rely on that this year. I think Pittman and DK, they drafted Jeremy Bernard in this year's draft. I think Freiermuth has a better year this year. I think their offense will be better. But again, I'm not sitting here expecting them to win a playoff game this year. I think the end will still be the same.
I think Michael Pittman is the perfect type of – he reminds me a lot of even Anquan Bolden in his later years. Like, just throw me the ball
Pittman's really
and
good.
I'll go up and get it. I don't care who's with me. And, I feel like Aaron Rodgers could find some new life with him if he stays healthy, because he's a guy that'll try to put the ball where nobody else can get it. Yeah. And I think he will be one that trusts the receiver. But we'll just have to wait and see. I'm not a big Mike McCarthy guy. I feel like if you were watching The Waterboy and he had the football for dummies and you're looking into it, you know what McCarthy's going to do. I'm not saying McCarthy's a dummy. I'm just saying I think he lays it up every chance he gets. Oh, we could go for 3, or we could punt it away. Let's punt it away and see what happens. It's like, I feel like it's 4th and 1. Yeah, punt it away. We don't need to do that. He's just always been that guy who, to me, at times lacks aggression in key moments. And
with some good offenses, too.
Yes, with some very good offenses.
I agree with you. Why is it, though? He's won the Super Bowl. He's played in 20. He's 500 in the playoffs in 22 games. He's got a real resume. He did win a Super Bowl. Okay,
I feel like he's one of those older coaches, Ed, that's kind of like, don't want to say stuck in his ways, but maybe like that refuses to, like, for example, when the new passing things were, the rules were enforced to help out receivers, and you couldn't grab them, and you couldn't chuck them here, and you can't put your hands on them there. A lot of offenses started to go, oh, wait a minute. There's way too many advantages over here. Why are we focused on the defense? Let's put more money in the offense. And the Steelers and the Ravens were two identical teams that would run the football and they'd play good defense, right? The Steelers were the ones that made that transition first with Big Ben to say, hey, we're opening up the offense and we're going to sling the football around the field. And I feel like a lot of teams have made that move where, to me, Mike McCarthy, run it on first, run it on second. What do we need on third? Maybe we run it on third. Like, I do feel like he's an old school type coach.
I'm just interested to see. He's from his father was a Pittsburgh cop, and they owned a bar in Pittsburgh. So he's a Pittsburgh guy. Was a Steeler fan as a kid. I'm just curious how this plays when he gets there. Yeah. Well, he's there, but yeah.
I mean,
season starts
again. Like with him, and how does he? He's had. I mean, he should know Rodgers fairly well, I think, right?
Yeah.
To some extent.
Yeah,
in
they were
dealing with
together
him.
in Green Bay.
But
sure. Yeah.
Is this a different Rodgers he's getting now at the end of his career than he had in Green Bay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Skill-wise, for sure. I mean, he can't do the things that he used to do.
He's still crazy.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other part of it. Like, where's Aaron? He's in a dark room. Leave him alone.
He's in Brazil doing
ayahuasca.
Somewhere where you get no cell service.
Yeah, he's going
and puke on yourself.
He's with pee-pee poo-poo, man, and they're pee-peeing and poo-pooing.
Yeah, absolutely are.
That ayahuasca. A buddy of mine wants to go do ayahuasca, and it makes you vomit and crap your pants, right?
Yes, correct.
You just empty out everything.
Yeah.
You're purging, I guess, in essence. So, yeah, anyway, with Aaron Rodgers here in this division, does any team in this division scare you when it comes to the Ravens? Are you more bullish on the Ravens than maybe some, Cordell?
I think this division has shown us that, Pittsburgh and Baltimore are always going to be in the fight. I think Cincinnati's a true wild card. They made a true investment on the defensive side of the ball this offseason. We'll see if it works. I think they'll be better defensively. How much better? I'm not sure. Can Joe Burrow stay healthy again? Because for all the question marks everybody has about Lamar and some of these other guys and them being quote-unquote injury-prone, Burrow's as injury-prone as any back out there. So I just wonder, can he be reliable? Does he have to score 50 points a game for them to win this year? That's a big point of whether on how their season ends this year. I think they have a good offense. What would the defense do? The Browns are the Browns. I love Todd. I'm rooting for him. I just don't see it.
My darling
I
love. No, sorry.
I just don't see it, man. And I like their draft. I think he's going to raise that offense, though. I think we're going to see both quarterbacks, Deshaun, and I didn't even believe I would say that, but I think we're going to see Watson at some points. I think we're going to see Shador. How Judkins looks this year will be a big factor into how that offense looks and those rookie receivers. But I think the defense is still going to be there, with or without Jim Schwartz. I think they have an elite defense. It's just a matter of how much better can Todd make that offense.
And Ed, I don't know how you feel about it. I almost feel like some of that, the story that was leaked out about Deshaun Watson probably being ahead of Shador, even though we've literally had nothing to say that he's ahead of, but that he's ahead of Shador was leaked out to Mary Kay just to kind of put a feeler out to see how everybody reacted to it. I think that's what's going to happen.
I don't believe in that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, Deshaun Watson, I can't believe I guess because he invested so much money in it, he's still there. But, when he was in Houston, he's put up video game numbers. Then he had his fall from grace, ridiculous contract. He's been nothing ever since. I don't believe in Shador. I just don't think they have a good situation there, which is good for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, with this division, and I, not to sit here and pile on Cincinnati, but like, arguing with Bengals fans drives you nuts because they hang their hat on getting to the Super Bowl not that long ago and how Lamar's never gotten there. And Joe Burrow threw 5 touchdown passes in 4 games in the playoffs. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, he took him to the Super Bowl. Did he or did the defense?
That defense was real.
Defense did actually that year, yeah.
So
and now the defense is terrible.
Oh, God,
has been, yeah.
Brutal. Hey, I did get going back to our World of Stupid segment, and I'm going to use his full name. My buddy Jimmy Ferguson just texted me. Just booked us 2 for 1 girth surgeries each. We're using each other's neck fat. Thank me later. That'll definitely help us get some girth.
It's funny that he said this. When you did this story last week, Cordell, you missed this. It was about people inflating their nuts. Yeah. I was curious. I'm like, well, if you're going to go down there, why not make the other thing
Right.
bigger.
People
Not do
just
that.
don't like comfort, I guess.
That's Dr. Norris right here. Penis expert.
It's all common sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like going down there and you're going to inflate the other parts of it. It's like, I don't want it to look smaller now. Like,
listen, I'm around because, I moved down here and I've lost all my friends. I'm around women all the time. And they talk in front of me like I'm one of the girls now.
Nice.
I've yet to hear anybody talk about the size of a man's nuts.
Really?
However,
we have.
I can tell you what they do talk about.
Can you tell us on the air? Or is this something you got to tell us off the air?
Let's just say they go rooster shopping all the time.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that sounds about right. Real Housewives of Sarasota there.
Yep.
All right, we're going to talk about the Rousey-Carano fight, if that's what you want to call it.
Yes.
That's coming up at 8:45. But up next, Ryan Ripken joins us. We'll get his thoughts on the Birds, talk some baseball with him. That's coming up right here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
With Bet365, winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is. You need a hand, I can assure you this. I can help. I got two strong arms, I can help.
With a Constellation Home Service Plan, our certified techs fix your home equipment with no charge for labor and covered parts.
I got two strong arms, I can help.
Learn about our service plans at constellationhome.com.
It would sure do me good to do you good. Let me help.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon and make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones, for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. The Memorial savings, they start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road. Only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at Bel Air Hyundai and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked and the action never ends.
From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit LionsDen.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 95 northbound in the express toll lanes. An accident has the left shoulder blocked. The Baltimore Beltway inner loop is slow. Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes from Bel Air Road all the way to York. And then on the west side from 795 to Liberty. And then at I-70 is super slow. 895 southbound is stop and go from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. And southbound 95, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Route 50 westbound, an accident right at exit 42, that's Kent Narrows Road, has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles avoided a sweep at the hands of the Nats yesterday, taking the series finale 7-3 behind homers from Henderson, Mayo, and Kowser. But overall, a frustrating weekend for the Birds, as all the hard-hit balls seemingly landed in the gloves of the Nationals. Friday night saw Baltimore record the highest average exit velocity as a lineup since 2015, and that unlucky feeling continued into Saturday's loss as well. Thankfully, the worm turned yesterday, and skipper Craig Albernas was happy with the way his guys stayed the course despite a pair of exasperating losses.
You know, they didn't waver in the clubhouse. They know they were putting good swings on it and barreling at the ball, hitting it hard, and you hope eventually to also find some holes, and today we did, and our guys did a great job of competing every inning and having great at-bats, throughout the game.
Baltimore's road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from the Trop, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the comfort guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Brian Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Cordell Woodland here. We're Effort and Ryan Ripken right now. I'm going to talk some baseball. And then Cordell and I were just kind of talking about it. I looked at the upcoming pitchers for the Rays series, and I still don't know how Nick Martinez is doing it because that dude sucked with the Reds. I mean, just absolutely sucked. And he goes to the Rays, and now he's on one.
They got the potion.
Yeah, Rasmussen's healthy. I mean, you start looking at the guys down there. They keep, what are they, Steven Matz? They keep grabbing dudes that it's like, oh, yeah, they're past their prime. Those guys are, what's that? Top ERA? Yeah, that's great. I still don't know how Tampa Bay's doing it, Ed.
I don't know, man, but they are, and it's not a fluke. You can't say it's just this year or it's a week in the AL. They do it every year. For somehow, with no money, a bad stadium, no stars, they end up winning 90-plus games. I don't know how they do it every year. I think they're just an interesting case study. And again, I think the best team in the American League right now, one of the best in baseball, obviously. I don't know how they do it, but it's funny how they're under the radar every single year. Like, I don't remember a year when people were like, oh, Tampa's going to be great. You'll hear about the Yankees, obviously the Dodgers, the Yankees. The Red Sox will have those years when people are like, oh, they're going to be really good this year. Even the Blue Jays. When's the last time you heard people quake when they hear Tampa Bay? Yet they're always winners.
Yeah, they're just always in a dogfight with them, and it's weird.
Always.
So Shane McClanahan, who's working his way back, he just has a 2.27 ERA, and as I said, he's left-handed, so have fun with that, Orioles. Today, tomorrow it's Griffin Jacks, who, by the way, he's got a 3.91 ERA. And that may be a little misleading because he's a former closer, bullpen guy that now they're trying to stretch out and turn into a pitcher, or it's a starter, I should say, turn him into a pitcher. He was pitching in the bullpen. Right. But no, like when you look at this team, then you trot out a Nick Martinez, who all he did with the Cincinnati Reds is get his brains beat in. Mm-hmm. and now he's down there pitching well. And, when you look at this Rays team, I've talked about it. I don't know how many people can name the guys in their hitting lineup. It's insane. Like, they're Junior Camanero's great. He's their best hitter. We had somebody call in earlier about Chandler Simpson, who steals bases left and right when he gets on. He got thrown out this weekend, and they said it was the fastest pop time of the year. Like, he does not get thrown out often. And was it Mack, the rookie catcher that everyone seems to like for the Marlins? I think he threw him out with like a 1.5 second pop time or something.
It's got to be crazy to catch that dude because he's lightning in a bottle.
People, Yandy Diaz is still there, a guy that hits for average and can hit for power. But then you start to get in the rest of the lineup, and it's like, who in the hell is Taylor Walls? Who is, some of these names that you've seen over the years? But it's just amazing to me. And Ed, you're down there. Like, it doesn't feel like anybody gives a rat's ass about the Rays, but they actually give you a decent product to watch, whether it's a bunch of young guys or a bunch of old vets.
Yeah, that's a little misleading, I think, because of the stadium shots on television, because people do like them down here. I just rephrase that. I was talking with them a lot yesterday. I worked yesterday at the golf course, and I was talking to a couple of the other Rangers and some of the players, and they know what I do for a living, here. So baseball came up, and the big dilemma down here is that a lot of people who live on this side of Florida come from the Midwest. It's not New York. There's a lot of Baltimoreans in Sarasota because of spring training, but this coast in particular, because I-75 runs all the way from the Midwest straight down here, right into Florida, right into Sarasota. And there's a lot of Twins fans, Cubs fans. It's a whole Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, Ohio. A lot of the Midwestern states relocate here, and that's why they carry their teams with them. But there are a lot of Rays fans here because people actually did grow up in Florida.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Cordell, I know you've seen these guys up close and personal over the past couple of years. This was their lineup in yesterday's game that they won against the Marlins 6-3. It was Chandler Simpson, Junior Caminero, Jonathan Aranda, who plays first base, solid player. Yandy Diaz, DH. And then you get Richie Palacios, Joey DeLuca, Ced Mullins. What is it? It's Nick Fortes, I believe, and Taylor Walls. Taylor Walls is hitting .216, and he had a 3 RBI day yesterday. This team is just, it's amazing to me. And Chandler Simpson, who a lot of people were worried about, his OPS is 677, and he was batting over 300, which means he don't walk. So he's got to get a hit to get on base for the most part. It leaves a lot to be desired from that offense. And then when you look at their rotation, you're going, it's okay. And then you look at their numbers and go, no, it's one of the better rotations that you're going to see all year long.
Yeah, I mean, they're offensively, they are deceiving a little bit. They do have quite a few guys that hit for average. I mean, they're third in Major League Baseball in batting average. And you talked about Chandler Simpson and how good he is on the base paths. They're third in stolen bases. So that's a good combination. They're getting on base, and they do a good job of getting guys in scoring position when they do get there. But they're able to light up the scoreboard at times and win these games. Cedric Mullins is out there batting in the middle of their lineup with a 158 average right now.
He's got a 524 OPS.
It's crazy. And I love Ced. I do. But, they're winning despite and they keep putting them out there every day because they do value defense. And at the same time, Ced's inevitably going to get hot, but he's also not killing them right now. Caminero is having a great year. Yandy Diaz is having a really good year as well. And I think you brought up Shane McClanahan earlier. I mean, I think him being available, being healthy, and pitching one of
Rasmussen too.
Right, Rasmussen as well. That's been because when you talk about the Rays, a lot of it usually starts around their pitching. They always get quality pitching. Yes. It feels like,
and they know when to let people go. Which I go back to the Chris Archer trade when they pick up Tyler Glasnow. And when they traded Archer, I thought Archer had the best slider in baseball at the time. I thought he was filthy. And I was like, why would they do that? And then I'm like, well, I get it.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep.
Tyler Glasnow still pitching, and it's like, he was doing really well, and they seem to know just when to do it. They develop pitchers, and they know when to let people go. And I just think they make 55 cents out of $1 consistently.
I said this the other day.
They make $1 to 55 cents. That was backwards.
They can do it either way. They got money
either way.
No, but it is kind of funny to go back. I think this will be the first time they faced Ed Mullins, right? They haven't seen him with the Mets when he was there. Did he come to town? I don't remember.
I don't think he did.
No?
I don't think he did. I don't think he came to town with the Mets. I don't recall seeing him in Camden Yards in a different jersey. Hayes for sure has.
Yeah.
But I don't think Mullins has.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what it looks like. Look, I've seen him playing for the Rays, but that was a fan favorite for a long period of time. I'm sure he gets when he comes back to Baltimore, he gets a welcome, applause from the crowd.
He should.
But, I still think too, looking at the way that this whole division has shaped up, there's so many teams that are dealing with injuries, and for the first time in a long time, it feels like the Rays have stayed relatively healthy. That's another key for a team that's not going to spend a lot of money is you got to stay healthy. So, and I remember what I was going to say. Yeah, definitely don't go look at the trade that the Orioles made for Boz, because some of the guys they gave up, as I've said before, I don't want to trade with the Rays. I do like the addition of Boz, and I think you got a live arm. We just got to see if it works out. But you gave up a couple of young live arms to go get him, and some of them are just killing it right now with the Rays. All right, we got to talk about this Ronda Rousey Gina Carano fight.
Yep.
We're going to talk some SGA at 9:00. Go over the MVP race. But I had a friend ask me on Saturday night. He said, "Hey, are you going home to watch the Rousey Carano fight?" I said, "Man, that thing might last 30 seconds." I was wrong. It lasts half of that. We'll get into that coming up next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Guess who's back? Aaron Rodgers. It took him long enough to decide so, but now he will be a Pittsburgh Steeler next year and likely the Steelers' starting quarterback under Mike McCarthy. Only problem is he's old, and his stats last season mirrored Jacoby Brissett's. Is that what you want? He's 42. Whatever. I'm Drake Toll.
.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
This is the highlight of my morning.
Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
You've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done, inside and out, at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
Just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
Just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Hey Bel Air! Big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 95 northbound in the express toll lanes. An accident has the left shoulder blocked. The Baltimore Beltway inner loop is slow. Park Heights Avenue to the 83s. The outer loop, you're on the brakes from Bel Air Road all the way to York. And then on the west side from 795 to Liberty. And then at I-70 is super slow. 895 southbound is stop and go from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. And southbound 95, you're on the brakes from Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Route 50 westbound, an accident right at exit 42, that's Kent Narrows Road, has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The first of the scheduled 5 rounds at 145 pounds. Immediately, Rousey takes Carano down, but Carano looking for the guillotine. And Rousey pops her head out in full mount, ground and pound. Rousey looking for the arm, and already the arm. It's over. Mamma mia.
Yeah, there you go. It was quick. It's like
quick.
It's like
she tapped faster than my debit card.
By the way, just to be fair, first off, Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland, Ed Norris here with you. Rob Long's off this week. It's a Big Bad Morning Show. I couldn't last 20 seconds with Gina Carano, so the fact that she lasted that long with Rhonda, I tip of the cap. First off, Ed, what did you think of? Did you watch this?
Yeah.
I mean, live, or did you see it afterwards?
Yeah, I lied because my friend of mine said, "Are you watching?" I'm like, "Watching what?" I'm like, "Oh, I forgot." It's like, yes. So anyway.
I didn't think, like, again, I was joking with some friends on Saturday night, and when my buddy asked me, "You're going to watch this?" That thing's going to last 30 seconds. You know that's kind of like tongue-in-cheek, but
Yes.
Rousey's clearly the better fighter. Like, when Gina Carano was in MMA and the UFC, that's when, like, the women were first starting out.
She blazed the trail.
Yes.
Yes. That's why Ronda looks up to her. That's why they had such an emotional hug at the end. They were both kind of crying. She looks up to her as someone who blazed the path for her to have a successful. But Ronda Rousey was an international figure.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, she's an Olympic medaler. She's medaled in the Olympics. She was a premier UFC fighter, and she was a big draw because she's attractive. She's been on television. She's done Carano's done acting too. I love Ronda Rousey. I've read her book. I just find her a really fascinating athlete. And I'm not surprised that this ended so quickly. It's just a beauty to watch that armbar. And I think she's had people submit 10 times by armbar.
Yeah. I mean, Rousey, by the way, she says she has a good relationship with Dana White still. That was like the first phone call she made when they were going to do this event. I like, again, watching it, knowing that you got somebody that's a tactician, that's a jiu-jitsu, like, just champ coming in.
She's a judo champ.
Yeah, excuse me. As soon as they got to the ground, you knew this thing was over with. It was just... Yeah. And then, by the way...
Judo was fantastic... I took judo in New York, and I regretted not taking it as a kid. It's an amazing sport. Really is. And it's very simple. It's the same thing. Throws, chokes, arm bars, very similar. It's not quite like jiu-jitsu, but it's a great sport.
See, and the other thing with this, and just watching it too, like, if you guys didn't hear, Gina Carano said she lost over 100 pounds over the past year, and you're going, get out of here.
No, it's true.
Did you see the old picture of her?
No, I heard about it. I heard she was like diabetic or pre-diabetic, whatever. She was a mess.
And I'd have tackled her with that 100 pounds. I don't care. Anyway, I love me some Gina Carano. Yeah. That being said, what about you, Cordell? Did you watch this at all or just check the highlights out?
I checked the highlights. I haven't really been big into UFC really in a long, long time. I was mostly watching the Keyshawn Davis fight Saturday night. I'm sure my guy Bob Haney was watching that as well. That ended up being a snooze fest. Yeah, it was on the Zone. He fought Albright. It was a unanimous decision. The only excitement part was really Keyshawn kind of body slamming him in the early part of the rounds, but Keyshawn has struggled to make weight for that fight. He almost, he missed weight on the first weigh-in and came back and made it on the second one. So he talked about how he struggled to kind of get up for that fight, and I can understand it. I don't accept it, but I get it. He called out Roach after the fight, which we'll see. All these dudes, they call out each other, and it takes so much for it to ever happen. I'd be intrigued by a Keyshawn and Lamont Roach fight for sure. He also called out Devin Haney as well. I need to.
Oh, I thought you meant he was going to fight Freddie
else.
Roach, and I'm like, I don't like this one. I don't like it for Freddie. No, but
a lot of people used to want to fight Freddie Roach.
That would be a good match. Let me bring.
You know what's amazing? Francis Ngannou was like not the biggest name on that card.
Really?
He fought. That was on the
Yeah, he knocked the other dude out, didn't he?
He knocked him out in the first round. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, it's the events listed as Rousey versus Carano.
Yeah. I mean, that's the headline. She said it was going to be the biggest MMA fight ever, and it lasted 20 seconds. Let's go to
17.
Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, what's up, man? What do you want to talk about?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, man. What's up, Cordell?
What's going on?
Ain't not much. What's going on, Ed? You good?
I'm good, man.
Oh, wow, that's what's up, man. Hey, but listen, y'all was talking about the O's earlier, right? Well, we're talking about the Rays, and them, been having the best record in baseball right now with that low payroll. Don't you think the Orioles should have tried to take that approach, being as though we kind of a small mid-market?
But that's what they were doing. That's what they were doing, and people got pissed off because they were trying to get cheaper in certain ways. That's why you saw them back out of some of these big deals for starting pitchers. And they've said it before. Like they wanted to treat this team like it was the Rays, and then you get new ownership, and he's got a little bit more money to spend. So now we got to see what happens there. But I don't think anybody wants to make the Rays the business model because then it means you don't have money to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, look, they got an $86 million payroll. And the Orioles have a $200 million payroll, and it's just all that spending money on players just don't equal out to championships or World Series. Like, that's why I'm not for, I'm sorry, giving Gunnar $500 million. I understand you want to keep your homegrown talent here and everything.
I
man,
get that, man. But if we want to win as many championships as the Rays, maybe we should be just like them. Oh, wait a minute. They haven't won one.
Oh, yeah.
All
They
right.
definitely have it, man. You know? Yeah, that's a good one. But,
hey, Rashawn.
Yeah, but it's just,
we got to go. Sorry, man. I had to. All right. Ed's got to tell us about the 8 o'clock sponsor.
Every day, the 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Lions Den. It's just put a little. Hey, Cordell.
What's up?
Everything good?
I'm going to look at Cordell now to see his reaction to all this.
How's that aspect of your life going? Can you little health things?
Everything's good.
It can be better. It can be better.
Everything can always be better.
Check out Lions Den. They have all kinds of stuff: adult toys, games, lingeries, books, books, and there's, you can get them online at lionsden.com. And of course, 4 locations right around our radio station: Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, and Pasadena. If you want to walk into a brick and mortar store, check them out. Though, really, join the pride.
Yeah, Ed had handcuffs before he became a cop. Just so you know, Cordell.
Ed Norris staple.
All right, Ed, appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Cordell's back then. We got to step out. We'll wrap up hour number 4. We get into it. We're going to talk some NBA, the Daily Line. Kevin Ostreicher joins us. All that and more coming up here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, the crowd is even better, and that's Mount Washington Tavern. Got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, something for everybody. But what you really need to know is every Wednesday is a great night to go because it's prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted finger-leaf potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. It's a really good deal. And of course, don't miss happy hour. That's Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans. I'll take any of those. $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And Sundays, $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, things like that. And if you're a baseball fan, and we're talking a lot of baseball, the Tavern's a spot. 3 bars, tons of televisions, and it's a great sports bar. And the horse racing season is here. So they're big horse racing fans. So all those things. You can grab a bite, catch the game. If you have tickets, jump on light rails, right? Go out the door, look to your left. It's right there. Takes you right to the ballpark. No dealing with traffic and parking and all that. So go. Check it out. If you want reservations, call or book online. And when you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Brad Evans here to help they beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Bet on black in Vegas. Number 1 overall pick Fernando Mendoza should start at least 14 games this season. Ultra accurate last year at Indiana, the quarterback may not have the deadliest surrounding arsenal. However, given the Raiders' suspect D, he should average close to 200 pass yards per game. As a result, give me the over 2,450.5 pass yards at plus 100. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
And now it's time for the Medical Minute powered by Ortho Maryland.
How can I play pickleball without triggering an episode of lower back pain? First,
Don't skip your warm-up. Before playing, spend at least 5 to 10 minutes warming up with light jogging, trunk rotations, arm circles, and dynamic stretching of the large muscle groups in your legs. While playing, wear supportive shoes and be cautious with lunging quickly or stopping suddenly. Try to avoid bending and twisting at the same time when reaching for a low ball. Instead, bend your knees, keep your chest up, and move your feet to get into position. Let your legs do the work. After playing, take time to rest and avoid playing every day to allow your body time to recover. Early stretching, rest, and proper conditioning can prevent small aches from becoming chronic pain. These smart habits can keep you active. This is Dr. David Jacobs, Interventional Pain Management Specialist at Ortho Maryland.
To learn more, visit orthomaryland.net.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Sunday in D.C., the O's salvage a series against the Nats.
Popped up by Abrams, busted his bat as well. Rico Garcia gives up a hit, but nothing more. He closes a 7-3 win as the Orioles take the final game here in Washington.
The call from Kevin Brown on Mass, and Rico Garcia shuts the door on the Nats, securing a 7-3 Orioles win, avoiding a series sweep down in the district. Gunnar Henderson had a big day, going 4 for 5 with a homer and 2 driven in. Kobe Mayo also getting in on the action with a long homer to left field, and Colton Cowser went yard, his first of the season in the 4th. Anthony Nunez was your winning pitcher of record. He tossed an inning in the 3rd after starter Brandon Young labored through 3 2/3, giving up a pair of earned runs. The Birds' road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays, and the Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from South Florida, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Downloading the McDonald's app has its privileges. Order your favorites ahead of time, save money with app-exclusive deals, earn free food, and get your favorites delivered with McDelivery. So stop wasting time and order for the McDonald's app today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
I like how you played that out, Joe. You just waited for that beat to hit and drop right there so we could come back. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. It feels like Office Space all over again. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland here. Rob Long's off this week. We just said goodbye to Ed, and we've got plenty coming up. What we're going to talk about now, the Daily Line's in the next segment, but SGA. I'll take away my biases and how I feel about this. I just want to throw it to you and see how you feel, Cordell. Should he have been the MVP this year?
I think so. Look, I've made some claims this season. I have a friend is actually an Xbox friend. I got dudes that I've been playing online with like since high school. So we still to this day still play online with them. Some of us have never met in person. And we've been gaming for like 20 years at this point. But yeah, I've been telling some of them like, look, I think there's a new best player in the world. And for a while I've been saying it's Jokic. And I think SGA has taken that. And I get that people may not like his style of play. Sometimes people call him a flopper. I think everybody flops. I think
it's part of the game now.
You know, it is. And it's people like him get this mantra of a flopper when it's across the board.
You know what's funny? Flopping is no different than pitch framing.
No, it's not. You're absolutely
no
right.
different than
You're
pitch framing.
right.
And look, I'm not a big fan of it, but when you're trying to sell a call, that's what you're going to do.
Wide receivers trying to get
throwing their arms up,
defensive pass interference calls.
The quarterback gets a hand on his chest and he falls backwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's no different than that. You're playing to the officials. They are part of the game. But what upsets me is people act like he and the Thunder live off these flopping calls in the free throw line. Dude, they're beating you by 25 a game with or without the free throw. So it goes beyond that. I just look at SGA, and this is one of the few times where usually when it comes to the MVP, the way I grade it is, all right, if you take that guy off the team, can they win? And maybe long term, I don't think the Thunder would have the success that they have without SGA, but they have shown that they can win without him. He's gotten hurt. He's had times where he's in foul trouble, and they go on runs with or without him. They are just that good of a team. But he's the straw. And this dude I don't think I've seen a player make the game look so easy the way that he does. He gets to his spot whenever he wants. His jumper can be so automatic. There's nothing that he is an expert at, but he does everything so well. And I think back to that Lakers series, what was it? Game 4. I mean, they swept them. The closeout game in the Lakers offense is showing up, and it gets to a point in the last 4 minutes of the game where it's back and forth. This dude wasn't going to miss. Every shot he takes, you feel like it's going in. I just think that the game is so easy for SGA right now. Guys love playing with him. He makes it easy on everybody else. He's the best player on the best team in the league. I think he's the MVP. Now, Wemby, I saw Jokic was second, and Jokic, I will never say a bad word about him. I thought Wemby should have been second personally, but I can't be upset with Shea winning it this year.
Yeah, I think I had it Jokic, Wemby, Shea. And again, SGA, this is where we get into this whole value that we talk about. When you putting that word, it's MVP, it's most valuable player. How do you judge value?
Mm-hmm.
I go to this every year, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing me talk about it. I think it should be most outstanding player because it's easier to say this guy had the best year statistically over this guy than to say, because in that case, nobody on the Yankees could ever win MVP because they're always loaded, people have called, and I've done it. I've called SGA a free throw merchant, and I don't even mean that as a negative term. James Harden was a free throw merchant.
It's an art.
It is. It's getting to the line. And how are you getting these calls? Because you're getting guys going in a different direction than they want to, because you set it up, and if you get them off their feet, hey, here we go. If you're not going straight up, even though they changed that rule, I can still get those calls, and superstars are going to get it. Jokic had the most. This was the best year he's had statistically, even over the years where he averaged a triple-double. He could have easily won all the MVPs the last 4 years. I think Wemby's just different. Somebody else was talking about Wemby saying, do you understand what we're watching? 7'4" doing this. Even I was on the air the other day when the day after he got suspended for the elbow, or not suspended, he got kicked out of the game.
Right.
He got a flagrant 2. Gets kicked out of the game. And he looks over at a teammate and he goes, what's that mean? He goes, you've been ejected. He goes, I've been ejected? And he just went like this. And you'll know he went, okay.
Yeah.
Just kind of nodded his head. And I said, that sumbitch is out for blood in the next game. And
sure enough, he was.
He did. He dominated that game. There's nobody in the league like Wemby. You could say this guy kind of does something similar to him. There's nobody. And I don't know when the greatness finally takes over, if they made a run magically this year. The only concern I ever have for Wemby is his health, just because of that size and how he plays. But I don't have a problem per se with SGA winning. I just don't. I feel like we do this all the time with the voting, where it's like, he already won, because SGA won't win next year because he just won 2.
Nope.
And
I think that's partially why Jokic may not win another MVP himself. He is in the boat of you could give it to him every year, and once you get into that boat, they stop giving it to Bron. I feel like there were MVPs on the table for Giannis to get that he didn't get. People always get upset that Kobe only has one, or Nash. I think Nash had got to the point where that last one maybe he probably shouldn't have gotten. But, I think he entered a stage where it felt like you could give it to him.
He had 2 MVPs. He beat out Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah.
The only one I got mad at was Joel Embiid winning the MVP.
Right.
I just, no, stop. And again, there was a big push for it. I don't know how we can do it. If guys aren't going to play, and I understand why they set up the 65 games and the load management and all that stuff that goes on. I'm waiting for Luka to win one of these, because as soon as he wins one, they're not going to give him another one after that. Because again, he plays one side of the ball unbelievably well, and the other side, it's like, we'll take what we can get.
Yeah.
And that's why I think SGA is more of a complete player. I'm not saying he's one of the best defenders, but he's a good defender. He gets a lot of steals. Jokic gets a lot of steals. I mean, it's kind of amazing when you look at the numbers. But I said this: once you give Victor Wembanyama, it's the same thing I said about Shohei Ohtani. Once you give him Defensive Player of the Year, it's his award to lose or to lose every year. The same thing with Ohtani. Once you give Ohtani the MVP in the National League, which they have, you can't give it to anyone else because nobody can do what he does. Right. So if he has a normal year for him, he's going to be the most valuable player because he pitches and hits. Once you gave it to him, all bets are off now, man.
And now that dude's probably going to win Cy Young in the National League.
That's what he wants.
It's just berserk. But it's crazy. Yesterday in the afternoon, I'm a huge fan of. I've always loved watching the Hardwood Classics on NBA TV. Yesterday they had the 2011 Western Conference Finals, Mavericks and Thunder.
Oh, yeah.
So, and the way that they were talking about KD at the time.
So the Mavs lost that. The Thunder went to the championship.
That was the one the Thunder went to the championship. Well, this was game one. But I think that was the year that the Thunder went to the championship.
Yeah, because the Mavs beat the Heat the year before, and the Thunder ended up losing to the Heat.
Right, that very next year. But the way they talked about KD was similar to how we're talking about Wemby, because we hadn't seen anything like KD, a 6'10", borderline 7-foot guy with handles, that has the skill set of a guard, that can shoot the three and everything, that can create off the dribble. And now you have Wemby, and I have this bet with my best friend. He's an idiot. He straight up made the bet that Wemby wouldn't be first team All NBA in his first 5 years. I'm like, dude, I'm telling him, because he had the mindset of he's soft. He thought he was going to be one of the soft Frenchmen that comes over here and people are going to bully him and he wouldn't be able to keep up with the physicality and his scoring wouldn't catch up. I'm calling it year one. I'm saying, like, dude, it's not just because he's 7'6". Like, this dude is skilled out of this world. And what I didn't understand was the mentality that Wemby plays with. That's probably his best superpower, because a lot of dudes in this day and age don't have that. And he plays with such an edge that today's basketball players have lost. Everybody wants to be friends. Everybody wants to be social media butt buddies. This dude is one of those throwbacks. He doesn't care. He's out there for blood.
It's so funny because Jokic was making fun of him at the All-Star game because he was sitting over there reading. He's like, what are you doing that for?
Yeah.
He reads everywhere. He reads books. He's different. He's just different.
I like Wemby.
All right, we've got the Daily Line's going to be coming up next. We'll tell you where to place your bets yesterday. I'll explain how yesterday went. Kevin Allstrike is going to join us, and we wrap this thing up. It's all coming up right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
What if weight loss didn't have to be a struggle? At LifeMed Institute, they offer the power of tirzepatide, along with advanced medical therapies, including hormone optimization, IV infusions, and medical-grade supplements. They've got nutritional guidance that will help you shed pounds and regain energy. LifeMed's on-site medical providers provide personalized care so you can feel confident every step of the way. Don't wait to feel your best. Start your journey today for weight loss that works. Call now to schedule your free consultation at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com. If you're feeling tired, unmotivated, or just not yourself, low testosterone could be the reason. LifeMed Institute specializes in TRT to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence. Their experienced medical team creates personalized treatment plans tailored to your unique needs so you don't have to settle for feeling less than your best. Take control of your health this year. Call LifeMed Institute again at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to schedule your consultation, because you deserve to feel like yourself again. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, so call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com to get set up wherever it's convenient for you, and make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money.
On 105.7 The Fan. Brought to you by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more.
4 on the clock. Mitchell to the half-court line. Donovan unloads. Baked it in! He baked it in to close out the quarter. Donovan Mitchell from half court. How about that? 47 feet away. And the Cavaliers will go to the second with a 9-point lead at 31-22.
There you go. That's the Cavs Sports Radio. As the Cavaliers steal those last 2 games, and now they move on to face the Knicks. I had the under in that, so right in my face, man. Smack me right in the face. And this is what I talk about elimination games all the time, because I'm going to tell you in the elimination game tonight in the NHL to take the under. People are going to go back and look at the last game between Montreal and Buffalo and go, was it 6-3 or 6-4? What, they scored 10 goals in that game and it's 5.5? That's ridiculous. And the weird thing about, if you follow this the same way I do, and I'm talking about on an everyday basis or an every game basis, you'll start to see, like, the totals in the Cavs series were 216, 217. Then they got to game 6 and it went to 210. Then it got to game 7, it went to 205.5. It keeps dropping because more times than not, you're going to see the game get slower and play tighter. The funny thing was, I said, I bet one of these teams doesn't score 100. And I was right. The problem was another team scored like $130. So it went over the total and I lost that. I went 2-3 in my top plays, 3-0 in my leans, and I went 1-3 in my props. And I felt like we deserved so much better in the prop plays. If I didn't pick a game that there were 9 runs scored and I picked the one guy that went 0 for 2 with 2 walks and scored 1 run and I had him over 1.5 bases, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And walks don't count, guys. Yeah, so I had a bunch of those yesterday, and that's just how it went, man. It's just a frustrating day. And I did get fortunate in some of the overplays I had as teams scored a bunch of runs late. The one that really stifles me, and I got to realize it at some point, is the Kansas City Royals. They've been in so many games where they have the best hitting situation with pitcher considered, weather considered, all of it. Wind blowing out 15 miles an hour, just get the ball in the air. and everybody pounds the ball into the ground. So just a frustrating day yesterday, and that's even going 2-3. So where do we go today? Let's take a look. First off, I've got something in each sport. We'll start with the WNBA. I like Connecticut and Phoenix to go over the 175.5, 176. This is going to be a very fast-paced game. I think we see a ton of points there. In the NBA, just talked about it, Spurs and Thunder. I like the under and the Thunder. 219.5. I think the Thunder win and cover tonight too. I just like this total to go under a little bit more than the Thunder to cover this 6.5. And remember, when these teams played in the regular season, the Thunder were favored by like 10.5. And they were favored by like 8 on the road. And now they're at home and it's 6.5. And I think people are going, oh, that's too many points. Thunder.
Oh, they're a cover machine.
Yeah, I know the Spurs went 3-1 against them this year. Have to wait and see how this series plays out. It's a totally different beast in the postseason. But I do like this game to go under the total. And as I said, in the NHL, I like Montreal and Buffalo to go under the 5.5. Now, the weather for today, there's a lot of great spots. We've got the Mets over and the Padres over. These are the 3 best spots. And I'm on 2 of these totals, and the other one I like a side. Phillies over is great. Cubs over, best spot on the board today. Royals over, another great spot. I'm on the Royals over. I'm on the Cubs over. I'm on the Reds in the Phillies game. I do think it's a great spot for hitters. I like the way this Reds team matches up with Andrew Painter. Lots of speed. He's been hitting a lot of bats. I think he needs to have his come to Jesus meeting because this is a top pitching prospect that doesn't look like a top pitching prospect right now. But I do like the Reds. They're plus 110 to win that game outright. Cubs in Milwaukee, you heard me say the Cubs over is the best spot, so that means the wind's blowing out at Wrigley, and that's exactly what we got. You got the Brewers team that just got healthy, so the likes of Jackson Churio, you got Bryce Terang up top. Even Christian Yelich is back now. I think he hit a bomb yesterday or Saturday. So you've got some power there. With the wind blowing out at about 15 miles an hour to right field, yeah, you're going to want to take a look at some of the lefty bats. But my favorite bat in the game is Seiya Suzuki. Over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's plus 130. If you don't want to go the plus 130, I get you. You go over 1.5. You're going to pay the juice on it, but I like both. I like them to go yard. I said boths. I like both. Boths. I like boths of them. Yeah, to make everything plural. I do like Boston and Kansas City to go over the 9. Jaron Duran in that game, over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. I like the Marlins. Arizona and San Francisco is a game where everybody's hammering the under, and I think the over is a great play. In fact, I like your guy, Ketel Marte, over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. He's minus 165, so you're going to have to pay up for it. But, so that's all my baseball plays. My top 5 today would be the Cubs Brewers over, Red Sox Royals over, the Reds, Mercury and Sun to go over, D-backs Giants over. And, guys, I don't get caught up. If I like 8 overs, I'm betting 8 overs. I don't get caught up and it's like, oh, I got too many overplays. Some days the hitting weather is just so good. Don't do the whole stereotypical thing of like, oh, well, if 4 are going to go over, then that means at least 3 or 4 have to go under. No, they're great spots. I'm going to attack them. And it's kind of like the aim small, miss small thing. If I attack the 5 best spots and I go 4-1 or 3-2, it's still a winning day and I'll take it. But I do like those 5. My prop plays today, I kind of gave them all out. I like Ellie De La Cruz, Seiya Suzuki, Jaron Duran, and Ketel Marte quite a bit. Tomorrow when we get to it, there is so much wind tomorrow blowing out. You might have a 12 total in the Wrigley game tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see based upon the pitching matchup. But there you go. Just to recap real quick, my favorite play today would be that Cubs Brewers over if you're just looking at playing one game. Now, we've got Kevin Allstreicher who's going to be coming up next. We're going to get to him, talk some Ravens with him. You and I were talking a little bit about like gambling and things like that and just approach. And I know you were doing some MGM stuff over the weekend. Mm-hmm. Like, it is funny to look at the state of gambling today and how things are going. Because if you get good at all, if you're winning money, you're going to find a way to get limited. If you're a part of a group and you guys are sharing plays and you're winning, you're going to end up getting limited. So as soon as you get good enough, they take it away.
Of course.
Or they limit you. And then the thing that they'll keep doing is keep giving you these bonuses because they want you to bet. Like, they'll send you, hey, here's a 3-team parlay boost. You got to bet 3 teams on a same-game parlay. So you're looking at it and you're like, God, man, that's a 150% boost. I got to take it.
Right.
And now you're looking for 2 things that you don't like in that game, you know? So fans do it all the time and get mixed into that. But I think the gambling world and all these people that they're not sponsoring yet, Kalshi and Poly Market and all that.
Oh, they're terrible.
I think that's a hot mess, man. I ain't even touching it. They just had a sit down where the people from, I think it was Kalshi, they were sitting down at a table with beers and like burgers and stuff. It reminded you of when they were doing the whole thing of the CEOs of all the fast food restaurants trying their burgers. And it was like, come on, man, you don't like that.
Right.
You don't like that. They were all sitting around. They had beers in front of them. I didn't see a single person take a sip of a beer pretending like they're one of the guys. Yeah, this is the best place to bet. Oh, what's that? You own the company? Of course you're going to tell me it's the best place to bet.
Well, what upsets me is when you get and I get it, get your money, but you got players, that end up endorsing these things. It just adds to people's untrust.
Yeah.
Or lack of trust, I should say, with some of these leagues right now. Like I'm usually the first one to push back. My brother-in-law, he's quick to say things are rigged. It's all rigged. And I'm usually like, nah, man, it's not rigged. But with some of the stuff that happens, especially if you're a bettor and you see some of the stuff that happens and how the lines affect the games, I don't have the energy to combat it because I could understand why one would feel that way.
Yeah. I've suffered way more losses at weird things. I'm like, there's no way that happened. There's just no way that this literally just happened. And it happens all the time. Like there's some strange losses. I'm not saying that games aren't fixed or can't be fixed, but not as much as people are making it out to be. To me, that's just being a little bit of a sore loser. It's just what happens. All right, we've got Kevin Ostrakers coming up next. We're going to get to the encore, what we learned, all that more. But we're going to talk Ravens, maybe get into what he thinks about Aaron Rodgers going to the Steelers again. All that and more right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
You feel that? That's spring. Hey, it's Ed. Why should flowers have all the fun? I stopped by Lion's Den. Now the mood at home hits different. Awaken your senses at Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, locations locally, and lionsden.com.
It's Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event this week. What you pay is what you get back. Purchase any new Harley Sportster from us and get your purchase price back on trade. Patriot Harley is part of the #1 sales volume Harley dealer group in the DMV. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved. Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event is now through Sunday. It's the best time to trade in. Only at Patriot Harley this week. Newer 2016 or newer Sportster model. Redeem purchase price excludes tax, title, fees, and extra. Offer until 8/31/26 for trade guarantee.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Presenting fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable... It's the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like Customizing car insurance just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead, presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles avoided a sweep at the hands of the Nats yesterday, taking the series finale 7-3 behind homers from Henderson, Mayo, and Kowser. But overall, a frustrating weekend for the Birds, as all the hard-hit balls seemingly landed in the gloves of the Nationals. Friday night saw Baltimore record the highest average exit velocity as a lineup since 2015, and that unlucky feeling continued into Saturday's loss as well. Thankfully, the worm turned yesterday, and skipper Craig Albernaz was happy with the way his guys stayed the course despite a pair of exasperating losses.
They didn't waver in the clubhouse. They know they were putting good swings on it and barreling at the ball, hitting it hard, and you hope eventually to also find some holes, and today we did, and our guys did a great job of competing every inning and having great at-bats throughout the game.
Baltimore's road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from the Trop, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Jeremy Kahn, Cordell Woodland here. Rob Long's off this week. It's a Big Bad Morning Show. They got my credence. Thanks, man. We're going to welcome in Kevin Oestreicher, Locked on Ravens podcast. Kevin, how are you, man?
Doing well. Just, checking off the boxes to the regular season. OTA starting up, and another milestone this off season that has been very event-filled for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Cordell and I were kind of talking about that as he'll be headed out as well. But the situation with the Steelers, real quick, before we get into the Ravens re-signing Aaron Rodgers, does that do anything for you one way or the other?
No, it helps the Ravens, in my opinion. I mean, I think that, with Pittsburgh, they're just going in the wrong direction there, in my opinion. If I was Pittsburgh, I would have gone after Kyler Murray. It's just like at this point, we saw Pittsburgh for so many years, when Pittsburgh had Kenny Pickett and Duck Hodges and, Mason Rudolph at quarterback. It was really their defense that carried them, and the quarterback just did enough or even made mistakes, and the defense still was able to win games. But now it's kind of like the defense took a step back last season from pretty elite to just kind of mediocre. And, if you're Pittsburgh, I mean, I liked the moves that they made around Aaron Rodgers, bringing in Michael Pittman and Jerry Bernard in the draft. But, I feel like you're waiting on a guy again for the second straight off season. He kind of has you in the palm of his hand again, and is just not that type of quarterback anymore in terms of star level. So, I mean, they needed it to happen. He was their only option again. But I think that benefits Baltimore because I don't really think it pushes them over the top as some huge contender.
Kevin, we're now in the part of the offseason where guys are getting on the field for team activities. As we kind of look at this roster, and we know the Ravens, they're still adding pieces to this roster over the last couple of weeks. Are there any positions you'd like to see them add to?
Yeah, obviously I think center is the big one, and we'll kind of see the confidence level that they have in certain guys at that position, whether it's Javon Gwynn, Denny Pinter, Corey Bullock, Nick Dawkins, who was the undrafted free agent, obviously. There are just limited options available right now, which I think is the thing where Graham Glasgow is probably the by far and away best option. And, you kind of have your question marks there with him. So is there a guy on the trade market that makes sense for them? Is there a guy that's going to get cut that makes sense for them? That's one option. And then, it's going to be interesting to see how they feel about a guy like Adisa Isaac. I could see them trying to bring in another edge guy, depending on their feelings there, whether it's Jadeveon Clowney, bringing back Kyle Van Noy, someone along those lines. Now, if they were, I think 6 outside linebackers is probably a bit too many unless they want to cut from some other position, like, I don't know, offensive line, running back, et cetera. So I don't know where they would go there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did try to make a move like that. I think safety was one that I kind of had circled, but, they make the move for Kayvon Wallace there. And then inside linebacker is interesting, too, just because, depending on where Teddy Buchanan is with his recovery and how they feel about certain guys in that room, maybe another vet with Roquan Smith could do some good. But, honestly, I think their roster's in a really good spot right now. I mean, they addressed their trenches pretty heavily this offseason. Obviously, the roster's not perfect, but I do think that if you're looking at, like, big positions, center is probably the one that everyone's talking about right now, and it probably makes the most sense. And then, like I mentioned, outside linebacker or safety, or not safety anymore, but inside linebacker is probably where I'm looking.
Talking to Kevin Oestreicher here on the Big Bad Morning Show. And Kev, what about head coach Jesse Minter? We heard the comments from Kyle Hamilton and how much he likes him. I feel like I hate comparing him to somebody that's already been here and he's got to establish his own, but I do feel like we have another Mike McDonald in our hand.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Minter, obviously, is we know he's a defensive genius and, what he's been able to do, whether it's Vanderbilt, Michigan, obviously Los Angeles. First 2 years as a defensive coordinator there. But, I mean, he's such an elevator of talent where he just puts guys in position to succeed, whether it's veterans who are looking to revive their careers or young draft picks that are maybe day 3 picks that aren't household names, guys that are looking to establish themselves. I mean, the Chargers were towards the bottom. I think they might have been at the bottom of defensive spending last season, right around there. And you still had guys that, weren't household names being studs and stars in that defense. So I'm excited for Jesse Minter, especially with the messaging. I mean, obviously, there's a commitment with Jesse Minter and what his messaging has been to build relationships, communication, and just making sure that all that stuff gets taken care of. And, it might seem simple where it's just like, yeah, communication, all these little things. But, I mean, you got to get the little stuff down before the big stuff can happen. And so I think that, at times for Baltimore over the last handful of seasons, we saw a bunch of defensive communication breakdowns in the defensive backfield or guys not being on the same page. And I think that Jesse Minter and this coaching staff is really, really committed to making sure that not only do they put the players in the best position to succeed, but they have all the tools going out there to feel as prepared as possible. That's stuff that we've heard them say. So I think the messaging has absolutely been there for Jesse Minter. I think that it builds a healthy culture within the building. And I think that for me, that's big on top of who we know Jesse Minter is as a defensive play caller and someone that I think is going to really elevate that unit for as long as he is the head coach in Baltimore.
Kevin, we had the schedule released last Thursday. Anything from the schedule stand out to you?
I mean, I think ending the season with the 4 division games, that's obviously going to be a really important stretch for them. The beginning of the season, though, is super important for me, and I think that they have a really nice landing spot to be able to kind of figure out who they are in their first 6 weeks where, last season, for example, it was just unbelievable. You had 5 your first 6 games against division winners and your first 4 games. I think those teams in the Chiefs, the Lions, and the Bills had over 13 wins the previous year. Then you get teams this year that it's more of a soft landing spot. And look, no game is like easy in the NFL. I mean, these are professionals and everything. But, a game against the Colts and the Saints, and, then you go to Brazil to face Dallas, and then you come back and you get the Titans in week 4, then you get the Falcons and the Browns. I think that's a really nice, soft landing spot to be able to say, okay, these are teams that they can beat, and they also will hopefully, I'm not guaranteeing anything, but hopefully have the room to go out there and maybe make mistakes, figure out who they are a little bit. So the beginning of the year is super important because, again, they've started so slow these last couple of seasons, and, it's impacted, whether it's their seeding, their ability to make the playoffs, Like it really does matter there. So I think that when you're looking at Baltimore, you can always kind of split the season up into 3 or 4 segments of it once the schedule comes out. But you do have that like week 1 through 6 range, and then 7 through 12 is going to be pretty challenging with the amount of quarterbacks they're going to have to face there with, in that stretch having Burrow, Allen, Lawrence, Herbert, and then, maybe take a step down. You have Bryce Young and then CJ Stroud there. So that 7 through 12 stretch, and then obviously the end of the season coming out of the bye week too is going to be important to end the season strong. And, hopefully they'll have the division wrapped up by the time we get to week 18 for that Steelers game.
Kevin Allstriker joining us here. Hey, Kev, tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me over at Locked On Ravens. We are a 5-day-a-week plus more daily Ravens podcast. So you can find us over on YouTube in video form and in audio form wherever you get your podcasts. We're twice per day, 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. We have a lot of other stuff going on there as well. And you can find me on social media at ChaosStriker34.
Good stuff, man. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Kevin.
Absolutely appreciate you.
All right, good stuff. Kev's great. Now, you and I, we really didn't get a chance to touch on the schedule as much. Did anything stand out to you? Because it's the same thing that I've been saying. Those 4 straight divisional games seems weird to me at the end of the season. They don't travel much outside of the going to Brazil. Mm-hmm. And even then, you're not losing your home game there. It's a road game for you still. The 2 Thursday night games, the short weeks, I think that stands out. And then not taking the bye after the Brazil game. I think it's smart, but what does that mean in the next week? So what stood out to you?
Yeah, I think with the schedule, one thing I like to do is kind of look at some of the games, the sleeper games a little bit. It's always the win percentage or strength of schedule now, and we don't know what these teams are going to look like. And I think a team like Carolina, going to Carolina, that was a playoff team last year. They got better as the year went on. That defense isn't anything to turn your nose up at. We'll see if Bryce Young can continue to build on what he's been able to do. But, they were pretty tough at home last year. That's one that intrigues me, and a lot of people have laughed at me, and I've just sticking in the South, like the Saints week 2. Obviously, that's a game the Ravens should win, and it's their home opener. But, in the grand scheme of things of the division, I actually look at the Saints as a team that could be in the running for the South. I don't think very highly of the NFC South, to be honest with you. The Falcons are the most talented team, but I don't think that guarantees that they're going to win it, as we've seen in years past. I talked about the Panthers. They could easily regress. Who's the other team I'm thinking that I'm forgetting in the
Bucs?
South? The Bucs. I think the Bucs are going to take a huge step back this year, losing Evans. I don't necessarily feel great about Bucky Irvin and that shoulder again right now going into this year. I just think the Bucs have teetered and have lived above water for the last few years. I think this might be the year that they kind of bottom out a little bit. So I think the NFC South is going to be up for grabs. The Texans, that defense is probably the best defense in football. Having to go there won't be easy. We'll see what CJ Stroud looks like this year. And even the Falcons, I don't know what Penix's status will be. Everybody's sour on Tua, as they should be. But Atlanta looks like a spot that if Tua's going to play,
if you keep him upright,
exactly.
Tua led the league in passing before, or at least was up at the top. I think he led the league, right?
Yeah, he did.
He stayed healthy.
He did.
I like everything you pointed out. So last year, Carolina was a team that I was bullish on at the beginning of the year. I even said,
me too.
I'm not telling you they make the playoffs, even though they did, but I think this is a team that takes a huge step forward. Before we step out, do you have a team that you think takes a huge step forward this year? I think this year's tougher.
The Saints is my dark horse in the South. I think that they probably mirror what the Panthers did last year. Let me see. I think the Jags will probably end up being able to kind of duplicate what they did last year. I think when you go to the East, and it's tough for me to really put a lot of stock in my Commanders. Their schedule is so brutal to start the year. I think their first 7 games are just out of this world tough. It's tough for me to really mention anybody else. I'm probably leaning on teams like the Saints to kind of make me look good this year, because I've kind of talked, not to win anything special, but to be that team that maybe wins 3 to 4 more games than everybody thought that they would.
The 2 teams I think will be better than what people think, and I don't want Rashawn calling back in, but I think the Cowboys are going to surprise some people this year. And then I think the Colts. Now, a lot of that depends on what his quarterback looked like once he gets in there. But if he looks anything like he did when he was healthy, I think that team, don't forget, they added Sauce Gardner. Mm-hmm. They added some pieces that, because they didn't have a first-round pick, you don't really think about it. So, all right, we got to step out, wrap this thing up. When we come back, it's the encore, what we learned, all that right here on 105.7 The Fan.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, that wasn't exactly how that was supposed to go. The Cleveland Cavaliers are moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals after dominating the Detroit Pistons 125-94 in Detroit in Game 7 in the Eastern Conference semifinals. Donovan Mitchell, 26 points, and the Pistons, a disappointment. I'm Drake Toll.
.105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Memorial Day sale and get 30% off paints and stains May 15th through the 28th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy-efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Speaking of disgusting, we got to get to What's in My Butt. We're going to play What's in My Butt.
My favorite. I want to play What's in My Butt.
What's in my butt, Professor Plum?
He's putting a gas pump in his butt.
I got a tiny honey hole.
It's in my ass.
So I guess that's a new open for What's in My Butt. Sorry, Cordell.
So much going on there.
The best, I don't care what anyone says, the it's in my ass, that scream, like, there has to be something done, and I know shows do this, where you go down the line and goes, hey, do you remember where this clip comes from? And we just play it and have fun with them. Because that one about Ed is... I think that one gets used more than any of the other ones.
And there's another one that needs context. If you did that game,
yeah,
we were talking about throwing at batters. I can't remember who did it.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody did something disrespectful.
Throw him right in his ass.
I would stick one right in his ass. Is what I said, something like that.
Hey, you know, Joe's...
It was a baseball reference.
Joe's feverishly looking for that, so...
1 minute later.
Has anything else ever happened to Ed, Joe?
I would put one in his ass.
Yeah, that's the one.
So it's not lost.
Yeah, it's not lost. It's been found, Ed. So
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Cordell. That's for you.
Somebody came up to me this week and it goes, my son's favorite thing that he listens to the morning show all the time. He loves World of Stew, but he brings them over kids 8.
Of course.
And I'm looking at him like, okay, all right. I don't know what to say. Which one's your favorite? Well, I like What's in My... Nope. Sorry, kid. Keep it moving. There you go. That's the encore today. It was a little fun earlier today as we talked about the pee-pee poo-poo man, if you guys missed that, and some other oddball stuff. We'll see what we have for tomorrow for Cordell. It's always fun when we have other hosts in here. Like, I get to see how Molesky reacts when imagine doing these stories with Steve sitting in your seat or whoever.
Eye-opening. I
love it. It's just, I do like getting, I don't want to say, I like seeing the way people react to certain things. Let's just put it that way.
Getting them squirmish.
Yes, absolutely. All right, we got to get to what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Well, what we learned, there's a couple things we can get into as far as what we learned. Like, in watching this, I didn't know how much you hated the Knicks.
Oh, yeah, I despise them.
That's fun for me. Like, the fact, like, I hate all Boston teams, but I don't hate the Celtics for some reason. I don't root for them, but I don't hate them. But I hate all those Boston teams, New England, whatever. Who else? Like, the New York teams, I guess because it's basketball, it's never affected me because I've never been a Wizards fan here.
Right.
And none of those teams, I don't have anything negative to say about them.
Yeah, I think it is an all New York thing for me because for the most part, I am a local sports fan for my local hometown.
Are you a Wizards fan too?
No, that's the one team I'm not. So I grew up a Bullets fan, but once they turned into the Wizards, I hated the name. I hated the jerseys. And I was looking for any reason at that time to root for my favorite player, which was Allen Iverson. So I became a Sixers fan. It's ironic enough, I kind of despise the Sixers these days.
You sound like me with the Mavericks, but
yeah,
I have a good reason to despise their ass.
I hate the Sixers. I despise all New York teams because typically most of their teams are in the same division as teams that I like. But for the NBA, I'm a Heat fan who also have a big rivalry with the Knicks. So I've always said I've hated the Knicks. Oh yeah, everybody's in on Giannis. Well, Pat's got to make something shake this all season because Miami's free falling. If he needs one of either Giannis, Ja, or Mitchell, and I don't even know if Mitchell's leaving Cleveland now with all of this stuff going on there.
Depends how far they go and what happens, right?
We'll see. From day one, he didn't want to be there. We'll see if that's still the case.
I don't know if I want Ja in Miami.
See, that's what somebody else said, but I was like, there are other distractions in South Beach to keep him away from the distractions in Memphis. He can go have legal fun in South Beach.
Yeah, he does a lot of silly things, out-of-pocket things, childish things. All right, let me get to some of these jokes here before we get out of here. Let's start it off with, you think gas and electricity are expensive. Have you seen chimneys? They're through the roof. Yeah, joke, sorry. Yeah. What do you call a duck that likes to get high? That's a quackhead. Yesterday, I learned that Ireland's capital is increasing at an exponential rate. In fact, it's doubling. They say that sniffing rosemary will improve your memory. I tried it once, but then she hit me. I don't remember much after that. Sniffing rosemary. I checked out a book on the history of barbells. It's quite heavy. Here, Mike Tyson became religious recently. Now he punches them in the face. The face. Sarah left a can of Pepsi on a fence railing at a rest stop about 60 miles south of Tampa. That's where Sarah's Soda is. Sarah's Soda. People who don't proofread your post, what are you thanking? Seriously, have a quick read before you pass it. That's me. Anyway, maybe that's one more visual. And what kind of underwear?
I got that one.
What kind of underwear does Donald Trump wear? Boxers or brief? Depends. Vinny Haynie up next. Stay tuned.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob Long, and my go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered with events all throughout May. Cinco de Mayo celebrations, Teacher Appreciation Week, Nurse Appreciation Week, which means I have excuses to celebrate with my kids. I have both. Plus, whiskey and bourbon tastings with live music, great food, great drinks, and always something happening. Locally owned, veteran-owned, Southern-inspired food with a Maryland twist. Done at a high level, Elephant in the Room on Veterans Highway in Millersville. Go to Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details, and I'll see you there.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today. And please play responsibly.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haney. Let's be honest for a second. You don't go into game day hoping things just kind of work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts, rocking and rolling. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew. And now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold is a gold standard. You want to be on top of that podium. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. We're not 22 anymore, fellas. If there's an upgrade out there, you take it. As simple as that. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Trust me on this one, guys. Be ready when your number is called. Don't let that loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey Bel Air, big news this year. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service. Get ready, call 410-838-3100 or learn more at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Sunday in D.C., the O's salvage a series against the Nats.
Popped up by Abrams, busted his bat as well. Rico Garcia gives up a hit, but nothing more. He closes a 7-3 win as the Orioles take the final game here in Washington.
The call from Kevin Brown on Mass, and Rico Garcia shuts the door on the Nats, securing a 7-3 Orioles win, avoiding a series sweep down in the district. Gunnar Henderson had a big day, going 4 for 5 with a homer and 2 driven in. Kobe Mayo also getting in on the action with a long homer to left field, and Colton Cowser went yard, his first of the season in the 4th. Anthony Nunez was your winning pitcher of record. He tossed an inning in the 3rd after starter Brandon Young labored through 3 2/3, giving up a pair of earned runs. The Birds' road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays, and the Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from South Florida slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot, highs in the low to mid-90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens, Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Struck out twice as well. He barrels this ball to right field, way deep and into the 3rd deck here in D.C. Right down the line, and that is the first home run for Gunnar Henderson since late April. Mayo with a high fly ball to deep left field. He straightened it out this time. Kobe Mayo with a 2-run jack. Boy, is this one belted. Cowser with a drive to right field, and there it is. Colton Cowser finally gets that elephant off his back. His first home run in 111 plate appearances, and it was a sizzler. Popped up by Abrams, busted his bat as well. Rico Garcia gives up a hit, but nothing more. He closes a 7-3 win as the Orioles take the final game here in Washington.
Tell you what, you know you're dealing when you give up a hit. It's newsworthy.
Yeah.
Rico Garcia. He's only given up, 2 the entire season? And he comes in and closes it out for the Orioles. They get a save because they got that tackle and run in the 9th as Gunnar Henderson drove in his 2nd run of the game. And that was Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald on the call. Masson Sports says the Orioles salvage the finale. Gunnar Henderson, 4 for 5, 397-foot blast off of the facade in right field. Off a lefty, too. Love lady. By the way, the name like that guy's in the wrong business, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes, he is.
But that was a monster blast. Kobe Mayo, who in my opinion hit the game-tying home run on Saturday, late afternoon, early evening, that was ruled foul, even though it looked like it went over the foul pole, and I'm pretty sure it landed in the fair territory seats. But it was all said and done, but that was no doubter. And Colton Cowser hit his first home run of the season. This guy he's been terrible. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And he's never recovered from the broken thumb that he suffered the first series of the year last year against Toronto. He still hit, like 15 home runs last year or something like that. But he was nowhere near the guy he was when he, finalist for Rookie of the Year, finished second to Luis Gil, pitcher for the Yankees. He has been a below average offensive player.
Yep.
He's still a good defensive player. And you can make a case out next to Tavares, he's the second best defensive outfielder they have. But it has been a struggle for him. Now, does this catapult him into something? I don't know. It's just like the Orioles as a team. You take 2 out of 3 from New York. You go play the Nats in D.C., where they've been terrible this year. With a pitching staff, they've got the second highest earned run average in Major League Baseball. And you're getting shut out into the 9th inning. You scrape 3 runs together on Saturday. Now, they got on him early. Lovelady gave up the homer to Gunnar, and then Michaelis kind of got pounded up a little bit. And he's an aging guy, good pitcher, but a little bit past his prime, so they made him pay. But you went in there taking on a team that was ripe for the picking. Even though they just taken 2 out of 3 from Cincinnati, to their credit, because they're much better than Nats on the road. But their last game, they lost 15-1. They had position players throwing baseballs. And to go in there and just the offensive effort, and Bassett wasn't great Saturday by any stretch of the imagination. But the offensive inconsistencies continue to be a bugaboo for this team. All right, they busted out last night. You have Rasmussen tonight, McClanahan tonight. Rasmussen won yesterday. McClanahan, who grew up with Cal Ripken pictures on his wall. Lefty, who's had a ton of injury problems over the course of his career, but he's 4-2, 227. Trevor Rogers for the Birds, which we'll talk about throughout the course of the show. But, do you expect the offense to carry over against a really good pitcher? I don't know. Now, if they could, start stacking some things, as we've discussed, as we're now... Can you believe it's Memorial Day weekend coming up this weekend? Today's the 18th. By the way, it's my sister's birthday. Happy birthday, Dawn. But we've never seen them just be this thorough, count on 5 runs per game offensive machine. There's too many Ks. There's too many double plays with runners in scoring position. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here's your ending double play. No sac fly, too shallow to score the run from third. Yeah. Strikeout, runner in first and second, nobody out. You don't even advance the runner. We've seen this way too often. When is it going to change? Gunnar, great game yesterday, disappointing overall season. Adley, exceeding expectations, let's be honest. Even though I didn't play yesterday. And Blaze Alexander didn't play at all in the series. Got a couple of defensive thingies there, but he wasn't in the starting lineup at all against the Nats. And the irony there is he was one of the hottest hitters on the team going into the series. Alonso's got his, he's got
up and down
hot streaks there. And, Ward gets on base consistently enough, and that's great. But, his doubles have kind of tailed off. He still sits at 1 homer. Muscles O'Neal's been a disappointment offensively, even though he did go deep on Saturday. Basayo's been great. I'm not going to beef about him. Jeremiah Jackson's been in totality good, but he's cooled off a lot. By the way, he's one of the main culprits in these double plays that could be inning-ending killers or rally killers. My point is, they just aren't consistent enough offensively to make you think they can string together 5 of 6. Hell, 3 in a row, which they haven't done in over a month. 8 of 10. Look at the Phillies, 15-4. since Mattingly took over. You know why? Because the pitching stabilized and Kyle Schwarber's on fire.
Yeah, no doubt.
Your star is like playing like a star. They beat Paul Skeens yesterday, beat his brains in, as a matter of fact. So the Phillies are percolating. I don't know if the Orioles' starting pitching is good enough, and definitely the offense is consistent enough to maintain that level of streak, at least based on the players that are on the team right now. Trevor Rogers has to step up tonight. Yeah. That's a duh. You have to step up and be a guy for them, because right now he's a detriment to the team. And he wasn't even great when he was pitching well early. I mean, he's good enough, but still ducks on the pond, no one get in here. But now he's giving up a ton of home runs. His starts aren't lasting long. The pitch counts are elevated. His command is taking a hike on him. He's got to step up tonight. I don't know if they're going to win. I would bet against them, quite frankly, if I was putting a wager on this game. But Trevor Rogers at least give us, Oriole fans, and certainly the Orioles themselves as an organization, hope that you're back to whatever you were before. Because his struggles have been pretty much ongoing for the better part of a month when he was pitching.
Right, and you don't know what kind of support you're going to get, right? So it's a tough spot to be if you're the pitcher. By no means am I making an excuse for the way Trevor Rogers has pitched as of late, especially compared to what we know he is capable of over an extended period of time. But yeah, is it going to be like Friday night where you got to go out there, oh man, I got to be nearly perfect tonight. We're only going to get a couple runs on the board, even against their opposing bullpen. So I got to be dialed in and the pressure's turned up that much higher. Or is it going to be like yesterday where everyone's hitting home runs and it's so fruitful that you can withstand only 3 2/3 from Brandon Young? There's no way of knowing day to day. And that's why I'm with you, Bob. Like, the biggest source of frustration out of all the things, and we could make a really long list of things that frustrate you about the Orioles this year. The offense has to be at the top of that list because it is fixable, or at the very least, I should say, it should be a lot better than it is based on paper. When we look at the defense is a lost cause. It was set up to be average at best, more than likely below average, and it's been downright terrible at times.
They live down to the expectations.
There's no savior, right? There's no, I can't point to this, that, the other thing and say, oh, it's going to get better, right? It is what it is. The offense can be better, should be much, much better. Trevor Rogers as an individual can be better, should be much, much better. So those things much higher on the frustration list for me.
And if for Trevor Rogers, just go out and do your job. And don't worry about Gunnar going 0 for 4 with 3 Ks. You can't control that. Yep. You can control making Caminero slow down and Yandy Diaz and all these other guys that they have raking. They've won 18 of their last 22 games. They're the hottest team in baseball. I mean, they're in first place in the American League's Eastern Division. So that's a team that does, and they're 16-5 at home. Trevor Rogers, just go out and do your job. You can't control what Albernez does with the lineup or how he handles his bullpen. Make it easy for him in that regard by going out there and giving him 6 strong innings. How's that sound? But the offense, don't worry about that. You make sure their offense isn't putting up crooked numbers.
Yeah, when you talk about, getting on a streak, especially a long streak, you've got inconsistent defense, which has been playing a little bit better as of late, but your starting pitching is inconsistent. Your hitting is inconsistent. So how can you get on a consistent streak when you have nothing consistent other than the bullpen?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And the bullpen, if you're always at a disadvantage, and they got teed off. Eflin and Aiken. Not Eflin, Kittredge and Aiken on Saturday. Come on.
Jesus.
What there was the match light fuel? Because Mayo hit the tying home run, but they still cut it to 4-3. They called it foul. And then Aiken comes in and goes, all right, there you go.
They couldn't even get it out.
Just go ahead and extend the lead. I thought, it was bad.
Bullpen as a whole, surprisingly good this year, but you look at a game like yesterday where they've got to eat a couple extra innings more than anticipated, and you go into a tough series like this, you're thinking, all right, well, at least for tonight, Cano's off the table, Garcia's off the table, Helsley's on the shelf, Nunez off the table, so even more on the shoulders of Trevor Rogers tonight. Go deep for your own sake. Sure. I'm with you, Bob. Forget, it's all solo here. Not selfish, right? You're not just playing for yourself, but if that's what helps you simplify things, go for it, right? Don't worry about the offense. Don't worry about anything else. But I think there is a lot of pressure on tonight just because your bullpen did get used up yesterday. You don't know what you're getting out of that offense tonight. A lot riding on Rogers' arm.
Yeah, Brandon Young was staked a 5-run lead and I guess didn't want to win. I guess he wasn't feeling a win yesterday down in D.C. Series is over. The Orioles dropped 2 out of 3. Now they're down in the Trop taking on the first-place Rays, who took 2 out of 3 in their series against the Miami Marlins. OTAs. Yep. Open to the media tomorrow. We'll get into all of that good stuff. The attendance report is usually the first thing. Well, who's there? Who's not there? First one for Jesse Minter. You would assume, based on the early offseason activities, that everyone should be in attendance. Question is, will Lamar Jackson speak to the media for the first time since the Steelers loss? Going back to, January?
Yeah.
Early January. And everything else that goes on in between. You got 3 weeks of OTAs, one open to the media each week. Then you have mandatory minicamp in early June, less than a month.
June 9th and 10th, I believe. Yeah.
And then you've got the 2 days, and then that's a wrap until training camp. So Ravens news coming at you this week. You want to get in and talk about that, you can at 410-583-1057. Preakness Stakes was at the Laurel Racetrack. Napoleon Solo wins the race. A very impressive run at that. Now we got 3 weeks between the Belmont Stakes and the Preakness. Will the Kentucky Derby winner be part of the Belmont, at least give you a little drama there for the end of the Triple Crown. You got the NBA playoffs closure in the East. Now the conference finals are set because it's same thing happened over the weekend in the Western Conference. There's a Game 7 tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs and the Western Conference finals set there as well. So it's a lot going on. Orioles lose the series but win the game. What does all of this mean? Can they catapult themselves to respectability? Still a lot of questions to ask and a lot of concerns with the team.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Spring is the perfect time to step up to the plate. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and baseball season is back. There's no better time to get your health back on track, and LifeBet Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical-grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan, not just a quick fix. To find the best location for you, visit lifemedinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. No real musical themes on a Monday. We just kind of go with Nolan's flow. Is Billy Joel?
You got it.
You gonna Billy Joel New York State of Mind? Is because the Mets took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees? Is that where we're going, or it's just by happenstance?
Happenstance. Yeah. Always happenstance. Never planned.
Orioles do lose 2 out of 3 from the Nats after taking 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, who were starting to stack series losses here. And yesterday, we'll talk about it more in the AL East report, the way their game ended was like the Keystone Cops and their closer giving up the 3-run homer in the bottom of the 9th. But that's their problem. The Orioles have their own. Gunnar 4 for 5 with a homer and 2 ribbies. What does this mean? I don't know. We'll see what he does tonight against McClanahan and the rest. Colton Cowser finally hit his first home run. Muscles O'Neal went deep along with Bassiah. They went back-to-back Saturday. And Mayo thought he hit the game-tying homer on Saturday. I wasn't the umpire on the left field line, but it is what it is. But he went deep yesterday, and there was no doubt about it. I tell you what, Kobe Mayo does not hit cheap home runs.
No.
They are impressive blasts. But as we sit here on this Monday, Orioles are still in 4th place, 10 games out of the first place spot, game and a half out of the wild card. Because right now, and here's the harsh reality of things, everyone, you have the Rays, Yankees, Guardians, White Sox above 500. Everyone else is 500 or below. The Orioles are a below mediocre team in a mediocre American League. And Nate George wasn't going to be here this year, probably even next year. And we'll talk about this with Steve Molesky at 11:30. But their top prospect is going to be out for an extended period of time. And Mike Elias was meeting with the media on Friday, I believe it was, and really didn't tell you what was wrong with him. Wasn't like, well, he got hit in the face with a fastball or he broke his arm. Kind of vague in why, a 19, 20-year-old guy is going to be on the shelf for a while. So, babe, Jackson Holiday's looking like he's getting ready. Kerstad, too. So, there you go. Look for the positivity. Let's get out to the phones. 410-583-1057 is the number. Go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's up?
What's going on, Vinny and Bob?
What's up, man?
Not to brag, Bob, but that swing that was more like a Ken Griffey style swing for Colton Cowser did produce a bomb.
Boy, he needed it. I don't care if he used an aluminum bat. Stadium. And that was a missile. I mean, that thing had a nice little... You could hang clothes on that thing.
Oh, yeah. Great swing from the dude that's been struggling pretty good. But, I think after all the very good calls you hear from all the callers around our city, in order to build a contender, it's unfortunate that we're going to have to filter through who's worthy of being on this team to make it a contender. And kind of like Nolan was saying, I mean, you can't get the bats rolling. You ain't winning games. But just in a closing thought, Bob and Betty, maybe just for once, it doesn't have to be permanent, but maybe we could just throw somebody else out there to get an inning or two and let Trevor Rogers kind of feel his way into the game without getting bombarded. Anything to try to just change the tide, in my opinion. It don't have to be permanent, but, what do you think?
I hear you. Hey, Kevin, thanks for the call. He's going with the opener philosophy. Like yesterday, Nationals did with Lovelady, and then Michaelis came in. Yeah. And then last week, Aiken started, and Bassett came in and pitched his best game as an Oriole. I mean, I think in this day and age of analytics and overanalyzing instead of just going with feel, all things are on the table. But they've already announced that Trevor Rogers. Now, if he get banged up tonight, then maybe improvise and adapt. Because as we've discussed too, not only is he costing himself money, because every time he was pitching early in the season, we're like, every win, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Well, that's kind of tempered just a little bit. The big free agent pitchers this offseason are going to be Skubal, coming off his third elbow procedure. Freddie Peralta, who's having a good year for the Mets. Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, we'll get to him because he finally ended our misery over the weekend. But Trevor Rogers was going to be that guy. And what I was saying was like, if he's going to be one of the 3 or 4 top free agents in the offseason, you got him in the building, just go ahead and sign it. But have things changed? I mean, how quickly we forget. Him not being good has lasted longer than him being good, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. Now, when he was good, he was AL Pitcher of the Month good in a league that's got, Skubal and all these other studs. Garrett Crochet last year. I mean, he got Cy Young votes, Trevor Rogers, based on basically 2.5 months of performing really well. But if we start to see a trend where his velocity's never been high 90s, but he can crank it up to 94, 95. But he's not throwing strikes anymore. And what he's also doing, what he wasn't doing last year, he's giving up a lot of souvenirs. He had that game in Cleveland where it was almost like, hey, hit a home run off of Trevor Rogers Day, like the fan giveaway. And you get a free bobblehead if you go deep. He has become very giving in the home run category when he was as stingy as he could be last year.
And he can't get people out with 2 strikes.
No. And that's kind of an Oriole.
No doubt.
Shane Boz, hello, front and center there. So what do you think, Nolan McGraw? Is Trevor Rogers on the verge of, needing Michael, a Freudian slip, Mike Elias, Craig Alvarez to peruse the lineup and go, well, let's bring in Joe Blow to get through the first inning of all right-handed hitters. And then Trevor Rogers gets, as they say now, bulk innings.
I mean, it's not what I would typically expect to do with Rogers. Again, I don't think anyone saw this being the conversation about him here in the middle of May, but I think you got to explore everything. But again, it goes back to that bullpen conversation right now. I mean, like, let's say for tonight's start, for example, who am I throwing out there for the first inning that I feel very confident in actually delivering in that opener role, right? And it does get dicey because it's not always as simple as, well, it's going to work out perfectly. He gets through the inning and then we pick it up clean in the second inning. What if the opener goes out there and starts giving up base runner after base runner? And you kind of, all right, do we just abruptly bring Rogers in the middle of an inning with traffic on the base pass? That's not fair to him. That's completely counterproductive. Would have rather just had him start clean from the jump. So it's not a guarantee to help. There is a bit of a dice roll to it, but I think it's worth exploring for sure.
Trevor Rogers last year gave up 6 home runs. Pardon me, he's given up 5 so far this season. Orioles, they do win the finale. Gunnar Henderson, 4 for 5 with a homer. Pretty impressive one at that. And 2 ribbies. How do you feel about his performance? Overall, disappointing series in Washington, though. I mean, you're coming off a series win against New York, and you drop 2 out of 3 to a team that's, like in that crazy mix in the National League for sure. OTAs tomorrow, open to the media as Jesse Minter has his first go-around as Ravens head coach in that category. A lot of new coaches, a lot of young players that we're all intrigued to see, and a lot of questions we've been asking since the end of the season that have been unanswered as of now.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda, Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, sale priced way below MSRP. Fuel-efficient hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CRVs.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Diamonds, they make earrings sparkle. Gold, it makes a necklace shine. Yeah. You want to know the best things that diamonds and gold make? Scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Whether you play one or the other or both, you'll have lots of sparkly, shiny fun. With diamonds, gold, and instant cash, how could you not? Please play responsibly.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your oats. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
The Orioles avoided a sweep at the hands of the Nats yesterday, taking the series finale 7-3 behind homers from Henderson, Mayo, and Kalzer. But overall, a frustrating weekend for the Birds, as all the hard-hit balls seemingly landed in the gloves of the Nationals. Friday night saw Baltimore record the highest average exit velocity as a lineup since 2015, and that unlucky feeling continued into Saturday's loss as well. Thankfully, the worm turned yesterday, and skipper Craig Albernaz was happy with the way his guys stayed the course despite a pair of exasperating losses.
They didn't waver in the clubhouse. They know they were putting good swings on it and barreling at the ball, hitting it hard, and you hope eventually those will find some holes, and today we did, and our guys did a great job of competing every inning and having great at-bats throughout the game.
Baltimore's road trip continues this evening with their first series of the season against the red-hot Tampa Bay Rays. The Fan will get you prepped for tonight's opener with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, beginning at 5:30. First pitch from the Trop, slated for 6:40. Your Monday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly sunny skies and hot. Highs in the low to mid 90s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Ravens Terps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Ken Wyman's listening. He's rocking and rolling. Springsteen. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles, as we've talked about, first half hour of the show, they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nats. They salvaged the finale. Another one of these litmus test series where they go to the drop, taking on the Rays, who just took 2 out of 3 from Miami. They're 16-5 at home, 30-15 overall. We shall see. That's why they play the games. We'll talk more about the Rays with Neil Solondz from Rays Radio coming up top of the hour. And talk about what's going on with Nate George. Illness keeping him out for a while is the Mike Elias quote. And, we don't want to pry into the young man's business. He's only 20 years old, but he had ascended to the Orioles' top prospect status. Now he's going to be out for a while, and we just hope it's the best because we go back to when Heston Kjerstad was the second pick in the draft, and he had myocarditis, a heart-related issue, which kept him out for a year. Now he's fighting his way back down at Norfolk. But we'll get into all of that good stuff and then some. If you want to join us, you can. 410-583-1057. Ravens, OTAs tomorrow, and it officially starts today, right?
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I think so. Okay. Yes.
So we will get the Ravens Cecil B. DeMille produced videos of players showing up and that kind of the
if Lamar's there, they'll definitely have him on video,
right? Or Derrick Henry,
Hamilton.
Yeah, I mean, all your fancy guys, if they show up, they're going to get the production, and rightfully so. But as we've talked about before, with OTAs this year, voluntary, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
New coaching staff, new schemes, new coordinators.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of new.
Everything's new.
Yeah, surrounding the team. So I would think it would behoove the players, coaches, and all involved, the team, to be on the same page. You can't insist on things because it's not a mandatory occasion, but still, look, we were 8-9 last year.
Yeah,
we were the betting favorite to win the Super Bowl, and everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And now that the schedule's been released, not that should matter, Vinny, by the way, we could be on a nice little run here early to start the year. So I think it would be beneficial, and I'm stating the obvious, of course, for everyone to be there as much as they possibly can in a voluntary setting before mandatory stuff starts in less than a month.
And the biggest reason, all right, they say a lot of the veterans were there, Bob, for the right before the draft.
Off-season program and all that.
Yeah, the off-season program and then the veterans mini camp. All right, now we've got all the rookies interjected in there too. So, let's put it all together because today is the first time that rookies have been together on the field. So, what does that look like? Where's Venga lining? Is he at the left guard or, is he at the right guard? Who knows? And the first thing, most of the media, Bob, who's lining up at center?
Right.
Who's the starting center with the first group?
Those three.
Yeah, no doubt.
In the interior.
No doubt. And then how are the tight ends incorporated in there? And then how do the young receivers look? And what's the deal with Marlon Humphrey? Right. Are we going to see him here or not here after June? Who knows? So, and then the punter. We haven't seen him punt yet.
Nope.
So we're going to get a chance to see.
Didn't know who he was until they drafted him, to be totally honest.
No doubt about it. So, yeah, there's a lot of question marks that people are going to want to see tomorrow. And, you want to hear Lamar talk tomorrow if he's here, and you made a good point. He's going to be asked a lot about Harbs, probably.
Yeah, well, no one said that.
And especially Well, they'll probably not have Zay talk for a while.
Because of the tough practices.
Yeah.
We retired.
Yeah.
We ran out of steam and all that. But Lamar, they're when you don't speak to the local media, and again, he didn't really talk to any media. Yeah, he's not obligated to do it until the season starts. Then we see him every Wednesday when he practices, of course.
Yeah.
But, all right. How you been, Lamar? I'm great. Congratulations on getting your jersey retired, your high school team. Awesome. Saw you at the Derby. Hope you won a couple of bucks. What do you think of Harps getting fired? You know what I mean? It's like Jesse Minter. You knew him, but when Minter was here before, he was linebacker coach, and that was 19 and 20, so it was young Lamar.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much a linebacker coach, interacts with a quarterback.
Little. Yeah, very little.
In that kind of thing. He knows Anthony Weaver, who was an assistant here just a few seasons ago. So, like Declan Doyle's a year older than he is. You know what I mean? So there's an age gap that really doesn't exist. It's like, how excited are you? I mean, the typical, and then the contract one is going to be, how's it going, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, those are going to be. And Bob, you know who else I want to hear talk? If people talk, the Loopster.
Yeah.
What have you been doing in the offseason? How do you prepare yourself if you're in that situation again?
I don't know. Nolan, get in here real quick, because I'm thinking it's not similar to Mark Andrews. Because Mark Andrews was a proven vet who had made a ton of money. He pieced out on talking to the media after the game, as we recall, then sent out a social media. And then eventually, I think it was at OTAs, right?
Yes.
Talked to the media. It took him a few months to do so. Would they be willing to, Nolan, just based on what we know about how the Ravens media process has worked over the years, new head coach and all, would they throw the Loopster out there to the Wolves here on a OTA Tuesday, or at the very least at some point before training camp starts?
No, I think it'd be strange for the kicker, a non-Justin Tucker, tenured here for 8 to 10 years type of kicker, to speak at OTAs. That would be strange to me.
I think,
and he, to the Andrews point, he owned up to it, minutes after the loss. He didn't duck and hide from anybody, so he's taken his heat already.
I think Loop is what you're saying.
Yes, yeah.
I think on Tuesday, Bob, on offense, you either get Stanley or Henry, Andrews, if they're there.
Sure.
Maybe, hopefully, Lamar. And then defensively, you get the Kyle Hamiltons.
Roquan's always good. Marlon's a good quote, too.
We got to have Calais Campbell.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, he was on the Lounge podcast. We'll revisit that coming up when we get to news from the Nest. But if you're out there at One Winning Drive tomorrow, hypothetically speaking, people, what are you looking for first? Outside of attendance, which is usually the first thing they do. But he's not here. The OTA's training camp setting. But if you're out there tomorrow, what are you looking for? Give us a call at 410-583-1057. What are you going to be looking for over the next 3 weeks, quite frankly, before they get the break, before training camp 2026 in 6. Freudian slip.
Blue Chew.
Blue Chew Gold. Be number one. Man. And then the Orioles, they salvaged the finale against the Nationals. I'm not getting too excited about that. The opposite. Until they need to start stacking some wins. I mean, I want them to win, as we all know, but until they start putting 4 out of 5, 5 of 6, maybe 7 in a row, until they go on a Phillies-like run, I'm still going to be skeptical that this team is capable of making the playoffs, even in a wide-open American League. What do you think? Vinny Haynie, Nolan here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tonight, Game 1 of the Western Conference Final in the NBA as Oklahoma City hosts San Antonio. But in reality, this is just Series 1 between these two teams. No squad in the West can match up with either the Thunder or the Spurs moving forward. Not the Lakers, not the Rockets, not the Nuggets, and not the Wolves. This will be the first of many conference finals between OKC and San Antonio. I'm Nick Costos.
1057 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
When was the last time you looked at your auto loan rate? If it's not with Security Plus Federal Credit Union, you could be missing out. Refinance today with rates as low as 4.74% APR and no payments for 90 days. It's an easy way to lower your payment and take control of your finances. Visit securityplusfcu.org/refi or stop by your nearest branch. Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Experience the plus side of banking. Rate quoted includes a 2.5% discount for automatic payments. Rates may vary based on applicant's credit worthiness. Membership eligibility required. Terms subject to credit approval. Offer only valid until June 30th, 2026.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
I want you, show me the way. I want you.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, here on this Monday. Grooving with Nolan's theme here. Bob Eddie Baserado, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass, Neil Solins. Rage Radio is going to be joining us here in a couple of minutes. Talk about why they're so good. Who are these no-name guys bashing away in the American League East? Well, Cabanero had a monster season last year. We know Yandy Diaz, Cedric Mullins. We know McClanahan. Brian Baker's got 12 saves. But this is a team that's been kind of downtrodden the last couple of seasons. And where did this rebirth come from? As Baltimore, Boston, Toronto all struggling. Yankees got their share of problems. So we'll talk to Neil about that. And we'll talk to Steve Molesky at 11:30 about the Orioles, Major League and minor league. Nate George going down with an illness for a long time. It's going to be some time, as Mike Elias has said. So, as Dan Connie would say, nebulous. But we don't want to pry into the young man's life too much. But setback for sure for the Orioles' top position player prospect. Probably their top prospect overall in the eyes of a lot of people. But as we said, OTAs for the Ravens are open to the media tomorrow. Aaron Rodgers, and we'll talk more about this NFL Lunch News from the Nest. Talk about it with Eric Edholm in the 12 o'clock hour from NFL Network, NFL.com. 1-year deal, $25 million at the deal.
Yeah.
So he puts us out of our misery with the waiting. The waiting is the hardest part. There's a Tom Petty song I wouldn't mind hearing.
Yeah, so he came in over the weekend, Bob, to sign the deal, I think on Saturday, because they said he was taking pictures with some of the players eating ice cream.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice bonding moment.
So he's going to be there, today at practice. He was with Mike McCarthy for 13 years. You don't think he knows the terminology and everything? So, so now all the Steeler fans, Bob, are excited. Me and you, we picked him to be in last place.
And I still feel that way because he is 42 years old. He wasn't dreadful by any stretch of the imagination.
He was like 27 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Yeah, he wasn't Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
But it only seemed he had a good game, real good game against the Jets week 1. Diced the Ravens up twice.
Yeah.
But other than that, there was a lot of inconsistencies. And, they added Michael Pittman to help the receiving core, which is good news. But, 42 is 42. I mean, what Tom Brady was doing is not normal. Put all the Hall of Famers against quarterbacks and throw a dart, and you're going to hit a guy that was toast by the time he was 42 years old.
Yeah.
Not done, like finished, retired, injuries, lack of performance, or otherwise. And Brady just took it to next levels. Brady was playing better than Aaron Rodgers has been playing.
Well, Brady
at the same age, right?
Brady never relied on his athletic ability, to avoid and stuff, where Rodgers likes to boot, likes to move around, where when you get 42, you may feel like in your head, I thought I was quick. No, everybody's catching me.
Right.
I mean, that's his issue. I mean, and Bob, the protection wasn't great. They've drafted like a first-round old lineman 3 of the last 4 years, and I don't know that any of them have really been like the guy.
Yeah, so Aaron Rodgers is back, so we put an end to that. I guess Will Howard will be the backup, or Mason Rudolph. Who knows? They drafted Drew Aller, so they're trying to maybe look ahead to the future. And we were talking about Aller, I believe you were gone Friday, where the new coaching staff wants to change, like now drafted into the NFL, the Steelers coordinators, they want to change the way pretty much everything he did at Penn State. They want to just erase the slate and just start fresh for a guy who was a 4-star recruit coming out of high school. And they thought enough of to use a 3rd-round draft pick on and had success at Penn State until that last year.
Well, his footwork was bad. His lower body is what they're trying to fix because, just like throwing a baseball or, we talked about it with the, accuracy, and he needs to work on his footwork because, number one, he was really never under center at Penn State. Now he's going to be under center most of the time, so that changes your footwork too. They're changing a lot of what he does with his lower body.
Staying in the division, according to Jeremy Fowler from ESPN, Deshaun Watson and Todd Monken have hit it off so far ahead of Browns OTAs. And, the assumption is Shedeur Sanders is going to start. But given the financial investment you've made in this guy, where you've virtually got no bang for your millions of bucks, if he wins the job, is it? Do you view Shedeur as the franchise quarterback 5 years from now?
Yeah,
if Shedor's the dude, he beats Deshaun Watson out for the job. But if Watson is any semblance of what he was in 2019 and 20, whatever it is, when they were making the playoffs and scored a ton of points, I would think if you're Todd Monken, you got to roll with him.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't know what he is now, Vinny.
We don't know what Shedeur is, to be totally honest.
With Watson, it's been so long since we've seen him play. It's like he is 42.
Well, the last time we saw him, was it against the Ravens?
That was his last.
Yeah.
Like he was, 15 in a row, could play, beat Baltimore at M&T.
But he still didn't look good, So one thing I do know about Monken is Monken doesn't give a crap about He's going to play whoever the best guy is, gives him a chance to win. That's all he cares about. Listening to on NFL radio when they have Cleveland media people on about what it seems like they really like about Monken is he's no BS. He's going to tell it like it is.
Sure.
So I think that fits like the Cleveland, being from Cleveland, kind of fits that.
Yeah, it's a team that's got pieces.
Yes, they do.
But the quarterback play or lack thereof.
That's the killer.
Flacco had that hot run back in 23, got them to the playoffs. Then he threw a bunch of picks, and they wound up losing. But when's the last time they've had a reliable 16-game dude? Baker Mayfield?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, and they drafted him number 1 overall. But then they kicked him out.
Yeah, for Watson.
Yeah.
And Baker's going on to Tampa. Well, he bounced around Carolina and the Rams. And now he's in Tampa where he's earned a living and, got them to the playoffs a couple of times. So quarterback news outside of Baltimore, Lamar, Burrow, and Cincy. Who knows in Cleveland? But now Aaron Rodgers is back in Pittsburgh, where the division, the longest tenured coach, Zach Taylor.
Yeah.
Cincinnati,
who's been on the hot seat for a couple
who've
years.
had the longest playoff drought of any team in the division. We'll come back, shift gears, talk about those Tampa Bay Rays. They host the Orioles tonight. Start of a 3-game series down at the Trop. Neil Solondz, Rays Radio. Shane McClanahan is on the hill. Tough lefty, 4-2 with a 227. Trevor Rogers has been a tough lefty, easily solved his last couple of starts. So get his thoughts on the Rays, the Orioles, and the American League East in general. Whip around 11:15. Closure in the Eastern Conference. The finals are now set. Same in the West. We'll talk about that. And the Stanley Cup playoffs, Game 7. Does it get any better than a Game 7? We got that coming your way. It's Vinny Haynie Nolan here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Don't just watch the big match, experience it in New Jersey. From beaches to wineries, theme parks, and more, New Jersey has it all. Win a trip to our official soccer watch party. Enter to win at Odyssey.com/NJ. That's AUDACY.com/NJ.
She's back. Miss Pac-Man. The 80s icon is now a Maryland Lottery scratch-off. With a top prize of $30,000, the Miss Pac-Man scratch-off is more fun than a barrel of Koosh Balls. So throw on your parachute pants and your jelly shoes, tease your hair out, and bust a move to play the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off. Get scratching. Use your mood ring. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
May weather's pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all of your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, Every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles found their power yesterday to collect a 7-3 win and avoid a sweep down in D.C. Gunnar Henderson got it all started with a solo blast in the first inning, which ended up being one of 4 hits for him on the afternoon. Kobe Mayo followed with a 2-run shot in the second, and Colton Cowser managed to record his first long ball of the season later on in the fourth.
Maybe his first at bat when he drove it to left field, like it was really good swing on time, like everything that you wanted to see, and then the home run was vintage Cowser. You know, getting ready early, got a pitch to hit, and put a good pass on it, and he has that juice in him.
There's Craig Albernaz following the win. That extra offense came in handy with Brandon Young only lasting 3 2/3 in his start, but the bullpen was dialed in behind him as Anthony Nunez, Tyler Wells, Yennier Cano, and Rico Garcia combined to allow 5 base runners and 1 run the rest of the way. The Birds will now head down to the Trop for a 3-game series against the AL East leading Rays. This evening's opener features a pitching matchup between Trevor Rogers and Shane McClanahan. Things will get underway at 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you love playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend, everyone. You had the Preakness Stakes. We'll get into that. Orioles, they lose 2 out of 3 to the Nats. They win the finale. Ravens OTAs over to the media starting tomorrow. As we said, NBA playoffs. Getting into the next phase of it. You got a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs and the Eastern Conference and everything else in between. And 2 former Orioles celebrate birthdays on this May 18th. One's a legendary one. One was here for 5 months. He got a candy bar named after him when he left. That's a tease, ladies and gentlemen. But joining us now to talk about the first place team in the American League East, team that's going to be hosting the Orioles over the next 3 days. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show our friend and yours, Neil Solons. Neil, first of all, good morning. How you feeling?
Morning. How are you guys? Good.
Doing all right. And look, 30 and 15, 16 and 5 at home. All these crazy things are going on for the Rays. But Brian Baker bringing in a 12 clipper at the save department here. And we saw the big arm here in Baltimore for a few seasons. And he was part of the beginning of the sell-off that Elias had last summer. But how big has he been? And when did the closer's job become his?
He's been huge. Going into the season, the Rays had allowed Pete Fairbanks to seek free agency, and it was expected to really be a bullpen by committee. In fact, I know Brian has 12 saves, but there are 7 different players on his staff that have a save already. And we're in mid to late May. But Griffin Jacks, because of some injuries and some inconsistency, was moved into the rotation. And Edwin Uceda, who was all supposed to be one of the big 4 in the back of the bullpen, has been injured. And Gary Clevenger missed a month due to injury. So all of a sudden, Brian became the stabilizing force at the back of the bullpen, and he's done a terrific job. He's pitched mostly ninth, but they've also used him in the 8th inning when the top part of the order or the thicker part of the lineup comes up. So he's been super flexible. He's pitched great.
Now, the offense, Junior Caminero, a monster year last year, and the power seems to be playing again here in 2026. In total run production, the Rays and Orioles are kind of in the same boat, around 8th or 9th in Major League Baseball. Well, why does their offense, at least from a distance to us, seem a little more consistent than Baltimore's, where they can go literally 6-7 innings without a hit, as we've seen a couple of times this year?
Well, they're a very contact-oriented offense. The Rays and the Blue Jays are the top 2 teams in terms of toughest to strike out or toughest to get swing and miss against, and they're in the top 3 in Major League Baseball in stolen bases. So when you don't have the home run ball, it allows you to manufacture runs. Now, yesterday they put a couple balls over the wall, and they had a 3-run triple, but when that doesn't happen, we've seen moments where they get 2-3 soft hits in a row, or a soft hit, a stolen base, and then another flare, or they move a guy around by bunting. They lead the league in sacrifice bunts too. So I think the fact that they're a little bit more diversified just allows them to be more consistent in terms of run scoring. And the other reason that they're 30 and 15, quite frankly, is their run prevention has been so good. Their defensive pitching have certainly played the way they need to kind of be a top echelon team in this division.
Neil, to your point about the pitching, you got McClanahan tonight, who's battled injuries, and then Nick Martinez. I mean, where did this come from? As he's pitching like a young Don Drysdale at this point. But give our listeners an idea of McClanahan's tonight against Rogers, how good the Tampa starters have been getting to that bullpen that's been nails too.
They've been incredibly good and incredibly consistent. And the hope is they should get, Steven Matz either back the end of this series or early in the next one in New York, as he had missed a couple of turns because of injury. They've done it without Ryan Pepio, who's out for the year with a hip injury. But Shane has been amazing. I think the first few starts, it was more like what you would expect. A guy who missed 2+ years due to Tommy John surgery first, and then a nerve issue in his pitching arm that, really for, I think about 6 weeks last year, he couldn't even feel the fingers in his throwing hand. And he's made an amazing recovery. He started to get a feel for his pitches. Who knows what that means in terms of tonight, but he's had 4 straight scoreless starts. And, he certainly reminds you of the guy who twice went to an All-Star game and was one of the better pitchers in this league before Tommy John kind of derailed that a little bit.
Hey, Neil, they're 16-5 at home. The new stadium is renovated, I guess, new stadium, much better than playing at the Yankees.
We were appreciative last year for what the Yankees did because it allowed the team to stay on the market. It would have been it was a difficult situation, but it would have become extremely difficult. But I do think that this team is better suited to play the style of play they're playing on the turf indoors. It leads to a team that's athletic. It helps the pitching staff because the dimensions are more favorable to pitchers. It's a little harder to hit a home run here. You hit it, it'll go. I mean, you hit balls where Pete Alonso or Taylor Ward or Gunnar Henderson have hit them in the past. They're still going to get out of the ballpark. But you can get away with a mistake here where, let's say in New York or at Steinbrenner Field, it's not the same. So I think the athleticism plays here. And it suits this team. And the schedule was a little more challenging because of the way it was formed last year, where the Rays ended up spending the majority of the second half, on the road after playing all those games in the heat. And I think nobody ever made an excuse, but you could certainly make an argument that it fatigued some guys and wore them out. And hopefully this year it'll be the opposite by playing in 72 for half your games.
Now, Neil, Cedric Mullins, how's he fit in?
He's fitting great. I mean, first of all, he's been tremendous in the clubhouse. I think one of the reasons why this team is off to a 30-15 start, I mean, you mentioned Nick Martinez, but between Martinez and Steven Matz and Cedric Mullins and Jake Fraley, who unfortunately just went on the injured list the other day, those guys have helped stabilize the clubhouse and provided the veteran leadership that this group needed. And everyone talks about clubhouse chemistry, but I do think that this has been, even when they started out 2-5, I got a feeling this was a very together group and they were going to get better as the season went. It certainly has gone better than expected the first, 6-7 weeks of the season. But I think Cedric has fit in well. I think he's played a very solid center field. He's done a good job in stealing bases and bunting for hits and bunting for sacrifices. He got off to a slow start the first month. But here in the month of May, he's hitting better than 300, and he had a 4-hit game the other day. So, you hope it's just kind of continued onward and upward for him.
Orioles and Rays start a 3-game series down at the Trop tonight, 6:35. It's Trevor Rogers against Shane McClanahan. Neil Solondz, Rays Radio, joining us. Neil, last thing for you. The Orioles traded for Shane Baz and extended Shane Baz and gave up a nice haul to get him. Bodine, Ferret, over and all having monster seasons. Little Slay hasn't even played yet with an injury. Give us a Neil Solondz scouting report on Shane Baz. And we know this stuff plays, but he doesn't seem to get a lot of strikeouts. We had Keith Law on Friday. He thought the Orioles were not using him properly in regards to his pitch mix. What can you tell us positively, I should say, about Shane Baz?
I mean, personally, I've always loved Shane. I love Shane and I love his family. His parents are great people. Shane's a great kid. He's a tremendous worker. He has a want to. And you're right about the stuff. I think people forget that last year was really his first full season in the major leagues. And sometimes it takes a little longer. I look at, we just saw Toronto twice in like a week. And I think of like a Kevin Gausman, who obviously started his career with Baltimore. And it took him a little while to kind of figure it all out. And I think with that 5-year runway, with a 5-year contract, I mean, it gives Shane the opportunity, hopefully the comfort level, to be able to figure it out because it is all there. I mean, he's got the ability to be at the top of the rotation guy. And look, I think good baseball trades are ones that work out for both teams. There are some trades that have worked very, very well for the Rays, and there are some trades that have not. And I think this has a chance to be very successful for both teams, both Baltimore and the Rays.
Neil Solondz, Rays Radio. Neil, we appreciate the time. Congratulations to the Rays for their brilliant start. Hopefully they slow down a little bit over the next 3 against the Orioles, but we'll be talking to you a couple of more times before this season is over for sure.
Sounds good. I still say, hey, it's very, very early. I mean, I know the team further south that just took a series, in their World Series season started 19-31. So I realize how early this is, and just enjoying the ride while it's going on.
You got it. Hey, thanks, Neil. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You got it. You too.
There's Neil Solons, everyone. We'll come back, reset the program for you. Got the whip around coming your way. Then Steve Molesky go down on the farm and talk about the Major League Orioles with him, as he's got a lot to say, our colleague here on 105.7 The Fan. And then Nolan McGraw, quick draw, other side of the glass. And then we got news from the Nets coming up top of the hour. Start looking a little bit more at OTAs, which are open to the media tomorrow. Buy or sell. We're seeing early Memorial Day week money. That's at 12:15. Then Eric at home, NFL.com. Aaron Rodgers is back. We can all sleep tonight, I guess, right?
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit ariosamechanical.com. That's ariosamechanical.com.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So whether you're looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings, Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around. Today's biggest headlines. 105.7 The Fan.
All right, time for the whip around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. I hope you had a great weekend, everyone. Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. We'll be talking to him coming up in about 20 minutes. NBA last night, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7, which was set up because Detroit went to Cleveland and won Game 6. So home court advantage meant jack squat in this series. But it was puffy pants in the end, and a guy that's taking some criticism for not being able to get his team to these phases of the postseason rose to the occasion last night.
28-22 Cleveland. 2 seconds, 1 second. Mitchell banks it in! A spider bite at the end of the quarter. And this topsy-turvy series belongs to Cleveland. A blowout Game 7 win in Detroit to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Prime on the call. Cleveland up by 35 at one point. They close it out 125-94. In 7 games. Yeah, you went to Game 7 and have some drama to it and maybe some walk-off buzzer beater stuff, and didn't happen. They got puffy pants. Donovan Mitchell, who's only 6'2". I mean, this guy's not like a 6'8" guy. He's 6'2" guard, explosive as hell. But he helps carry his team. And for him in Utah, it didn't go well. Him in the Stifle Tower, they always fell short. Then it was in Cleveland the first couple years where they fall short, usually in that phase, the conference semifinals. But for the first time since 2018, Cavaliers get to the conference finals. Sam Merrill and Jared Allen had 23 apiece. So the number 1 seeded Pistons, losing a lot at home, they're gone. Kevin Huerter, Maryland Terrapin, DNP, coach's decision. But congratulations to Cleveland, their prize, the Knicks, who haven't played in, 5 weeks, seems?
Yeah, them and the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, I mean, the Knicks haven't lost. They were down 2-1 to the Atlanta Hawks in the first round of the playoffs and haven't lost since and haven't really been challenged. But that thing will start tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden. Donovan Mitchell, I believe, is from New York, so there should be some incentive for him there. James Harden. I mean, there's some star power there for sure. Will OG Anunoby be ready to roll? We'll preview these NBA series a little bit more in depth tomorrow. Tonight, the Western Conference Finals, San Antonio against Oklahoma City, as Oklahoma City looks to defend their NBA championship. But remember, early in the season, the Spurs and Thunder played a lot, and the Spurs were kicking their ass. And even the Thunder players, like Jalen Williams, wasn't playing, but they were like kind of scoreboard. I mean, they're playing us and they're spanking us. Now it's for a different level. Trip to the finals. But congratulations to both teams to get this far. San Antonio survived Minnesota. And Ant-Man's taking some heat for shaking hands when he got pulled out of the game, which I thought was a great show of sportsmanship.
Right.
Unlike Isaiah Thomas and those douchebag Pistons of 91 walking off the floor when they were about to get swept by the Bulls. Yeah, at different levels of that. Isaiah's a great player, don't get me wrong, but I thought that was one of the classless moves in the history of sports. They just walked off the floor. All right. And to this day, Isaiah Thomas still whines about Michael Jordan, who's living rent-free in his head all these years later. But anyway, it's OKC at San Antonio. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named as the most valuable player, beating Wemby and Nikola Jokic for the honor. He is the 5th active NBA player to win back-to-back most valuable players. And of all the guys who have won back-to-back MVPs who are retired, they're all in the Hall of Fame. So this probably bodes, and he's 28 years old. So it probably bodes well for him moving forward. Stanley Cup playoffs. Montreal, Buffalo. Game 7 in Buffalo. There was a little puffy pants action in Game 6 there, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, Game 6 Saturday, Bob. I mean, Buffalo took the lead 1-0, then Montreal stormed back and had the lead 3-1, and then they scored 7 straight goals.
Yeah.
But it's going to come down to what happened was Alex Lyon started in goal for Buffalo. He gave up 3 goals on 4 shots. He got benched after the first period, and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen came in.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, and shut them out the rest of the way. So Lyon's been the more consistent guy, but it sounds like, Bob, tonight it's going to be Luukkonen in goal. But there'll be quick hooks. I mean, they had the quick hook the other night, too. So it's going to be a hell of a game. But Buffalo's 2-4 at home, Bob, in the playoffs. So they have not played well at home. The crowd's going to be crazy because the winner of this plays Thursday night at Carolina, and Carolina has not played since May the 9th.
That's 9 days ago.
Yeah.
According to my math here. So Game 7 tonight, Buffalo hosting Montreal. Remember, this is the first time the Sabres have been in the playoffs in 15 years.
Yeah.
And they're a win away from getting to the
Conference finals.
Finals where Carolina waits. And then Wednesday, Vegas and Colorado start the Western.
Yep. Wednesday, Vegas, Colorado. It's when the Western Conference, Bob, will be Wednesday, Friday in Colorado. And Carolina is Thursday, Saturday. And then 2 days after that, they'll switch to the other venue.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. It's the whip around here on this Monday. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. We'll be talking to him in a couple of minutes. Preakness Stakes, 151st running of it. Napoleon Sola wins over the Iron Honor course, so a couple of longer shots emerged victorious there. Now the Belmont's coming up in 3 weeks. Golden Tempo, the Kentucky Derby winner, did not run in the Preakness, so that could set up a match between the two horses that have won the first two legs of said Triple Crown. It was run at Laurel. Watching it on NBC, it wasn't 100,000 people there.
No.
You know what I mean? And no crazy urinal tosses and things that Preakness became infamous for. But if you went to the race and you thought you had a good time, it's supposed to move back to Pimlico next year once they get that racetrack revitalized. But, great race overall. So the first two legs of the Triple Crown, even if you're of the, casual observer, they've both been fun and, well watched. As a matter of fact, the Derby highest rating since 1988. So off to the Belmont there. Aaron Rai in golf won the PGA Championship -9, and in doing so, won himself a cool $3.7 million.
Yeah, I watched.
Never heard of him before.
I hadn't either. I was looking for Scheffler and McIlroy and all those people, but Rai, he kind of took the lead. He was up 1, but then he kind of extended it towards the end and ended up winning by 2 or 3. So yeah, Bob, I had never heard of him. Knew, when I put it on, I'd never even seen him before, to be totally honest.
Nolan, are you familiar with Aaron Rai?
No, I was not. But congratulations to the kids. Good win. I felt like this weekend, some of the storylines in golf were lesser known people. The one not so good was Garrick Higo. You see this?
Missing his tee time?
Yeah. He showed up like a minute late to his first round tee time, which he was assessed a 2-stroke penalty right out the gate on that hole 1, and missed the cut just barely. So that came back to bite him. But then he was trying to make excuses and everything. Like, I was there a minute late. Is that not close enough? Blah, blah, blah. His whole thing. Like,
not really.
No, it's the rules have been the rules forever.
Yeah. And how do you miss your tee time?
And he said, my caddy was screaming at me and everything to race over, and I didn't listen to him, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do you even want to be here?
How old is he?
That's a good question.
Because Friday, second round, it was on here, and it looked like he was lollygagging before he was supposed to hit the tee Friday afternoon, too. So maybe he's just trying to be an a-hole or something.
27.
27. No excuse.
But it's actually you get a 5-minute window there. If you're within 5 minutes late, it's just a 2-stroke penalty. If you're later than 5 minutes, I think it's a total forfeit.
Wow.
So he was cutting it even closer than he even thought.
Now, is he a dude? Another guy I've
never heard of him. Yeah. But Nolan, they get to the course a couple hours beforehand and hitting balls and stuff.
Right. How would you even feel comfortable? Right? A PGA Tour event just rolling up, like me showing up to the public course on a Saturday.
John Daly doing that, 100% expected, with a cigarette in his mouth and a beer in his back pocket, like yanking 350 down the fairway. This guy, it's like, come on, man, what are you doing? And finally, here on the Whip Around, today is May 18th. As I said earlier, it's my sister Dawn's birthday. Happy birthday, Dawn. She's working. She don't listen. But Brooks Robinson would have celebrated his 89th birthday. Old Brooksy sadly passed away a couple years back, but legendary sports figure, he transcends being a Baltimore legend. And Reggie Jackson, Mr. October, 80th birthday. You want to feel old? Reggie Jackson turned 80 today. Yeah, that Reggie Jackson. Left Baltimore, went to New York, said, if I played New York, they'd name a candy bar after me. And they did, the Reggie Bar, which quite frankly wasn't all that tasty. But happy birthday to you, Reggie Jackson. When we come back, Steve Molesky, talk Orioles with him, minor league and major league style. Talk more with Nolan McGraw before we head into news from the Nest. Preview OTAs a little bit there. Buy or sell. Where's the early week money? 12:15. And then Eric Edholm from NFL.com. We'll talk about some of the divisions that could be surprisingly good. I'm looking at the AFC South, maybe.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
After going 0 for 3 in Saturday's blowout loss, Gunnar Henderson watched his season average dip below 200. He responded instantly in yesterday's finale by launching a monster solo homer into the third deck at Nationals Park. That got the Birds on the board early, and he never looked back, with 3 more hits being added to his stat line before the game was done.
Mainly get my direction back up the middle and just not trying to force stuff to happen, trying to get 10 hits in one. It's been tough, obviously, for about a month and a half now, but you just got to keep working with it, and baseball's a crazy game.
There's his comments after the game about getting out of his recent funk at the plate. Kobe Mayo and Colton Cowser also picked up home runs in the 7-3 victory. Up next for the O's is their first meeting with the AL East leading Rays. That 3-game series begins later this evening at the Trop. First pitch at 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. What's happening, everybody? Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Talk to him. Coming up in a few minutes, news from the nest, top of the hour, preview OTAs, Eric at home, NFL.com, 12:30. AJ Kirsch, Fox 45, get his thoughts on the Ravens and Orioles a little bit later in the show. But the Birds are at the Trop tonight, taking on the first place Rays, who are 30-15, 16-5 at home. Orioles drop 2 out of 3 to the Nats. They do win the finale, so there is some positivity coming out of D.C. Joining us now to talk about that. Go down on the farm a little bit as well. Our colleague here on 105.7 The Fan, he's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's our friend and yours, Steve Molesky. Steve, what's up?
Bob, what's up with you?
A little of this, a little of that. Steve, appreciate your time as always. Let's start with Nate George. First of all, for people that may not be that familiar with him, explain to our audience who he is as a prospect and why he is highly regarded. And the news that came out this weekend from Mike Elias that he's going to be out for a while with an illness, certainly a setback there.
Yeah, and he moved to High Frederick, and he's been doing pretty good this year. That Frederick team has got a great offense. He's like the 4th or 5th best hitter on the stat sheet with that team, which shows you what kind of offense they have. So they drafted him in 24, I believe, in round 16, a high school player, and gave him over slot bonus to sign. And a lot of people said he had some loud tools, and man, he went out and proved it and was the minor league player of the year last year. He's a plus defender. He's got speed. He's got power, hits to all fields. He stole 50 bases last year. And so everybody's pretty high on Nate George, man. He's someone to watch. And so he's out with an undisclosed illness. And Elias said it will be a while, but he also said it's not a big deal or words to that effect. So hope we see him soon.
Now, get to the Orioles, the Major League Club, and Colton Cowser finally got his first home run yesterday. An impressive blast it was, but his first of the season. And, you know, you watched him, Steve, his entirety of his professional career when the Orioles drafted him, number 5 overall, a few years ago, a runner-up for Rookie of the League year. Couple years in the American League, but it really bottomed out. When you watch his struggles, can we put a finger on one particular skill set that's just totally diminished? I mean, why all of a sudden is a guy who was a top 5 pick and a Rookie of the Year finalist turn into someone who basically is the 5th outfielder on the team right now?
He struggled to hit off speed, and so it's clear to anybody watching he's getting a steady diet of secondaries, and he's chasing below the zone too often, and I'm not sure what the answer is, Bob, because it's a catch-22. Buck Showalter used to say, play better, I'll play you more. And it's hard to play better if you're not playing more.
Right.
So right now, maybe the Beavers injury opens up more at-bats for Colton. And he's got power. He's always had that. But the consistency of contact is derailing him right now. He's a pretty good defender. So on a team that doesn't have good defense, you know, him being out there often is a plus. So hopefully this stretch here, he can find something.
Now, another guy that you followed his entire career has been Kobe Mayo. And for the record, I thought he hit a home run on Saturday night. Umpires in a review decided otherwise. It is what it is. I mean, they did give up 7 runs. But anyway, Kobe Mayo went deep yesterday when he hits home runs, Steve. As you know, you saw him do it at the minor league level. They're impressive blasts at that. Where's the upside for him? I mean, what can it be? I mean, is he going to be, Manny defensively at third base? Probably not. But is there still some hope that he can get that defense tight enough that the bat becomes much more of a reliable thing because he's not thinking about 5 different things at one time?
I mean, I hope the homer against the Yankees got him going. That was such a big swing, such a big homer, helped the team win. And after that game, he admitted, how tough it is. And he, the one thing I'll say about the 2026 Orioles, I've said it 100 times now, they are accountable. They do call themselves out for poor play individually and collectively. And what the fans are screaming is, okay, so now play better. So you have to stop talking about that. And so Kobe's right there with them. Very impressive tonight. He botched the play at the end of the game defensively, that he took every question. And I mean, I just think players need to do that. And it's a good sign. And maybe the baseball gods paid Kobe back when he hit one out against the Yankees.
Steve Molesky joining us here. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles and Rays coming up tonight down at the Trop. BBT starts at 5:30. Brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Trevor Rogers is on the hill, and things have not been going well for him even before he had the flu that knocked him out for a couple of weeks there. As you watch it, Steve, what's been his major problemo here as he's become very hittable here in 2026?
No, I don't think they say no. I mean, maybe command is just not what it was. I can't grade him off that game, Bob, because he was out so long. It's hard to link. Everybody's linking that game with the one before it when he was hit hard before he went out on the IL. So I think we got to give him a few more starts to see how he settles in. He said his energy level was good. It would mean a whole lot to this team if he could pitch like his old self tonight. So I'm not sure if he's ready to do that yet. The Rays are playing great, as we know. So, he was always doing it without a big fastball and without overwhelming stuff. And so that led some people to think he's going to revert big time. And there were others like me who looked at his data from last year and thought he's going to revert, but the revert is going to turn into still a pretty good pitcher. That's what I saw for him this year. Him not pitching to a 1.8, how could he? But him not pitching to a 4.8 either. Right. Maybe 4 or 3.6 or something that still is quality. And I still think he can find that gear. And so I'm real interested in these next. I'm judging him over the next 4 or 5 starts, Bob, not on the box score tonight.
Gotcha.
Hey, Steve, Holiday, I saw he hit a home run, 1 for 5, and he was playing second base. Is he still going to be working in at third base, and when do you expect him up? Because he's been down there hitting now for, about a week or so?
Yes. So here's my crazy speculation based on nothing. No one told me a thing. They're going to activate him today. And that's just a speculation and guess, and I've been wrong before. So when I botch this one, just laugh it off. But, they pulled him out of the game early yesterday. They said that was a planned progression. That's all it was. And he's played a couple games at third, and I do take Elias at his word. This is not a position switch, but this is giving them another option at a position which has been a real problem. So if you ask me, could he handle third? Absolutely. I've seen too much of Jackson Holiday. When he was coming up as a prospect, he was considered a plus defender. Then they introduced a new position to him, and he had some ups and downs with it, and all of a sudden everybody says he's not a good defender. And maybe the metrics say that he wasn't last year, but I'm telling you, I see a guy who can be solid on defense still at a couple different positions, and his arm is not bad. It's not gunner. But I think he could handle third in a short trial, if they need him over there occasionally.
So, Steve, if he is activated today, is he in the lineup tonight? And playing what position?
Well, I don't know. They basically can say, do you want him at third and Kobe's out, or do you want him at second and Jeremiah's out? And they're both right-handed hitters, so it's not going to be about the arm they're throwing. I don't know. I don't know where they'll start him, but if they're going to activate him, they're probably going to put him in the lineup, is my guess. But that's just, again, me taking a wild guess here.
Yeah, Shane McClanahan going to be a nice welcome back to the Major Leagues moment for Holiday, if in fact he is in the lineup. Steve, real quick, Steve Molesky, tell everyone, because I can't pronounce his name, the guy the Orioles Elias picked last year, the pitcher out of Michigan State who just got promoted, Joseph what's his name here?
Jerwa, like it's a J on the beginning.
Got it.
And I got that from the kid himself because I've interviewed him. He's been on my podcast. So I don't know how you get out of D and Z, you get a J, but that's how it's pronounced. Joseph Jerwa. And he's got a lot of quality pitches, man. He can throw mid-90s. He had that incredible game in the spring breakout, was striking everybody out. So no surprise they bumped him up. JT Quinn in that Frederick rotation might follow him in a promotion here before too long to Double-A. And, you know, the guy didn't pitch last year after a long college season. They didn't pitch him an inning. And then he breaks north with high A. Not even, you know, he skipped Delmarva. So I think it showed you he's advanced college pitcher, smart guy, big, strong, tall guy. You know, he told me that Chris Sale, he has had some interaction with Chris Sale, who's helped him a little bit. Not that they have any great, you know, they're not they're best friends or anything, right. But he has talked with Chris Sale, who, if you watch his delivery, it's a little like Chris Sale, big, tall lefty, some similarities there. And sure he would love to pitch in the major leagues as well as Chris Sale has. So he's one to watch, man. I'd be real intrigued to see what he can do at Double-A here.
All right, Steve, tell everybody what's going on in your world, aside from being our colleague here on 105.7 The Fan.
Let me try to get all my jobs in, Bob, before your show ends. So basically, Substack, steveonbaseball.substack.com, writing there all the time. And I'm going to write a story here soon about Mike Elias. And is this all on him? Is it partially on him? What does it mean to his future? I got that one in the works. Also, of course, continuing Birdland territory with our colleague Tim Barbalace and Brad Brock, who's been great. That's our YouTube show. And check me out on The Fan this week. I'm going to be on the morning show Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. Steve Molesky, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the series against the Rays at the Trop, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. See ya.
Thank you, Steve. Jerwa. Get it. His second-round pick last year out of Michigan State's doing really well. Just got promoted to Double-A Chesapeake. So keep an eye on Jerwa.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Memorial Day savings. Oh, they're starting now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon. What was gas today? $4.49 again. That 50 miles per gallon is nice. Cost me $90 to fill up my tank, and it makes no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime. Free oil changes. Took Charlie's car there last Thursday. Free car washes. Got mine done on Saturday, and a lifetime engine guarantee. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Bought 17 cars from Jones. Been to every department, sales, service, parts, collision. Been to them all. All of them, A+. Memorial Day savings, they start now. At Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Aaron Rodgers will play another season at quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's good news for the rest of the AFC North, and bad news for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Rodgers is an all-time great quarterback, a surefire first-ballot Hall of Famer, but at age 42, I don't think he has it anymore. And I like the Steelers roster. I don't think the Steelers are going anywhere this year, and I think bringing Aaron Rodgers back, a huge mistake. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means summer heat is on the way. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
OTAs open in the media tomorrow. Vinny will be out there along Cordell Woodland. A lot of other people representing 105.7 The Fan. Me and Nolan will be here with you for Turn It Up Tuesday, but we're here now. News from the Nest will preview, position battles, interesting storylines, and all the good stuff that we expect to see, not just tomorrow, but throughout OTAs, heading into mandatory minicamp. And what happens after June 1st? Is the Ravens starting center even in the city? Does he even have a Ravens jersey at this time? Orioles dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nats. They do win yesterday. That's all very touching. Let's start stacking some wins. Tough task tonight against McClanahan and the first place Rays. But let's bring Nolan in. Quick draw, how you feeling on this Monday?
Hey, doing all right over here today. Big series starts tonight for the Baltimore Orioles taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. They're red hot right now. And because we'll be encountering at least 2 former Orioles in this series, Cedric Mullins, Brian Baker, Maybe you count Cole Sulser as well from way back when, but still a former Oriole. Point is, I figured today would be a good day to take a look at some other former Orioles and what they're up to right now, because it's actually pretty newsworthy this weekend. It was a talking point for us off air this morning. Grayson Rodriguez finally made his first appearance for the Angels yesterday. One to forget, but the day itself, one to remember for him on a personal level. That's his first major league appearance since July 31st of 2024. Now, Orioles fans, we remember the timeline very, very well at this point. The reason for him missing all of last year, the on and off injury stuff, and it continued even this year. You know, the fact that it took him until mid-May to make that first appearance for his new team. Things were rough right in spring training. Had a dead arm was the report coming out of there. Shoulder inflammation, that had him on the shelf. IL stint is over. Digging a little deeper here, maybe pitched a little bit better than the 7 earned runs he gave up. He did induce what should have got him out of the 4th inning, and then it's a little bit of a defensive gaffe, and he couldn't pick up the pieces after that. So it goes both ways. Only lasted 3 2/3. We'll see what he does from here. But the point is, in that Taylor Ward trade, right, too early to judge the trade overall. And even when we get to the end of this year, it might be too early to judge it overall, because the big reason why it was criticized, remember, Grayson Rodriguez, even after this year, still has 3 full seasons of arbitration that the Angels can tap into and try to get something out of him. Taylor Ward's a free agent, and if he keeps swinging the bat like he is right now, probably won't be in Baltimore next year. So we can reevaluate how the trade looks this time next year, how it looks in the offseason, but certainly for today, these two players could not be hit more opposite ends of the production spectrum here.
Yeah, it's a win for the Orioles now. But as you say, Grayson Rodriguez has only made one start. Remember, when he got shut down in July of 24, he was warming up in the bullpen. He was scheduled to start that night, and then he had the quad, and he was, the lat, excuse me, and he had the late scratch, and he hasn't pitched since with a myriad of injuries. This guy was the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball for 2 years. He was the going-away present that Dan Duquette left to Mike Elias. And we saw flashes of how good he could be. Remember in the second half of 23 when the Orioles won 101 games? Him and Kyle Bradish were 2 of the 5 best pitchers in baseball by pretty much every advanced nerd stat metric. And he was a double-digit winner in 24 before he went down with the injury. It's unfortunate that his career has taken this turn. Look, he was supposed to get called up in 2022 and hurt his lat right before he was about to get recalled. And Elias was like somebody like ran his dog over. Like, oh my God, because the Orioles were kind of getting to that 500-y level, and he was going to bolster the rotation, and we didn't see him again till 23. Then he got rocked and sent back to the minors and came back and looked like a stud. Top of the rotation guy. But yeah, because Taylor Ward, in my opinion, is one and done. The trade will be ultimately judged if Grayson Rodriguez turns into a guy, then the Angels will win the trade, because he'll be there and Taylor Ward will be playing somewhere else. Now, if Taylor Ward helps the Orioles get to the playoffs this year and does some good things, assuming they do that, and then he'll be a guy that never has to buy a beer in Baltimore again. But, yeah, way too early, Nolan, to your point, to judge it in totality. But at least on May the 18th, advantage, Orioles, big time.
As for the 2 Rays players to keep an eye on, we'll talk more about Cedric Mullins during buy or sell and what he's been up to lately, but don't be fooled by the overall stats. He's been much better in May so far, I'll put it like that. And, of course, Brian Baker, we talked about a good bit on the show over the past couple weeks, just keeps racking up saves. He's up to 12. That's good for second in the American League right now. Only 3 blown so far, but he's been their go-to guy. And it's easy to forget that offseason started, as Neil Solondz mentioned, with the stunner to not bring back Fairbanks. I was screaming, bring him to Baltimore. Yes, How could you let this guy go? But they found a replacement, as they always do in Rays fashion. 2 other guys here, 2 former Orioles from last year that don't really get mentioned here because, well, one, in the case of Tomoyuki Sagano, he got cast off to Colorado. Don't hear much about any player with the Rockies these days.
Siberia.
But if you were curious how Tomo's held up, 4.02 is the ERA and 9 starts for him. Has actually been one of their better starters this year, him and Quintana. Compare that to his first 9 starts from a year ago. Well, it's not as good. Remember, this time last year is actually really, really good. Maybe making a case for the All-Star game. 3.08 was the ERA through 9 games with the O's. Would end up struggling as the year progressed, finishing 4.64. So him being on a 1-year deal, $5 million, 5.1, something like that, really cheap. Rockies not being competitive. Maybe a name to keep an eye on at the trade deadline wouldn't be someone who's a blockbuster like an Alcantara or anybody, but Rockies would certainly be inclined to flip him, so keep an eye on him. And last but not least here, because this is the ultimate go figure, Jorge Mateo. I don't know if anyone's kept up with what he's doing in Atlanta or even knew that he landed with the Braves in the first place. But that's where he's at, succeeding very greatly, splitting time at shortstop with Mauricio Dubon. He's made 21 appearances there for Atlanta, hitting .310.
What?
I say that again, batting average of .310.
Jorge Mateo.
Correct.
He must have a lot of steals then, too, if he's hitting .310.
Maybe not as many as you would expect, but 5 of 6 on his attempts. Okay. So typically what you'd expect out of him. Still striking out at the same rate he did his past few years in Baltimore. Almost identical, exactly, but actually finding ways to get on in between. Not bad for $1 million contract from Atlanta.
Yeah, good for him because he was lost in space here in Baltimore. And bad news, too, for a former Oriole, Ryan O'Hearn, who's off to a good start for the Pirates, placed on the IL with a quad there. So there we are. We'll come back, shift gears, talk some Ravens. News from the Nest. Style, stick around for that. If you're out at camp tomorrow, hypothetically, what are you going to be watching first? And what are you going to be watching most? What are you going to be watching, period? Give us a call at 410-583-1057. Count the early week money, buy or sell. And then Eric Edholm from NFL Network, NFL.com. Talk about the league as OTAs have started. Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers, and he's at OTAs.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. It's Thomas Rhett on August 13th. The Frey and Dashboard Confessional stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Brandy Carlisle headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
May's weather is pretty nice, but those hot summer days will be here soon. Don't wait until the heat hits to try to avoid high energy bills. Upgrade your home's windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows with new energy efficient ones and getting half of them free. Plus, you could even get them with no money down and no monthly payment or interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles gave Brandon Young a ton of early run support yesterday thanks to some key homers by Gunnar Henderson, Kobe Mayo, and Colton Cowser, but the rookie starter couldn't work as deep as his manager would have liked. He threw 41 total pitches across the first 3 frames before running into a jam in the 4th where he needed 28 pitches just to record 2 outs. After loading the bases and giving up a run on a sac fly, Craig Albernaz wasn't going to sit back and watch his team's 4-run lead disappear, and he chose to bring Anthony Nunez out of the pen. Nunez shut down the Nats' rally attempt before passing things off to Tyler Wells, who worked 2 solid innings. And as usual, Yennier Cano and Rico Garcia were locked in on the back end with a clean 8th and 9th.
Every time I step on the mound, the goal is to help the team get a chance to win. I'm a little frustrated with today with how good I felt. Couldn't get deep enough into the game. Threw too many pitches in the last inning. Yeah, I kind of lost it there, but no pressure at all. It was fun, like a great team win.
There's Brandon Young following his outing. His ERA now sits at 4.25 through 29 innings pitched this season. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you love playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
Right now, we've got Trey. We feel really good about him. We got Tavius. We got Mike Green, and we just drafted Zion. It's hard to give these guys enough reps as it is at times. One thing I learned years ago, we traded for Yannick Ngakoue. It was a player that I loved. I loved him coming out, and I always enjoyed his game. Great pass rusher. And he was, really talented, but he didn't want to come off the field. And that wasn't the way that we used our outside backers. That wasn't the way that Wink used his outside backers. We had a rotation. We had Judon, we had Ngakoue, and we had, I think, Zerdarius maybe, and we had some other guys, and he didn't want to come off the field. And I get that mentality, but that mentality is not, for everybody.
It's Eric DaCosta, Ravens GM. That was a week or so ago with Bruce Cunningham, Femi, and Badejo here on 105.7 The Fan. It's news from the Nest. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass and talking about the pass rush and pieces that might be added. And he mentioned Yannick Ngakoue, who was former Terp, had big sack numbers with Jacksonville, and the Ravens traded for him. And it never really worked out here in Baltimore on two different occasions. As a matter of fact, Wink Martindale, he's gone. Now you've got Jesse Minter running the defense with assistance from Anthony Weaver, among others. And you just heard Eric say that's not how they roll with their outside linebackers. They're not 3-down guys. And he mentioned Tavius Robinson and Zion and, the holdovers from last year. So what do you think? Does the philosophy change? Is there a 3-down? I mean, Trey Hendrickson's not a 3-down player.
No.
Max Crosby would have probably fit into that
No
equation.
question he would have been. But no, they don't really have, a 3-down guy, Bob, amongst all those guys because, Zion will probably be, he could be a 3-down guy, but on 3rd down, he'll be on the inside rushing, and he can set the edge on the outside. Mike Green, no. Hendrickson, no. Tavius Robinson, he's more of a... Tavius and Zion are probably... they're not similar because Tavius is more of a long strider. Zion's got quicker feet. That's why I think Zion would be like inside rushing over the guard. I think would be good for him because it would be a mismatch inside. Bob, one of the biggest things, we haven't even mentioned about it yet. Tomorrow. What about Nnamdi? Will he be there, not be there? I mean, that would be kind of a big thing if he was, I'm sure he may be out there, but maybe he doesn't have a helmet on. Maybe he does have a helmet on, but that would be kind of cool if he was there.
Yeah, and everything coming out of the Nnamdi Madubuike camp are from him.
No doubt.
I mean, the Ravens
and it's all
aren't-
positive.
Yeah, and the Ravens aren't saying anything. I mean, as Eric DeCosta said in previous media events, basically, ask him. And if he wants to tell you, he'll tell you. But yeah, that would be, even if he's there just walking around in sweatpants.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No doubt.
That would be a nice sign, hopefully, of positive things to come.
Well, the other thing that, you always like to take a look at, Bob, because we haven't seen the veterans since the Pittsburgh game. So who's changed their body around? Who looks better? Or, oh, man, look how fat that dude got. Or, look how much better shape he's in. Or, how's Roquan looking? All these, the first time we get a chance to see these guys' bodies in, January, February, March, April, almost 4 or 5 months.
A lot of months for sure. But getting back to the pass rush, the Ravens were not one of the better teams.
No.
In the NFL in that category. They were one of the worst teams, as a matter of fact, after leading the league in sacks in 23, finishing second in 24, 30 sacks as a team. Where's the pressure coming from? And what Jesse Minter, Anthony Weaver, how are they going to change things? Do they need to bring in yet another pass rusher here? Assume, let's say Madubuike doesn't play.
Right.
What are you doing then?
I would maybe if I needed to, I'd bring in a rotational inside guy. Because with Madubuike, the thing that with Madubuike is Madubuike can line up outside, inside. Kind of like a young Calais Campbell, really. So I just think, Bob, with all the positivity going on, the only way that he doesn't play, like if he gets out there and they get the pads on, or maybe not even the pads, and he hits some, and he feels a twinge. To me, that's the only way. Otherwise, I think it's we're looking at positivity. Now, back to the pass rush, Bob. I think that Jesse Minter is going to make a huge difference in the pass rush, just like Mike McDonald did. I think he's going to be able to. I think the Mike Greens of the world are going to be a lot better than they were last year. I think even Tavius Robinson's will be better. They'll find a way to get more pressure. Jesse Minter will. I'm a big believer in Jesse Minter and Jesse Minter's system, which is pretty much identical to Mike McDonald's, it's a proven defensive system. That has worked, and has won games. It won a Super Bowl this past year.
Real quick, I don't know if you want to view this as good news or bad news. Last year's leader in sacks, Travis Jones, 5, still on the team. Second, Tavius Robinson, who missed 7 games. He had 4.5, still on the team. Mike Green had 3.5, Trenton Simpson 2.5. So your top 4 sack guys from a team that had 30 sacks have returned with reinforcements coming in as well. And hopefully increased production from a couple of these guys.
Yeah. And Bob, when you look at the Super Bowl game with Mike McDonald running what pretty much this defense will be. All right, they were not getting there with the rushers, but who was getting there? The corner was getting there all the time. I just think that there'll be pressure coming from all different places. So Seattle, I think their top sacker, Bob, I think they had like 4 guys with 7 or something like that, So I think a lot of guys will have a lot of sacks, and it'll be interesting to see if we have somebody with double digits or 2 guys with double digits.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, hopefully you got double-digit money to talk about with buy or sell. Talk about the many sports subjects of this day. Eric Edholm, NFL.com, NFL Network. Get his thoughts on teams, selected teams. What about that AFC South? Is there a sleeper powerhouse as a division? Like last year, everybody was above 500 in the NFC North, excuse me. Could we see that in the AFC South this year, maybe?
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home, and Long Fence provides only the best materials and craftsmanship to guarantee longevity. Now's the perfect time with 25% off for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
The Maryland Lottery presents Home Run Legends.
The pitching machine could throw up to 100 miles an hour. Crank it up, I said. Yeah, eventually they had to turn it back down to Little League, but I made such powerful contact that it couldn't have been anything but a majestic 500-foot homer. Of course, we'll never know. It was a batting cage, but still.
You too can be a home run legend when you play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You'll have a chance to win cash instantly with a progressive jackpot, tickets to a game, and more. Please play responsibly.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here. So if you're trying to stay cool indoors this summer, now's the perfect time to upgrade your kitchen during Town Appliance's Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, plus refrigerators, ranges, dishwashers, beverage centers, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for the warmer months ahead. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor really know their stuff. Visit the showroom showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel-Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles at the Trop tonight, taking on the Rays. 6:35 first pitch. Baltimore taking on the first place team in the American League East. We'll talk about that during the American League East report coming up in about an hour. You got the NBA playoffs, starting the Western Conference Finals. You got Game 7, Eastern Conference of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Got OTAs tomorrow. But we got a lot to get to, is the point. And before we get to all the sports fun, count some money. We'll buy or sell.
Well, Bob, the Dow's up 30. The S&P's down 18. NASDAQ is down 162. DraftKings up 74 cents. And Under Armour's down a nickel to $4.95.
Start our sports topics today with a team that the Orioles could take a note from, and that's the Philadelphia Phillies. You remember a few years back when they fired Joe Girardi after he started 22-29 as the manager that season, named Rob Thompson the interim, and they took off. 65-46 was their record the rest of the way, eventually made the World Series, only to lose to the Astros. But this year, Rob Thompson, he was the scapegoat following a 9-19 record, replaced by Don Mattingly, who has since led them to a 15-4 record. Now we look at that gap in win percentage, revisiting 2022, 431 under Girardi, 585 under Thompson the rest of the way. So far this year with Mattingly, 789. Well, that's not sustainable, but even still, Bob, buy or sell, Mattingly's manager win percentage will still end up being higher than what Thompson had when he took over in 22. So better than 585.
So they went to the World Series that year, if I'm not mistaken, right? 22?
Yep, lost to the Astros.
Oh, man. I'll buy it. I mean, they're starting to get healthy in certain areas. Bryce Harper took Skeensy deep yesterday. Get Trey Turner's bat, percolating a little bit. Keep that pitching staff healthy. Why not? It's a winning pedigree there. Don Mattingly still has never been to a World Series, player or has never won a World Series, player or coach / manager. So let's go. I hated Don Mattingly in 1985. I'm cool with him in 2026. Let's go Donnie baseball.
Speaking of drastic turnarounds in the NFL, the Patriots had quite the turnaround last year, going from 4-13 to 14-3 between 24 and 25. It's one of the most drastic one-year turnarounds in league history that, again, was capped off by a trip to the biggest game. They made the Super Bowl. Now, if they want to stay on top, they're going to have to go through a much tougher schedule this time around. Right out the gate, they face 4 playoff teams from a year ago. 3 of those games will be on the road. Take a look at their primetime slate. They've earned 5 games in front of a national audience, 4 of them on the road. Now, to be fair to them, they get the usual AFC East boost. You get 2 games against the Jets. It's kind of like 2 free spaces on the bingo card. And it looks like the Dolphins are back to being a punching bag, so maybe up that to 4 free spaces out of 17. Buy or sell, Vinny, even still, the Patriots will not only regress this year, but will finish below 500.
Ooh. Hot take.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell that. I think they'll be above 500, and they're gonna probably sounds like they're getting AJ Brown too. I just can't see them dropping that far that quick.
We think the Jets are going to be better than the Dolphins this year, right?
Yes.
I mean, how can you not be? Unless Malik Willis is like a guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's their problem. Sorry.
We'll get back to this conversation about former Orioles. What are they up to right now as we take a look at Cedric Mullins? This will be his first opportunity to face his former team since he was traded out of Baltimore at last season's deadline. Now, if you look at the stats as a whole on the year, they are not good. He was signed to begin with as a defensive piece and held up that end of the bargain. Offensively, again, overall, the numbers don't look great. But in the last 13 here in the month of May, 310 is the batting average. So really starting to heat up here at the wrong time if you're the Baltimore Orioles. Buy or sell, Bob, Mullins will make his former team pay with one big moment in the series. It could be a home run, go-ahead RBI in a late innings, maybe a web gem catch. He will make his presence known.
I'll buy it. And Neil Solondz talked about, you mentioned how well he's been hitting here in the month of May, and he's a clubhouse leader. I mean, he's beloved by the guys on the other side, now his former teammates in Baltimore. He'll do something, Mullinsy, to make the Orioles maybe not regret getting rid of him, Nolan. Let's stress that. But at least for that night going, damn, man, why do you have to do that to us? Like a leaping catch over the wall, that sort of thing.
I think a defensive play would sting the most, even more than like a walk-off homer.
Now, if he hits a 3-run jack off Trevor Rogers, I think we're all going to be yelling at Trevor Rogers.
Man. How about you head back to the AFC North here where the Browns, we know they addressed two of their biggest needs in the first round of this year's draft, taking O-lineman Spencer Fano, wide receiver Casey Concepcion. New head coach Todd Monken, to him, both are a welcome addition, but particularly Concepcion, who has drawn comparisons to a player Monken's very familiar with, Zay Flowers. He bought into those comps, saying, quote, "There are some traits that are similar to Flowers, but I love when people spoke about KC. It reminded me of Zay in that in terms of how he practiced, what he brings in every day. If you're looking for that comparison, I believe he's going to bring that like Zay did, more so the work ethic that Monken's looking at there." But Vinny, are you buying or selling the Concepcion will serve a similar role as Flowers in that Cleveland offense?
I'll buy it because they got Boston too, who's a bigger guy. But I think Concepcion will be used like Todd used Zay. Quick screens, quick game, jet sweeps, all those types of things, because that's what Concepcion's good at, all that kind of stuff too, like Zay was or is.
Last topic of the day here in the NFL. Last week, a very good one for running backs as Breece Hall, Devon Achane both put pen to paper on big contract extensions. Let's see, we'll start with Breece Hall because he was first. Came in at $15.25 million. At the time, made himself the third highest paid at the position, behind only Saquon Barkley and Christian McCaffrey. That was until Achane signed just a few days later, $17 a year. And he now becomes third, bumping Hall down to 4. For those curious out there, both earning more than Derrick Henry at this point, who's now number 5. Could there be more on the horizon? Well, Bijan Robinson would be the biggest name on the to-do list. He's about to enter year 4. Of course, already had the 5th-year option picked up, so there's no real rush for Atlanta to get it done, or it's not absolutely necessary, but they want to because the price is only going to go up. And no doubt he will actually reset the market, unlike those previously 2 mentioned guys, because he's deserving of one-upping Christian McCaffrey and Saquon Barkley. Buy or sell, Bob? Atlanta keeps the running back contract momentum rolling by getting something done with Robinson before week 1.
Before week 1, boy. And he's entering his 5th year, right?
Yep.
They picked up his 5th-year option.
He's entering year 4, so 2 years.
I'm buying it because you're a young team, new coach. You're coming in. You had momentum at the end of last year. Didn't save Raheem Morris, but still, he was an integral part of what they were trying to accomplish. The last thing you want to deal with, as we saw with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson 3 years ago, that becoming the bigger storyline than the actual team and how they're doing on the field itself. I think Arthur Blank will write a blank check, and Bijan Robinson will become the highest paid running back in the National Football League for a while, until the next guy gets it. So there you go. I'm buying that, Nolan McGraw. And I don't have Arthur Blank money, but I'm still buying that. When we come back, we'll talk Eric at home NFL.com, NFL Network. Get his thoughts on how the teams are situated in the National Football League. Talk about the AFC South a little bit. You got Jacksonville, you got Houston, playoff teams last year. Colts were the best team record-wise in the AFC until they flatlined due to injuries and other circumstances down the stretch. Can they bounce back with Danny Dimes? And what about Robert Saleh in Tennessee? What kind of a jump does Cam Ward make in year 2?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, there's no question. Your home can sell on your timeline. You just need to hire my buddy Lee Tessier. Now, Lee guarantees he can get the job done. Now, if he can't find a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to beforehand, he'll buy your home from himself. He's that confident because his marketing system finds buyers for all of his clients like Judy. Judy was ready to retire to Delaware, needed to sell her condo in Forest Hill to be able to move. Like all home sellers, she wanted to see her home for the most money possible. That's why she worked with Lee. Lee and his team, they didn't just list her home, they positioned it. It only took 3 days to get Judy multiple offers and find a home who was willing to pay $10,000 over the asking price. Now, Judy, she couldn't be any happier. So do like Judy. Call the only agent I called when I had to sell my home. That man's my good buddy, Lee Tessier. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. That number again, 410-638-9555 or find listings at leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, it's real simple. Just do like Judy did. Started packing.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet Store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet Store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport, or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CR-Vs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles found their power yesterday to collect a 7-3 win and avoid a sweep down in D.C. Gunnar Henderson got it all started with a solo blast in the first inning, which ended up being one of 4 hits for him on the afternoon. Kobe Mayo followed with a 2-run shot in the second, and Colton Cowser managed to record his first long ball of the season later on in the fourth.
Even his first at bat when he drove it to left field, like it was really good swing on time, like everything that you wanted to see, and then the home run was vintage Cowser. You know, getting ready early, going to pitch to hit, and put a good pass on it, and he has that juice in him.
There's Craig Albernaz following the win. That extra offense came in handy with Brandon Young only lasting 3 2/3 in his start, but the bullpen was dialed in behind him as Anthony Nunez, Tyler Wells, Yennier Cano, and Rico Garcia combined to allow 5 base runners and 1 run the rest of the way. The Birds will now head down to the Trop for a 3-game series against the AL East leading Rays. This evening's opener features a pitching matchup between Trevor Rogers and Shane McClanahan. Things will get underway at 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. If you love playing Miss Pac-Man, you'll really love playing the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
OTAs happening throughout the National Football League. Aaron Rodgers with Pittsburgh. Ravens open to the media tomorrow, so we'll have all of that coming your way throughout the course of the afternoon into Wednesday. 3 straight weeks of OTAs, then it's mandatory minicamp, and then it's a break, and then it's training camp. Yeah, we're already there. We've already had the draft, already had the schedule release. Now we're getting to the other organized team activities, and here to talk about that and more, it's Vinny and Haynie, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass from NFL.com, NFL Network. Welcome back to the show. Window Nation guest hotline. Eric Edholm. Eric, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Doing all right. Yeah, doing well. Thank you.
All right, let's get to the one division in the AFC I want to talk about before I forget because, you know, I'm at that age. The AFC South. Yeah, Jacksonville playoff team, Houston playoff team. And I guess haircut talk with Lawrence was bigger than when Britney Spears shaved her dome 25 years ago. That level. Colts were really good until Danny Dimes got hurt. And then you have Tennessee, new head coach Robert Saleh, year 2 with Cam Ward. What do you think of the AFC South, though? Can this be, more than just 2.5 teams? Could this be a division where, like the AFC North has been for years, everyone kind of beats on each other here?
Yeah, I know you guys are gonna see that division starting with the Colts, but yeah, it's a fascinating one. I think no one was shocked that the Texans were a team on the rise. I think everyone understood they had a great defense, but they could be a great team if C.J. Stroud rises back to the level or exceeds what he did as a rookie. And we just haven't seen it the last 2 years, and especially in the playoffs. The fumbles and the interceptions in the 2 games, it was really kind of eye-opening and a little bit of a snapshot of where they are right now. They're relying on that defense to excel. Jacksonville obviously is, I think the biggest surprise of the division last year, unless you count the Colts, given the way they started. But, just the totality of the season and some of the big wins they got late, and obviously the playoff victory too. And, I think there's a feeling in Jacksonville like, okay, it's going to keep rolling. I think probably outside of that city, there's some suspicion because, the Jaguars have been one of these kind of one-hit wonder type teams where they have a great year or two and then sort of fade a little bit. I don't know if history is going to repeat itself, but it's hard not to think based on what we've seen the last 20-some-odd years. But, if Lawrence and Liam Cohen keep getting that offense humming, I think they have a shot. The Colts are the most interesting team in the division. I mean, you could argue the Titans, I'm sure, but, how close were they to the 8-2 team that we saw at the start of the year, and how much did those injuries truly sink the ship? And I happen to think they're going to be competitive. I think you're going to see a team that maybe even surprises some people with how quickly they bounce back, but there's still a lot of pressure too because Shane Steichen, I think he's still under some suspicion, but the Titans would obviously have to be the surprise this year, I think. But hard not to think that there's a little excitement brewing there if Cam Ward can put it all together.
Eric, what do you think that Aaron Rodgers is going to do for the Steelers? Because Bob and I both think that right now they're probably going to end up in last place in the division.
Yeah, and last place could be 9-8, 7-10, 8-9, somewhere in that range. I mean, I think it's going to be a competitive division. I mean, the Browns are a team on the rise. Obviously, we want to see what happens at quarterback there, but the Steelers are kind of in that who knows category, I think. I mean, yes, they had a full draft class. Yes, they have some veteran talent, especially some guys who are coming back from injury and such, and maybe they've got the picture there. But, Rodgers has played, I would say, okay football when he's been healthy the last few years. Last year was okay, and it was better than what the Steelers had at quarterback, but it didn't result in a big dramatic difference, results-wise. So, obviously new coaching staff, Mike McCarthy comes in, they have a history. There's been some whispers that, maybe some of those, old hard feelings haven't completely died yet, but there's also some people who tell you that, I think these guys want to bring it full circle, so to speak, and still have that shot together. Look, I mean, Pittman and DK and some decent weapons on offense. I'll be interested to see what they can do on that side of the ball, but I think defensively is really where where they probably have the best chance to steal wins.
Eric, how do you think Harbs is going to make out in the NFC East?
Yeah, I think pretty well. I really do. I mean, the Giants have a competitive schedule. That's going to be interesting to see how they hold up, and are they going to be able to run the football consistently like they want to? Is Jackson Dart going to become a star quarterback? But can he do for them what, let's say, Bo Nix has done for the Broncos, right? Or that kind of level of performance, let's say. So, Malik Neighbors missed most of the year. They do have some real talent in that front seven. I'm excited to see what kind of combinations they can come up with up front. And John really had a big say on what they did this offseason. It's pretty clear, I think, from some of the free agent moves and some of the positional preferences they've had, getting bigger, getting tougher, adding competition at these long-time problem spots like the offensive line, secondary, et cetera. I would be shocked if they're not a more competitive version of what we saw kind of the last half of last year from the Giants.
Eric, what do you think is going to be a better division, the NFC North or the NFC West?
Interesting question. I think the NFC West right now has 3 of the top 10 rosters in the NFL. I think the 49ers belong in that group along with the Rams and Seahawks. I'm not quite all the way there with saying something similar with the NFC North. The Bears obviously are a fascinating team. They didn't make my top 10 rosters. I think they finished somewhere around 14th when I kind of averaged out all the talent and did all the long division or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the Packers kind of in that same boat. Like they obviously could have beaten Chicago all 3 times last year. Could have done more damage. Didn't happen. Kind of faded down the stretch. Minnesota's a total wild card, although I would argue they're better than the Arizona Cardinals in the West. And Detroit probably will bounce back. Look, they were better than their record indicated last year. I'd be shocked if they're not back in the playoff, or not shocked, but I'd be surprised if they're not in the playoff mix again. So, very good division. I think the NFC West might just have a little more power, a little more firepower at the top.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com, NFL Network, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Eric, last thing for you. Now that the schedule is out, which team, health permitting, of course, benefits from an easier schedule, and what team feels the wrath of now a more difficult schedule than they had last year?
Yeah, the Patriots and Bears definitely have more competitive schedules and more tougher schedules. Patriots for sure. I mean, they're going from one of the easier schedules in recent years. Just when we look back and see who they played and how the numbers averaged out. I mean, it looked pretty easy coming into last season. It ended up being a little bit easier. Still a tough playoff road, and there's some excitement about that team, even with all the drama there this offseason. But I think they're going to take a step back, at least in terms of wins. I would, getting to another Super Bowl and all that. I think everyone understands that they lucked out from a weakened AFC field in some respects, but I could see a step back this season before maybe another step forward. Bears, I mean, the weird thing about them is that they kind of benefit from other teams not being on bye, and the net rest sort of weighs their favor, but they have so many short weeks and so many primetime games on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, Mondays, every day of the week almost. So, I mean, they won a lot of games at the buzzer last year. They won games in improbable fashion, and against the tougher slate of teams, that's obviously going to be put to the test. And just logistically, Ben Johnson's going to have to be on his toes with the way the schedule laid out and a lot of 5 and 6 day rests between games. So, they're probably on the negative end. Detroit is one of those ones that I think benefits from the schedule the most. They're probably near the top. Phillies, I think, got some advantages over their NFC East teams based on how their schedule goes. But, I mean, Detroit, I think, is one that you can look at and say, all right, I don't know if they're a Super Bowl team, but I'd be surprised. They were plus 70 points in point differential last year, and I think ended up 9-8. Unusual for a last-place team, obviously. That's more of an aberration than anything else, I think.
Don't forget about the 16-1 Ravens, based on their schedule. He's right. Eric Edholm.
That's right.
NFL.com, NFL Network. Eric, appreciate it as always. Enjoy the rest of your Monday, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, Eric.
Looking forward to it. See you guys.
There's Eric Edholm. Everyone, we'll come back, reset the program for you, and it looks like that Steve Molesky was right after all.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Detroit Pistons were not ready for primetime and turned out to be a fraudulent 1 seed despite winning 60 regular season games. Would have lost to Orlando in the first round if Franz Wagner didn't get hurt and blown out at home in Game 7 by the Cleveland Cavaliers. The future is bright in Detroit. Cade Cunningham's an absolute megastar, but until the Pistons get better players around Cade, this will be what happens in the playoffs. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, It means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by June 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
NFL lunch coming up in a matter of minutes. Stick around for that. Going to talk about the Ravens. Tomorrow's OTAs open to the media. Going to talk about the secondary and the inside linebackers a little bit. Who's going to be lining up next to Roquan Smith. Stick around for that. And then tomorrow we'll get into the offense a little bit more before Vinny leaves for one winning drive. Orioles taking on the Rays tonight at the Trop. We'll have your American League East report coming up here in about 25 minutes or so. But we got Steve Molesky on in the 11 o'clock hour, and he said he thinks that Jackson Holliday is going to get called up by the Orioles today. Got pulled from his rehab start yesterday with Norfolk. The Orioles said at the time, it's pre-plant. You know, they're always transparent with their stuff. Well, Matt Wyrick, our buddy from the Baltimore Sun, saying that Jackson Holliday is in Tampa ahead of the series opener against the Rays. So we shall see what this means. Shea McClanahan, tough lefty on the hill for the Rays. If you're bringing him up, you got to play him. I mean, I don't know why you would bring him up and ride the bench game number 1, even though McClanahan's a stud. And then you got the 2 openers the next couple of days, both right-handed for first-place team. So Jackson Holliday looks like, and we'll know something official when we get in here, hopefully today, could be making his season debut tonight in the Trop against the best team in the American League right now, arguably the best team in baseball in the Tampa Bay Rays. The question is, against the lefty, who the Orioles have struggled with, where they've won one game with a left-handed starter all season. You bench Mayo, who just homered yesterday, and play Holiday at third, or I guess Blaze Alexander fits into this equation too, who barely saw the field against Washington. Does Jeremiah Jackson ride the pine and then Holiday plays second base? It's an interesting scenario for Craig Alvarez, but my point is, if he's activated tonight, why, unless you're going to play him?
Yeah.
Or just activate him tomorrow.
Who goes down?
Well, they'll have to have a corresponding roster move. Vinny, we're trying to figure out the lineup right now.
Yeah, I just think on both levels, I would just have him in there at second base over Jeremiah Jackson. Right? Jackson not swinging as well as Kobe Mayo right now. So you get the sort of reward for Mayo for actually playing well. I mean, the defense is still suspect, but if they didn't muddy the waters here by having Holiday play a little bit of third in this rehab assignment, it's not even a talking point right now. He's just slots in at second. I don't know what their mindset was behind that, besides just having a little more versatility. Overall, I think it's counterproductive for Jackson Holiday, who's, let's be honest, still trying to find his way at second. Right? So I don't know if I'd be so quick to just put him at third on top of, hey, we need you offensively as well. Like, we're not operating or we're not swinging the way we thought 1 through 9, the way that we would be. So there's pressure on you to come and contribute at the plate right away. And then, on top of that, we need you to learn a new position on the fly, where everything's going to be hypercritical because we don't have good defense there. And every little booted ball or every little misstep that you make is going to be picked apart and examined under a microscope. Just make it easy on the kid. Right. And maybe I'm crazy here, that by making it easy on the kid, he'll actually be quicker to give you better results that you so desperately need.
And by the way, both Mike Bordick and Ryan Ripken, professional baseball players, are strongly against him playing third base. Get good at one position. Don't be average at multiple positions, which is basically what the Orioles have themselves in a quandary with the gloves right now. They don't have Gunner's got standout potential, but he's never been a finalist for Gold Glove. Adley has. Alonso's having a hell of a year defensively at first base. Tavares is plus in center field. New man, he can track him down. Beavers, before he got hurt, he looked like he was starting to trend in a more positive direction. Even Muscles is starting to come through with some plays. But why, to your point, and what Mike Bordick said and what Ryan said, why take a guy that really isn't all that great as a second baseman and try to get him to learn yet another position? If we're going to play this game, why don't you just move Gunner to short or third base? Let him take some hacks where he played in the World Baseball Classic, by the way. I mean, if we're going to go down this route, why not just try every avenue you possibly can?
Yeah. And it's not Jackson's fault that you don't have a real third baseman, right? And the other side of the coin, this isn't his only path up to the majors. There's a spot waiting for him at second base, an everyday spot. Like, if we were having the conversation, well, the only place we could fit him is third, and that's just it. So if he wants to play, he's got to play third. That's a totally different talking point. You sprung this on him, not even from the jump. Like, if his initial rehab assignment started with the third base stuff, I'd still be against it. But you only started that, a week or two ago? So it's really been no time at all. It's not fair to the kid.
And go back to 2012 when Manny Machado got called up. The Orioles covert sent Bobby Dickerson down there, working him out of third base the whole time because he had been a shortstop by trade. And one of the top shortstop prospect in baseball comes up, gets planted at third base in an important August game against the Rays. Dolan, remember that brilliant play he made where he deked the runner going to second base and then line one or triple in his first at bat? But they knew that was going to be an option for him. Jackson Holiday, your point. Hey, Jackson, what's up? Hey, you doing, Skip? You're at third base today. What was that? Where? What? Why? But if he's active tonight, to the point, he's got to be in the lineup. And I guess Maverick Hanley would be the guy that gets sent back to the minor leagues. unless you want to keep 3 catchers.
You never know, but that'd probably be the natural one.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Gunner's a part of it. The reason why, Holiday's not playing his natural spot at shortstop, clearly you have another guy there. That's a big reason behind it. But we haven't even seen Holiday get a fill-in at short at any time in his career. The reason of him moving to the other side of the diamond was performance-based. Shortstop, third, very different spots. Third, second, they're all different. But I just don't see... what about Jackson's skill set says that he can not only hold his own at third, but actually succeed there? I think it could be as ugly as Mayo. I mean, different ways, but it'd still be ugly. 1, because of inexperience. 2, I mean, does he have the arm strength for third? I mean, when he started playing second, he was lollipopping from second to first. To get it across the diamond, footwork-wise, I guess, he's nimble enough. His reaction time's probably good enough for third, but the arm, no, not at all.
We'll see. Now, Mayo's got the arm. He just doesn't have the accuracy to make these routine plays. But Jackson Holiday, he's in, what's it, St. Petersburg, where the Trop is. So there you go. Steve Molesky said, I think they're going to call him up, and I think he might be right. We'll talk more about that during the American League East report coming up at 1:15. Look at the weekend's games, and Yankees, their struggles continue against the Mets. And boy, they ended the game in a very ugly fashion. The Yankees did against the other New York team, and the Mets. We'll come back. It's NFL lunch. Linebackers, inside linebackers, and secondary for the Ravens. Tomorrow, OTAs are open to the media. Who's playing next to Who's playing next to Roquan Smith as Teddy Buchanan recovers from a very significant knee injury?
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked, and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit lionsden.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com. Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million, you deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is legal tax defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about legal tax defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
After going 0 for 3 in Saturday's blowout loss, Gunnar Henderson watched his season average dip below 200. He responded instantly in yesterday's finale by launching a monster solo homer into the third deck at Nationals Park. That got the Birds on the board early, and he never looked back, with 3 more hits being added to his stat line before the game was done.
Mainly get my direction back up the middle and just not trying to force stuff to happen, trying to get 10 hits in one. It's been tough, obviously, for about a month and a half now, but you just got to keep working with it, and baseball's a crazy game.
There's his comments after the game about getting out of his recent funk at the plate. Kobe Mayo and Colton Cowser also picked up home runs in the 7-3 victory. Up next for the O's is their first meeting with the AL East leading Rays. That 3-game series begins later this evening at the Trop. First pitch at 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Well, a couple of tidbits before we get to the Ravens and their inside linebacker position and the secondary. Super Bowl, let's see. A lot of Roman numerals to be played in 2030. Is going to be in Nashville.
Yep. New stadium.
New stadium there.
With a roof, I believe.
Because I've never been to Nashville, but apparently by all accounts it's a beautiful city.
Yeah, it's nice.
Party town. Had the draft there a few years ago.
Huge amount of people.
Which was a home run. For sure, but Nashville getting the Super Bowl there. The former Oilers now entrenched as the Tennessee Titans, even though they changed their uniforms to look a hell of a lot like the Houston Oilers uniforms used to look like, which, by the way, is a good thing. But Super Bowl 2030. So what's Roman numeral here? It's L's 50, right?
It would be 64. Super Bowl 64.
I just figured it out right as you butted in there. Thank you, Nolan. Nah, actually, I was still figuring out what the X meant. But anyway, speaking of the draft, next year it's in D.C.
Yep.
Year after that's
Minneapolis for the Vikings. Yeah. What Mel had told me was they're trying to get the draft to places that can't have the Super Bowl.
Well, Minneapolis has had the Super Bowl before.
I know. that was kind of a. I don't think people wanted to go back there.
Too cold?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you had to do everything indoors. I mean, they had ice fishing stuff and, outdoor stuff. But, I mean, I don't know. You want to go to the Super Bowl, Bob. You want to go. I think the Redskins played in it in Minneapolis.
Yeah, against the Bills when Thurman Thomas forgot his helmet.
I think people like going somewhere where, like if they had a New Orleans, Miami, those places all the time, I think that would be great.
Yeah, and look, it's never coming here. Let's be real.
No.
The Super Bowl, that is, but 27 spoken for, 28 now spoken for with the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the Charm City will ever host, well, at least anytime soon, the NFL draft, because we've discussed this before. I mean, where are you going to cram all those people? Harbor Place is ghost, toast. I mean, do you put it between the two stadiums, Camden Yards and M&T? I mean, we could figure it out, I guess. I don't know.
I think
just don't
after
see a spot.
Minneapolis, Bob, I think they keep going west. Because it's been on the East Coast quite a bit lately. And I think it'll be west.
Yeah, and it's going to be in D.C. next year. I mean, you want to go Baltimore, D.C. 2 or 3 years? Yeah, I don't see that happening.
No, I don't either. I mean, Pittsburgh, D.C. is fairly close.
Yeah, right. And that's this year. So Pittsburgh, Washington, and then Baltimore 3 out of 4 years with Minnesota thrown in between. Nah, I don't see it happening.
No, I don't either.
Anyway, is happening is OTAs tomorrow, open to the media out at One Winning Drive. And we were talking earlier about pass rush. We heard Eric DaCosta with Bruce and Femi last week discussing, the options they have there. Now we look at inside linebacker next to Roquan Smith. And Roquan Smith, first of all, where is he as a player at this stage of his career? Is he still a top 3 guy?
I think the last couple of years, Bob, with Roquan, I think it hadn't been as good. When Mike McDonald was here that 1 year was awesome. I think Jesse Minter will have a comeback season this year.
Yeah, and he still led the team in tackles and all the fun stuff, and he gets the Pro Bowl and All-Pro accolades, but does he dominate games?
Well, his pass coverage has been what's been talked about quite a bit.
So Roquan Smith, bottom line is he's still a starter and a high-level one. Teddy Buchanan was a find for them last year. 4th-round draft pick. May have led the team in tackles if he stays healthy.
No doubt.
For the rest of the season, but suffered a very serious knee injury, which we think probably keeps him out start of the year. I mean, a year recovery. I mean, we're talking September when he get hurt last November, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So let's assume, again, that he's not going to be ready.
Yeah.
Who's playing next to Roquan Smith? Is this a spot that could be filled outside the organization, or are there some in-house guys here?
Bob, I mean, they're going to have Simpson. I mean, otherwise, Carl Jones, Jay Higgins, Reed Wilford, I'll be anxious to see what those guys look like. But, I mean, Simpson's going to look the part, Bob, and he's been given the part in past years. Why does he lose it all the time? Because he can't find a ball.
Yeah.
That's the problem and you know what Jesse will do with him if he's got to play? When's he played his best, Simpson? See ball, get ball. That's what he's got to do. See ball, get ball. He can't sit there, read, react, do all that. No, the play's gone. But Jesse will have him, to take advantage, just like he said with Oweh. What to do with Oweh? Simplified things for him.
Sure.
And I think that's what they'll do with Simpson.
So with him, so he's not going to start next to Roquan because he flashed in a more, his role changed and he was an asset to the team in the second half of the season. How do we view him now as a player? Because he was approaching bust territory, Trenton Simpson here. I mean, is he now a guy that, okay, now we got a guy that can help us on Sundays defensively? Maybe not in the envision role, but in his adjusted role.
I think, Bob, what Jesse Minter will do, they'll find out what and where he can help them best and use him that way. But, I mean, Bob, they got to go if Buchanan is not ready, I mean, you got to go get another guy that can play inside linebacker, I would think. And we'll see tomorrow, what those guys look like. But, I mean, just on paper, I love Roquan, I love Buchanan. And then after that, it's a drop-off. And the other thing is, Bob, how often are you playing two inside backers?
Right.
And maybe, we're not going to play that. We're not going to play two backers that much. We'll be playing in the nickel a lot. And, that's why we've got the three safeties and doing those types of things.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, NFL Lunch here on this Monday. Let's get to the secondary. And we have time for one guy, Vinny. I want to bring him up. TJ Tampa. Third year in the league now, approaching. His role is what? And is he up to whatever challenges Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver are going to throw towards him?
Yeah. And I'll be anxious to see, Bob, what's up with Humphrey, too, where he fits. Because the kid they took out of Duke,
Rivers, Chandler,
he's got a chance at the inside stuff and the nickelback stuff. Now, back to Tampa, Bob. I think Tampa, he's got some size. He'll tackle. He was one of the leading tacklers on special teams, which normally when a guy plays that well on teams, he's ready for a role. He doesn't have the deep speed. That's the thing, the catch-up speed. But he's got great ball skills, and he can catch the football, and he'll tackle. So I think there'll be a spot for him, and it'll give them depth. Weezier's going to be in there. I think he's going to be in there somehow. I don't think they're going to be afraid to put him on the field.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, AL East report, what happened in the division over the weekend, including the Orioles drop a 2 out of 3 to the Nats. They did win yesterday, however, as Gunnar Henderson had his best game of the season. So stick around for that. And then AJ Gersh, Fox 45, talk Orioles and Ravens with him as Orioles down in the Trop, taking on the first place Rays, and the Ravens out at OTAs tomorrow. Jesse Minter's first foray into this. I mean, this is it. Another phase of his coaching career. Yep. Taking on another first.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Memorial Day. Oh, it's getting closer and closer every day, which means summer's almost here. Baseball season, cookouts, time outside with family and friends. This is the season that we wait for. Oh, yes, it is. That holiday coming next Monday, we can't wait. So if you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, oh, it's here. It's here. It's in the 90s today, 90s tomorrow. Check out Town Appliances Memorial Day event, and it is happening now. From premium grills and pizza ovens to outdoor refrigeration, air conditioners. Oh, I'll bet you that air conditioner, if your air conditioner is broken, you need a new one, I'd be heading out to go see Mayor and Mayor today to get that thing installed. And luxury kitchen appliances. They got everything to get your home ready for summer. Their showroom, right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And I can tell you firsthand, I was out there. Mayor and Mayor, they made the process super easy for me with my GE fridge, and genuinely they care about helping customers find what works best for their home. Now, they've got flexible financing, nationwide delivery, which is awesome. They delivered my refrigerator to my house, and they took the old one, which I loved. And their price match guarantee, that's a game changer. Now is a great time to upgrade your home for summer. Before the next cookout or 90-degree day hits, like I said, it's here, it's now. Stop by the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you make the most of Westwood One Sports. Thunder Spurs Game 1. I think the defending champs make a statement to start the series. Wemby and the Spurs look dominant against Minnesota, and they won 4 out of 5 meetings against OKC in the regular season. But the Thunder have been resting for a week, and I don't think they'll show any signs of rust. OKC are 5-1 against the spread this year, playoffs included, when having at least 4 days off. And I think they're going back to the NBA Finals, so I like the Thunder to cover Game 1. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more major announcements on the way, visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Birdland! Spend Memorial Day at Camden Yards on Monday, May 25th, as the Orioles take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Be one of 20,000 fans to score a Maryland replica jersey, presented by MDOT's Work Zone Safety Campaign. Kick off summer the right way with Orioles baseball. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Time for your American League East report here on this Monday. As we talked about earlier in the show with Steve Molesky, we were talking about Jackson Holiday, and Steve said, I wouldn't be surprised if he got called up today to take on the Rays. Well, Matt Wyrick, Baltimore Sun, as we discussed a couple segments ago, reporting he's there. Jackson Holiday. Now, what does this mean for tonight? Don't know. But he was pulled after a couple of innings yesterday in his rehab with the Tides. Now in St. Petersburg with the Orioles. Birds are taking on the Rays tonight. Shane McClanahan's on the hill. Really tough lefty. But as we discussed, if he's there, put him in the lineup. Why bring him up if he's just going to come up to be a spectator for a night? 6:35 first pitch. But yesterday, Orioles beat the Nats 7-3 as they salvaged the last game of the 3-game series. Lost a tough one on Friday night, getting shut out till the 9th. They got blown out on Saturday. They were losing 4-0, cut it to 4-3. I thought Mayo hit the game-tying home run. So did he, as he bat flipped and everything. Umps rolled it foul, went to review. They upheld the call, and the Orioles wound up getting puffy pants out of D.C. But they bounced back yesterday by Gunnar Henderson 4 for 5 with a homer. His first since late April. 2 ribbies. Colton Cowser's first of the year. Mayo bounces back, goes deep as well. Nunez picks up the win because Brandon Young struggled 3 2/3 5 hits, 2 runs, 3 walks, 3 Ks. As Albie said, I've seen enough. Bullpen goes 5 1/3. Only the 1 run allowed was by Tyler Wells. So the Orioles, as we said, they win that one 7-3. Tonight, 21-26 Orioles, 9-14 on the road. Trevor Rogers, he's a lefty. He's 2-4 with a 5.77. And after an impressive March and a beginning of May or April that looked rather promising, he went 1-3 with a 6.17 there. Then he comes off the IL after having the flu, missed a couple starts. He gets pounded in his last outing. So we'll see how he responds. But Trevor Rogers not having the year that he anticipated, the Orioles anticipated, as he hits free agency coming off a breakout 2025. Let's not forget his rookie year with Miami. Made the All-Star team and was second in the Rookie of the Year voting there. But Trevor Rogers against Shane McClanahan, who's battled injuries over a lot of his career. Rays are 30-15 on the year, 16-5 at home. McClanahan 4-2 with a 227 earned run average. That's your matchup at the Trop tonight. Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, coming up at 5:30 here on 105.7 The Fan. Speaking of the Rays, they took on the Marlins over the weekend down at the Trop. And how about a little home run fun from a guy that hits a lot of home runs?
2-2 home to Caminero. Swinging a drive out to left field. And that one's going to go! More first inning damage for the Rays. More first inning damage against the Marlins. 1-0 Tampa.
Caminero goes deep. Yandy Diaz also hit one out. Peacock on the call. Rasmussen picks up his 4th win of the season. He's 4-1 on the year. Brian Baker, his 12th save. As Tampa wins 6-3, they take 2 out of 3 from the Marlins over the weekend. The Red Sox, they've been struggling all year long. Already fired their manager, Alex Cora, taking on the Braves, who've been great this season. And let's just say the team that's been great kept being great against a team that's been bad.
Riley lifts it in the air to deep left center. Kiss that baby. Goodbye.
Braves vision. There's a new one. They're on the call there. Austin Riley, 3-run homer. Mike Yastrzemski, former Oriole. He went deep as well. Grant Holmes picked up his 3rd win of the season with 6 scoreless innings. 8-1 final score as Atlanta clobbers the Red Sox, and in doing so, they take 2 out of 3 in that series. Mets taking on the Yankees at Citi Field. Little drama on Friday night, drama Saturday as the Mets even the series. And then yesterday, got some real drama.
And Taylor gets a first pitch breaking ball, hits it deep down the line toward the pole, and it's out of here! Out of here! Tyrone Taylor ties the game with a 3-run homer.
Chopper over the mound toward the middle of the infield. Runner coming home. There's no play. Simeon scores. Game over. The Maine Mets, one comeback at a time, have won the series. They win this one in 10, 7-6.
SNY on the call. Tyrone Taylor, 3-run jack, bottom of the 9th, ties it. And then in the 10th inning, Anthony Volpe and Schumann run into each other. As Aaron Boone brought Schumann in, they had a 5-man infield. And they want Keystone Cops. Volpe actually had a couple of hits and a couple of ribbies there too, but they run into each other, couldn't even get the play at the plate, so the Mets walk them off. 7-6 final score as the Mets take 2 out of 3 in that series. And then 2 Orioles, former Orioles, were on the hill yesterday as the Blue Jays took on the Tigers. But it was a guy, you talk about Gunnar being a home run drought. This guy here finally busted out.
Here's a well-hit ball, left field, and it is gone! There you go, Vladdy. Lined it on out of here.
Dan Schulman on the call, Sportsnet. Vlad Jr., his 3rd homer of the year. First in over 20 games. As Kevin Gausman throws 6 shutout innings with 5 strikeouts to pick up the win. Former Oriole and one of Nolan's all-time favorite birds, Jack Flaherty, fell to 0-5 with a robust 5.77 earned run average. And the Blue Jays take 2 out of 3 from the Tigers. Tonight, AL East, Orioles at Tampa, of course. Boston's at Kansas City, and Toronto is at Yankee Stadium, taking on the Yankees there. Tampa, 3 games up now in the division. Toronto, 9.5 out. Orioles, 10. Red Sox, 10.5. Cleveland game up on the White Sox, who won 7 of 10. Now 2 games over 500 in the Central. A's game up on the Rangers in the West. 8 games separate the Braves and the Phillies in the NL East. Cubbies game and a half up on both the Brewers and the Cardinals in the Central. And the Dodgers, they've won 5 in a row. They're back in first place, half game up on the San Diego Padres. That's your standings update, Major League Baseball here on this Monday. When we come back, AJ Gersh, Fox 45, talk Orioles and Ravens with him. Stick around for that. And then a funhouse trip with Nolan McGraw before Inside Access takes over at 2. It's Vinny Haynie and Nolan here on 105.7 The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Baseball season has started, have you? If you're not happy with what you see in the mirror when you're pulling out those shorts and T-shirts, it's time to make a move at LifeMed Institute. They're not selling you some fad diet or empty promises. They're using real science-backed solutions, including GLP-1 peptides that targets weight loss at its core. This spring, get feeling like a champion. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. To find the best location for you, visit lifemedinstitute.com or give them a call, 410-575-1200, and tell Vinny sent you.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimore.golfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles gave Brandon Young a ton of early run support yesterday thanks to some key homers by Gunnar Henderson, Kobe Mayo, and Colton Cowser, but the rookie starter couldn't work as deep as his manager would have liked. He threw 41 total pitches across the first 3 frames before running into a jam in the fourth where he needed 28 pitches just to record 2 outs. After loading the bases and giving up a run on a sac fly, Craig Albernaz wasn't going to sit back and watch his team's 4-run lead disappear, and he chose to bring Anthony Nunez out of the pen. Nunez shut down the Nats' rally attempt before passing things off to Tyler Wells, who worked 2 solid innings, and as usual, Yennier Cano and Rico Garcia were locked in on the back end with a clean 8th and 9th.
Every time I step on the mound, the goal is to help the team get a chance to win. I'm a little frustrated with today with how good I felt. Couldn't get deep enough into the game. Threw too many pitches in the last inning. Yeah, kind of lost it there, but no pressure at all. It was fun, like a great team win.
There's Brandon Young following his outing. His ERA now sits at 4.25 through 29 innings pitched this season. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Hot Monday at that. We've been indoors for the better part of 4.5 hours, but can't wait to get outside and feel the heat.
Yes.
Orioles going to be feeling the heat, we think, down at the Trop. Well, it's climate control, but you get the point. Ravens will be feeling the heat because it's literally going to be in the 90s tomorrow as they're outside first day of OTAs. You got the NBA playoffs moving into the conference finals. You got a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Preakness was this past Saturday with kind of a long shotty horse, not a 50-1, but 8-9-1 Napoleon Solo. Handling business in that one and everything else in between. Joining us now to talk some sports, and in particular what's happening with the two birds of Baltimore, the original and the newer ones from Fox 45. He's a Baltimore guy, as a matter of fact. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's AJ Gersh. AJ, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling today, my man?
Feeling good, fellas, but that's just because I haven't really stepped outside either. I think as soon as we get out there, we're going to start sweating.
I'm ready for some sweat. I got a bunch of pounds and toxins to get rid of here. But let's talk about the Orioles. Jackson Holliday's down with the Orioles now at the Trop. They haven't activated him yet, but he's with the team. He was pulled early in yesterday's game for the Tides. What does all of this mean? I know McClanahan's pitching tonight, and he's no easy task for anybody, much less left-handed hitters. So if Jackson's there and they activate him, he's got to be in the lineup. But where are we playing him? Where's his spot in said lineup? That even though they busted out a little bit yesterday, AJ still looking for some level of offensive consistency here.
Yeah, so that situation where they pulled him in Norfolk, that basically was a planned situation. And, of course, we are now seeing the benefits of that plan is him traveling down to Florida and joining the team, heading into the Trop. Now, where it gets interesting is where Jackson Holliday fits into this lineup. Yeah, you take a look at what Kobe Mayo has done all year, and they were starting to play Jackson at third base down with the Tides, and say, yeah, it's an easy swap in and out. Let's put Jackson at third if he was feeling comfortable playing there. And, of course, Jordan Westberg going out for the year with the Tommy John surgery after the UCL tear, which don't get me started on that. They probably should have done that in February instead of giving him a plasma injection. But I digress. Jackson Holliday joins the lineup, slot him in at third, although Kobe Mayo is finally starting to play some baseball and make some big hits. Since he hit that awesome go-ahead home run last week, he's batting over 300, and he had another home run yesterday. He had one that should have been a home run 2 days ago, but it was just 2 inches foul out of the left field foul pole. But it's going to be interesting. Probably going to be taking some at-bats away from a guy like Blaze Alexander. And unfortunately, I guess I should say fortunately, you have an embarrassment of riches in the infield where Jeremiah Jackson has played his way into the lineup, so you can't really move him from a most everyday position. He's one of the best hitters on the team so far this year. So I see them kind of slowly integrating Holliday back into the lineup, but towards the bottom of the lineup probably, but then eventually finding a home for him near leadoff or number 2 overall in the lineup, moving Gunnar down, Taylor Ward down, and finding a spot for him. Because really, when Jackson Holliday's firing on all cylinders, he's one of the best hitters on the team.
All right, AJ, Trevor Rogers tonight been struggling here since, starting the season well enough. What's your concern level with him against the first place Rays down at the Trop, where they could do some pretty interesting things offensively?
Yeah, they're a great team pretty much all around, and it doesn't really help that we got the lefty-on-lefty matchup against McClanahan tonight. So Trevor Rogers, I would say tonight is a start that he really, really needs to go out there and perform. I think, number one, for the team's sake, but mostly for his own mental sake. He's a guy who, if you listen to him post-game, we've been in the post-game huddles talking to Rogers several times, where his mentality kind of is a do or die. If he's feeling great, he's pitching great. And if he is feeling like he's not doing his best stuff, he's pitching pretty bad. And so we've seen that when he got traded to the Orioles a couple of years ago in the back half of that season. And he was struggling, and he sounded like he was struggling, the answers that he was given. And that's kind of the Trevor Rogers that I'm hearing out of the clubhouse when we're talking to him as of late. So I think mentally he needs a really good start. It's just unfortunate he's going up against one of the best pitchers in baseball yet this season in McClanahan, and a Rays offense that we know what they can do.
AJ, what did you think of the Ravens schedule?
You know, I really think that the Ravens kind of lucked out in terms of favorability in their schedule. They got back-to-back home primetime games. I can't remember the last time, if ever, that they had something like that at the bank. Thursday night against the Jags, then the following Monday night, so you even get a little bit of a longer rest against the Chargers, which that'll help. And the storylines galore Monday night. Jesse Minter going against his former head coach and the team where he came from in L.A., So primetime games are great. I think it's a gauntlet to end the season, which is a complete flip-flop from last year, where you had that first 7 weeks of the season that was just so challenging with the Chiefs and the Bills before the bye week early. But this year you got Pittsburgh, then the Browns and the Bengals in Pittsburgh last 4 weeks of the season. Pittsburgh, 2 out of those 4 games. It's a little bit of a challenge, and I think it's probably, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, it's going to come down to how the Ravens perform in those final 4 games, whether or not they win the division.
You know what, AJ? Tomorrow, it's going to be kind of interesting, like, who's the center? Is Matabike around? Calais Campbell's going to be there again. What are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow?
I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing Lamar Jackson, Vinny, first and foremost.
Yes.
I think Lamar knows he's buying into this new coaching staff and every voluntary opportunity that the Ravens have had so far this offseason. Lamar Jackson has been there. So that's the first thing I'm looking for is, please, Lamar, you got to be there, right? And I think he probably knows that as well. And I think that exact sentence is what Jesse Minter and Eric DaCosta are saying to Lamar Jackson ahead of tomorrow. But, of course, you hit the nail on the head talking about, okay, let's look at center. I think who's going to be running with the first team in these reps? Is it going to be Corey Bullock? Is it going to be Pinter? Is it going to be Gwynn or one of the undrafted guys? And then, is Matabike going to be there? I don't expect him to. Maybe he'll be hanging out around the facility, but is he going to be doing drills? Probably not. And then, the veteran guys, I'm looking forward to seeing how the rookies interact with the veterans and how this big rookie class kind of melds into Jesse Minter's vision for not only his defense, but the team as a whole heading into his first season.
AJ, you know what I want to see, and I'm with you. I want Lamar to be there tomorrow because I want to see how the offense looks and operates.
Yeah, I think that obviously everyone wants Lamar Jackson to be there, but then you take into account the guys who have left, and particularly I'm looking at the tight end room with Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kohler out of town. Then you bring in Declan Doyle's boy from the Bears in Durham Smythe, and then a couple of rookies. I want to see what those guys are looking like and how they're lining up Smythe, Hibner, and Cuevas alongside Mark Andrews. And then at wide receiver, what is Jacoby Lane looking like? Are they running him opposite Zay Flowers, or are they kind of alternating those two guys out? Where they have Elijah Surratt lined up, is he going to be more of a slot guy running slants, kind of like an Anquan Bolden type? It's all interesting things that, of course, as the summer plays out and we get further into OTAs and mandatory minicamp and training camp, we'll have a clearer vision on. But, this offense, it's going to look a lot different, especially considering we're not going to be running a fullback offense. Pat Ricard's out of town. Smythe's bringing a little bit of difference into the tight end room. And, of course, Declan Doyle is going to change things up drastically from what Todd Monken had.
AJ Gersh, Box 45, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. AJ, appreciate your time as always. Have fun out at OTAs tomorrow and the next couple of weeks. Then we got mandatory mini camp and then a nice little break before training camp 2026 takes place. And hopefully by then, the Orioles will have won had a three-game winning streak and got themselves into some sort of wild card consideration. How's that sound?
I think 3 games is thinking on the low side. Why not go up to 10, Bob?
Let's get one at a time here against Tampa tonight. Let's make it 2 in a row. Take it on McClanahan.
2 in a row, exactly. That's all you can ask for. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks, AJ. AJ Gersh, everyone. We'll come back and finish off the program with you as Nolan McGraw takes us through that fun house of his. Inside Access coming up at 2. And then BBT, Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services at 5:30 here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The wait is officially over in Pittsburgh. Aaron Rodgers is returning to the Steelers on a 1-year deal worth up to $25 million with $22 million guaranteed. The front office is pushing all its chips to the middle of the table, reuniting the four-time MVP with coach Mike McCarthy. It's a premium price tag for a 42-year-old, but for a franchise in win-now mode, it's Super Bowl or bust in the Steel City. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Ah, thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Taxes could be your biggest expense in retirement. Do something about it. Listen to the Savvy Investor radio show and podcast, weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit HomewardBoundVeterinaryServices.com. That's HomewardBoundVeterinaryServices.com. Your pet deserves it.
It's springtime in Baltimore. Time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape for summer. Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnan & Dermer today for just $89 to have your AC cranking and ready for the summer heat. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. I'm
Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
I told you it was catchy.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. Inside Access awaits. Coming up at 2 o'clock, followed by BBT. Jackson Holidays at the Trop at the Orioles. Does that mean he'll be in the lineup tonight against McClanahan and the Rays? We don't know. We'll all find out together. New Orleans Pelicans, our boy Derek Queen's got a new head coach. It's Jamal Mosley, who was just fired by the Orlando Magic after they were bounced in the playoffs for the 3rd straight year. So Jamal Mosley lands on his sneakers in New Orleans with the Pelicans, who have been kind of down in the dumps for quite some time in a very difficult Western Conference. I'm sure he's not the decision maker here. Be interested to see Zion Williamson's got a future with that organization, because Derek Queen flourished when he was hurt. Williamson, that is. Couldn't really coexist together, but they got some good young players. Now they have a coach that Paulo Banchero didn't appear to be too high on, but that's a them thing. We know the draft lottery. Wizards have the number 1 pick, and we'll get closer to that and start breaking that one down. A.J. DeMonts out of BYU, expected to be the number 1 pick in the draft. We'll talk about the playoffs tomorrow, as a matter of fact. OKC taking on San Antonio, and then in the East, Cleveland's taking on the Knicks. New York has not played in a long time. And then Game 7 tonight, Eastern Conference semifinals, as Buffalo, Montreal look to advance to take on Carolina. The Hurricanes themselves have not played for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, they're 8-0. You know, I mean, they won both their series, so they've had big breaks in between. So they got everybody healthy and raring to go, I would imagine. Rust. You know, are they going to be rusty?
Rest versus rust.
Yeah.
What do we got going on here? OTAs tomorrow. We'll talk more about that when we reconvene at 10 a.m. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the listeners before Inside Access takes over?
You mentioned the NBA coaching changes. Is it even a bad thing if you're an NBA coach and get fired? Are you even down in the dumps these days? Because you know the next opportunity is coming, not even 24 hours later.
Yeah, it's recycling throughout the league.
More than any other sport, I feel like it's present in the NBA, where it's truly musical chairs. NFL, a guy gets fired, you might have to wait, even if he rebounds.
Hockey's like that, too.
Is it musical chairs?
Oh, well,
Tortorella.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's working the left side of the menu.
And baseball, like this past coaching cycle that the Orioles were involved in, I mean, me, a lot of other people out there were really beating the table for that veteran presence, someone who's been there and done that. And then a majority of the jobs get filled by first-timers. So maybe a different way of thinking in baseball. Baseball, you're always looking for the new whiz kid, the new smart analytics guy. And basketball, you're just someone to appease the players.
Yeah, that is a players coach league maybe more than any other. But, I mean, the Nationals, their dugout, their coach looks like a bunch of 17-year-olds.
It's not far off.
They stormed the mall.
It's like my age.
It took over the team, no doubt about it. But yeah, you see it sometimes in the NFL, though. You have a bad first impression, and you never get hired again. Now, Raheem Morris, for instance, got fired in Tampa, then resurfaced with Atlanta. And quite frankly, they were playing as well as they might have been better than any team in the division down the stretch. Yep. They decided to move on from him. Does he get a third chance to coach again? Does Mike McDaniel get another opportunity after the way things ended for him in Miami?
I think he's got a shot, Bob, if the Chargers, win a playoff game and do that. The guy who'll never get another head coaching job again, he's had 2, Josh McDaniels. And he's done an awesome job as a coordinator.
And Jay Gruden, for instance, I mean, he was in Washington with, limited success, but whatever happened to him? I mean, some guys just, Brian Billick, for instance, after taking the Ravens to a Super Bowl championship and making the playoffs a couple of other times, never coached again after he was fired in Baltimore.
Yeah, it's easier to reset and still keep your name in somewhat national prominence. Like if you're a coordinator, right, you're still going to be talked about pretty decent amount. You get a weekly press conference. You're always kind of in the news. And if you're doing well, you're definitely going to get mentioned coaching cycle time. If a guy gets the boot in Major League Baseball, goes back to being a bench coach, you never hear from him again. Or there's no tangible way to point out, look at what he's doing as the bench coach over here to get himself another job. At least like Robert Saleh, case in point. How things ended with the Jets. Did you think he'd get another shot? Fair or unfair, I didn't think so.
Right.
But he earned his right to get it.
Hey, we'll sit here and wait the next year or two to see what happens with Brandon Hyde.
Yep.
Two-time manager of the year.
And how about our buddy Marty Morningwig, who we had on many times?
Yeah. And
never got another chance.
He left Baltimore. Well, he was head coach for Lions back early.
Yeah, but I mean, that was it.
Yeah, but after he left the Ravens, that was a wrap.
Yeah.
Pretty much for him. Funhouse.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center, changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Start with a text from Mike, who wants to know, why does everyone, including yourselves, assume that if a player is performing very well for the Orioles, that they're as good as gone in free agency? This is a different ownership group that has said they are willing to spend, and they have shown it by spending money on Alonso.
Well,
I guess that's in response to the Taylor Ward I said earlier. If he keeps up what he's doing now, probably good as gone in free agency, but we'll see.
I think they'll have other priorities they might want to address first ahead of Taylor Ward, but you never know. But yeah, I would, if I'm a betting man, and I am, and I'm bad at it, I would be willing to guarantee he'll be gone. The one thing that might help him, it's not like there's a chock full of right-handed prospects coming up through the ranks, outfield-wise, at least now.
It is an interesting thought. Like, let's say he really keeps it up, right? You'd want to keep him. There's nothing about the performance on the field that says, just let him walk. But like you said, how's the roster looking? And especially if you've got that DH spot occupied pretty consistently by a Samuel Basayo.
Right.
I think Ward would probably be more of a prototypical DH option for you after seeing the defensive struggles. If you build your outfield to have 2 good defensive players, you could get away with Ward in left.
Right.
But it's hard to imagine it being an easy,
especially when they're going to have to pay for pitching coming up.
And they might need a center fielder, too. I mean, are you going to look at Leody Taveras as your full-time guy? Is Bradfield going to be ready next year?
Yeah.
They might have to invest in outfield. I mean, they gave Tyler O'Neill money. That didn't turn out to be the smartest move. But
well, at the very least, there shouldn't be this either-or mentality with the spending. I mean, we'd spend on the pitcher and Taylor. In theory, we should be able to.
Yeah, Rubenstein said he's willing to spend, and according to Mike Elias, the Orioles were in on it for Ranger Suarez. They were in on it.
Let's see. Another texter here says, I'm not on board with Holiday playing third, but I think Elias believes that's their only shot to sort out the defensive issues. If I was making the choice, though, easily plug him in at second. I'll rotate Blaze in at third every so often for Mayo. At the very least, in late game situations, Albernaz, please pull Mayo for the sure-handed glove in the field.
Yeah, and Blaze Alexander barely saw the field against the Nats with a lefty tonight. Will he be in that lineup? And again, if they activate Jackson Holiday, who gets sacrificed there? I'd have a hard time telling Kobe Mayo he's not playing today after the way he's been hitting the ball as of late. But then again, they don't ask me for my advice down at the warehouse. That's going to do it for us. Inside Access coming up next, followed by BBT, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. We're back tomorrow for Turn It Up Tuesday. Vinny will be heading out to One Winning Drive. Preview OTAs a little bit more as well. Attendance report, and could we possibly hear from Lamar Jackson for the first time in months out at One Winning Drive? And hopefully talk about the Orioles beating the Rays at the Trop to get themselves 2 in a row. We'll be back tomorrow. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. This show is brought to you by FanDuel. This is your reminder to check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel is serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. Check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Head to FanDuel.com/local. Again, that's FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number, very important. It's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to Merriweather Post Pavilion this summer. On August 13th, it's country music star Thomas Rhett. The Fray and Dashboard Confessional stop by on August 14th. Then Zach Brown Band on August 15th. And Grammy Award-winning artist Brandi Carlile takes the main stage as she headlines the All Things Go Music Festival on September 27th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at merriweathermusic.com. That's merriweathermusic.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles found their power yesterday to collect a 7-3 win and avoid a sweep down in D.C. Gunnar Henderson got it all started with a solo blast in the first inning, which ended up being one of 4 hits for him on the afternoon. Kobe Mayo followed with a 2-run shot in the second, and Colton Cowser managed to record his first long ball of the season later on in the fourth.
Even his first at bat when he drove it to left field, it was really good swing on time, everything that you wanted to see, and then the home run was vintage Cowser. Getting ready early, going to pitch to hit and put a good pass on it, and he has that juice in him.
There's Craig Albernaz following the win. That extra offense came in handy with Brandon Young only lasting 3 2/3 in his start, but the bullpen was dialed in behind him as Anthony Nunez, Tyler Wells, Yennier Cano, and Rico Garcia combined to allow 5 base runners and 1 run the rest of the way. The Birds will now head down to the Trop for a 3-game series against the AL East leading Rays. This evening's opener features a pitching matchup between Trevor Rogers and Shane McClanahan. Things will get underway at 6:40. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
Here's a 2-1 now. Popped up by Abrams, busted his bat as well. Rico Garcia gives up a hit, but nothing more. He closes a 7-3 win as the Orioles take the final game here in Washington.
Yeah, it's always rewarding, but our guys, they didn't waver in the clubhouse. They know they were putting good swings on it and barreling at the ball, hitting it hard, and you hope eventually to also find some holes. And today we did, and our guys did a great job of competing every inning and having great at bats, throughout the game.
Kevin Brown on the final call, and I guess they should get rid of Rico Garcia. He gave up a hit yesterday. Still just the 1 hit, 2 hits on the season, no runs. Orioles defeat the Washington Nationals 7-3. They salvage one of the 3 games of this series. And when we left you on Friday, we wondered aloud, Bone, can they stack them? Because that's, to use a Harbs term, and Harbs did a commencement speech.
He did?
Yeah, so Harbs, he's all over the place. But the Orioles are a team, and I said this to you out there. I said to Beltway Ben as well. Until they prove otherwise, this is a team you can't trust and you can't take seriously. Because this was a series, and granted, the Nats can score runs, but their pitching's pathetic. And the Orioles couldn't get anything going on Friday. They closed the game on Saturday, and then Keegan Aiken implodes, and Kittredge throws kerosene on Aiken's fire. And yes, they salvage 1 of 3, but it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
That's exactly what's happened this season. They just can't sustain success. You head into that game Friday, and we're talking about Zach Littell, and Zach Littell is just getting destroyed, having an ERA of close to 7. He gave up 14 home runs, which led the majors, and the offense did nothing. They were shut out until the 9th inning of that ball game. They showed some life. Then Saturday, more of the same. You're chasing, and it looked like they were this close to tying that game up with Kobe Mayo homer. That bat, I think, is still soaring through the air on that bat flip. But then the implosion, like you were saying, and yesterday was a strong performance by them. They jumped all over Michaelis, and he had really struggled, and Lovelady was used as an opener, and that really backfired for the Nationals with Gunnar Henderson going yard in the first inning of the game. But That's exactly it, Ken. It's one step forward, two steps back with this team.
If they find a way to win Friday night, say, and they loaded the bases and Adley strikes out, like they lose 3-2, and they take 2 or 3, I'm not ready
you win
to
the series.
I'm not ready to call for a parade, but I'm feeling a little better because you're still incrementally moving forward. But you find a way to lose that game, and then Saturday happens, which became disgusting, and you just take 1 of 3. And I'm sorry, I'm happy they won yesterday, and it's good to see Gunnar get 4 hits, and Kobe Mayo looks like a Major League Baseball player of late. There's some positive signs, but man, it's what? And we're going to talk about this a little later in the show, but they fired Brendan Hyde a year ago yesterday. What's changed other than some names?
I think Craig Albernaz told you everything you need to know about where this team is at, where yesterday was at. Brandon Young got pulled in the 4th inning of that ball game.
That's the other thing.
With 70 pitches. And Albernaz knows what's looming, and that's the Rays at the Trop, and they've been a damn good team wherever you play them, but especially in the Trop. He saw yesterday as a game they couldn't afford to lose, and they could not afford to get swept. And Nunez came in with a bases loaded situation. He ended up getting out of that jam, and the bullpen was really, really good a day after they were terrible on Saturday. The manager told you where he's at. They could not afford to drop that game and get swept by the Nats.
I'm glad you brought that up because, and you might say I'm crazy, but Brandon Young was given a 6-1 lead. He's got to give them at least 5 innings. He gets a 6-1 lead, immediately loads the bases with nobody out. That's unacceptable. You got to be better than that. And it's the little things. And granted, it didn't cost them yesterday, but these little things cost them almost every single day. And that's another example. Brandon Young has to give them 5 innings in a game where they finally score some runs.
No, it doesn't cost them yesterday, but it could cost them in certain situations today. And in this series against the Rays, Tyler Wells is not going to be available after throwing 38 pitches. I know Nunez and Garcia, they both hadn't thrown in multiple days. And we were talking prior to the show, probably could have used either of those guys in place of Keegan Aiken on Saturday.
Yeah, that one didn't make sense to me
that they didn't pull the trigger there. But yeah, the bullpen carrying so much of a heavy load yesterday affects the dynamic of this series against the Rays.
So they take 1 of 3 from Washington, and it's pretty much been status quo, Bone, for what we've seen from the offense, what we've seen from the pitching. Shane Baz was good Friday night.
He was, really good. 7 innings, 3 earned runs.
Yeah.
He threw a career high in pitches. He really wanted to complete 7 innings, and he did, but the offense gave him nothing.
Yeah, and that's 2 days in a row. They're getting shut out in the 6th inning. That's what we talked. It seems like a month ago, we were talking about this team starts slow. They still start slow. Okay, yesterday
they jumped on them.
But you watched tonight, 4th inning, they'll have 1 hit, no runs.
Well, heading into yesterday's game, the Orioles had been held to 3 runs or less in 8 of their prior 9 games. And those first 2 games against the Nats, we were talking, they had the 2nd worst pitching staff in all of baseball, and you just couldn't do anything. You couldn't get anything going offensively.
So we should mention Jackson Holliday is with the team in Tampa, but full disclosure, he's with Norfolk. He hadn't been called up yet. The Tides are in Jacksonville, and they're off today because the minor leagues don't play on Monday. So it is conceivable that he's just visiting.
Yeah, it's...
They did pull him early yesterday.
Exactly, and they said that was according to plan. I think he played only the first 5 innings of that ball game. He's played, I guess, 8 rehab games this go-around in the 3rd stint of the rehab assignment. It certainly seems like his return is imminent-ish. Whether it happens in Tampa or it's going to happen on this next homestand, it's happening by Memorial Day.
You would think so, but you do wonder, would it happen today with a lefty on the mound? McClanahan's got a 2.27 ERA, is left-handed. You playing Jackson Holliday tonight?
I I would avoid that. It really wouldn't make much sense to have him debut against McClanahan. I know his velocity's a little bit down after missing the past couple of seasons, but he's off to a really, really good start to the season.
So the Orioles win 7-3. Again, they take 1 of 3 from the Nationals. Massive Monday show. We're done early because Orioles and the Rays are a 6:30 start, which means 5:30 Baltimore baseball night. Bone and
Bordy in the Bone today and tomorrow. Back to back.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah, back to
2
back.
2 days in a row.
2 days in a row.
Isn't that 3 days in a row when we go back to Friday?
Yeah, I guess it was Friday, yeah. 3 straight
wow.
Bordy and Bones.
Wow.
Unprecedented.
So that's for people who don't realize, that means Bordy is probably going to be here in about 45 minutes because he comes prepared.
Oh, he sent me his prep for the show hours ago. He's ready to roll.
So Bordy will be here with Bone for Baltimore Baseball Night at 5:30. But guess what's on the program? Jonas Schaefer, OTA start today, media availability tomorrow. What is he excited to see? He's from the Baltimore Banner covering the Ravens, joins us at 4. Cordell Woodland, get Ravens and O's thoughts with him at 4:30. And Andy Koska wrote an interesting piece about Mike Elias late last week and obviously covers the Orioles for the Banner. He joins us at 5.
Yeah, Ken, you mentioned it at the 3 o'clock hour. We're going to get into yesterday was a year ago since the Orioles fired Brandon Hyde. Are the Orioles on the right track?
Yeah.
We'll take
Track
your calls.
to what?
Right. We'll take your calls at 3:15. And Ravens, first OTA today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, open to the media. So we'll get some Ravens talk in as well.
Curious to see who's there, right? Like, is Lamar there?
The social media team would definitely be posting it.
Let's see those 8-ball. They put the 8-ball up with a picture of Lamar. I'm ready for that. Coming up next, let's hear from Gunnar Henderson. Let's hear from Craig Albernaz. They talked after the game yesterday. We hear from them next here on The Fan.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Spring has a way of getting us moving again. Walks after dinner, weekends outside, time with the people we love. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. If your feet are slowing you down, visit a Good Feet store near you and see how personally fit arch supports can get you back to living the life you love.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors, they fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie. Let's get real for a second. When it comes to performance, you want to be ready. You want to be at your best. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. You don't go into game day hoping that things just work out. You want to be ready. No excuses, no late starts. And it's the same deal here. That's why I've been telling you about Blue Chew, and now they've got something new, Blue Chew Gold. This stuff works fast, like 15 minutes fast, and it's designed to get your head and body right. No waiting around, no guessing, just confidence when it matters. And we've got a special deal to help you. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Get on in it. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Gold Standard. That's where you want to be. Don't let the loving get old. Get Blue Chew Gold.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, I've been working my butt off on my swing for a long time, so finally getting to see some go through the hole, so it's nice today. Mainly get my direction back up the middle and just not trying to force stuff to happen, trying to get 10 hits in one. It's been tough, obviously, for about a month and a half now, but just got to keep working with it, and baseball's a crazy game.
Gunnar Henderson talking about breaking out of his funk at the plate. He went 4 for 5 yesterday, a home run, 2 RBIs, a stolen base. I saw Alex Fast tweeted earlier today, Gunnar Henderson saw 6 pitches outside of the zone. He swung at none of them. Saturday saw 7, swung at none of them. It's the first time since 2024 he went back-to-back games without swinging at a pitch outside the zone. So maybe, just maybe, he's starting to see the ball better.
Well, I think just hearing him on Masson following the show, he said it. Look, I got to go up there, just be Gunnar Henderson, not try to get 10 hits in one at-bat. And, that was the 5th career 4-hit game that he's had. He entered yesterday batting below the Mendoza line. I think his OPS raised close to 50 points in just one game, and that just tells you where it was at. It's still below 700. But to me, it was his third at-bat that's peak Gunnar Henderson. And he's talking about hitting the ball up the middle. And he had 2 of those yesterday. And the second one, he hit up the middle and turned a single into a double. And it was probably a little reckless. If the tag ended up getting down, it probably would have got him. But that's him, man. He slid in, and then he's up. He's screaming and yelling and getting all fired up. Like, that sort of brought me back to the WBC, when he had a similar type of play. But that's what Gunnar Henderson is at his best.
More from Gunnar Henderson. Talks about his friend Colton Cowser. Cowser homered first time this year. Homered on a breaking ball. Talks about having fun with Cowser in the dugout after his homer.
Yeah, he's obviously hadn't hit one yet, so we're just playing a little fun on him, getting his first one. Of course, he hammers it. It's 113 or something like that. So, it was about a Colton Cowser home run right there.
Well, when he does hit him, he hits him a long way, and he hits him hard. Unfortunately, they've been few and far between there, Bon.
First home run of the season. Whatever you think of Colton Cowser, that's still pretty shocking. Yesterday was May 17th, and that was his first home run, because he's got the power, but you just haven't seen any of it. And it's been a very disappointing season, to say the least, for Colton Cowser. Yeah. And just think of this recent stretch where, since May, he's still, even with the Dylan Beavers injury, not a consistent player in terms of play time. No. He's not in the starting lineup all that often. Like, yesterday was his first start since the Yankees series 5 days prior. So, even with the injury, he's struggling to crack the starting lineup.
One more from Gunnar Henderson. Talks about the bullpen, which had a big day yesterday.
Yeah, they're just nails. And, our boy Yinny and Rico and Wellesley, Nooney, they all shut it down. And, Rico obviously has been unbelievable so far. So it's nice seeing him come out of the pen, and we feel like we got a good shot winning the game.
Nooney, you've arrived, Bone, when you have a nickname. And a baseball nickname's kind of one of those where you just screw with the person's name. So, Nooney.
I know that like if you look at the raw numbers for this bullpen, it's not that great. I think they're 21st in bullpen
Doesn't help
ERA.
when Saturday happens.
But that's kind of my point, where I saw this guy Jason Moore on Twitter. It was Tyler Wells, Nunez, Garcia, Dietrich Enns, Cano, and Helsley since April 1st. 87 innings pitched, 161 batting average. Like they're first in average, first in on base, first in slugging, first in ERA. I get it. You can cherry pick some stats and to show this, to show that, but they have guys that can get it done in high leverage situations that you feel a lot, you have a lot of confidence in. Now, of course, there's some guys that you don't feel great in, like a Kittredge, like a Keegan Aiken that we saw on Saturday.
It's good they doubled down on Kittredge.
But when this bullpen can pitch with a lead, you have some of these guys, multiple guys that you can throw out there and have confidence in keeping the score at where it's at.
Before we get to Craig Albertaz, by the way, Ben, I apologize. We have not checked in with you yet. I am curious. Any thoughts on the series, on Gunnar, etc.?
Yeah, we talked about it coming into the series. I did say I thought Gunnar would be able to get it going, and I thought he should have a strong series because if you looked at the 3 slated starters, I know yesterday Michaelis didn't start, but he was the bulk guy because they wanted to start with an opener, which worked really well for them. But all 3 starters they threw out there were not good, especially against lefties. Cade Cavalli's the only one that's respectable. You should have shelled Littell. You should have shelled Michaelis, which they did. I'll give them credit for. But 2 of 3 at a minimum against those 3 starters. I get it. This is probably the second or third best offense in the MLB in the Nats, but not taking advantage. And again, I don't want to continue, I don't want to push the Nats down because they are swinging the bat really well.
Yeah.
This offense should use a series like that to break out. Coming off of a good series against the Yankees, feeling really good. And Sunday was fun, but and so were the kind of build you up comebacks that all of a sudden turned into a 10-run game on Saturday. Don't even get me started. Keegan Aiken, it's just pathetic. But Kittredge, I'm a little bit more comfortable with because we've seen it with him in high leverage spots. We've seen it with him in different teams. I think he'll figure it out, but it's not there yet. The rest of the bullpen's been fine, but again, you win 1 of 3 against the Nats. How can anybody take you guys serious?
Let's hear from Craig Albertaz speaking after the game yesterday, and Gunnar Henderson hit the home run into the 3rd level of the right field upper deck. Albertaz talks about Gunnar Henderson's homer.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, how Gunnar goes and how he's doing is usually how we go too, and not take credit away from, we have a lot of great hitters in our lineup, but, with Gunnar doing what he did right there to set the tone, I mean, it was a pretty majestic home run to start the game, and especially left on left too, so it was really impressive.
What did we say? It was his first homer since late April in a game that they lost anyway. It was like a 9th inning homer they were losing. He hits a solo home run to cut it to 2 runs, I think.
Yeah, I think it was April 26th. Yeah. It's crazy, but Craig Albertaz is right. And Gunnar, he has set that bar. He has set that standard for himself. Just the past seasons that we've seen him have. Heck, even 2023 got off to the slow start and then really turned it on as the season went. If this team is going to get back into the fight, get back into the mix of making the playoffs, Gunnar Henderson's going to have to wake up. And outside of 2024, he has been a slow starter. His best month of the season by far and away is the month of June. When you look at it, any stat you can bring up. So you're hoping that he can trend upwards heading into next month.
More from Craig Albertaz speaking after the game yesterday. Talks about Gunnar Henderson maybe starting to put things together at the plate.
Yeah, he's been showing it. He had a rough stretch, here, but he's been working. I mean, he was sitting on 9 home runs for a while. It wasn't like he wasn't doing anything by any stretch, but no, great at bats, the past few days, and it's been trending this way pretty much since Miami. So it's good to see him collect some hits and run the bases well. Like that hustle double was outstanding. To me, I love that more than a homer. That's what I told Gunnar, and same thing with Leote with that hustle double. That's the game that we're capable of playing.
So I think the batting average had dropped to 196. It's now sitting at 214 after yesterday. I think he had 2 hits Friday, so 6 hits over the weekend.
Yeah, and that was coming off a Yankee series in which he didn't have a hit. Yeah. So his numbers against the Rays are really, really good. His numbers in the Trop are really, really good. You hope that this can kind of just get it going. And I feel like a broken record when it comes to Gunnar, when it comes to this Orioles team in general. Like, you got to be able to build off it. It's great that you had a 4-hit game, but, now it's stacking.
One more from Albie before we get out of here. And how about Colton Cowser getting his first home run of the season?
Yeah, it was awesome. Even his first at bat when he drove it to left field, like it was really good swing on time, like everything that you wanted to see, and then the home run was vintage Cowser. Getting ready early, got a pitch to hit, and put a good pass on it, and he has that juice in him.
What is vintage Cowser to you, Bone?
I don't think Craig Alvarez has seen vintage Cowser because we haven't seen that guy, going back to.
He's in his third season. Is there a such thing as vintage Cowser?
I mean, just a 500-foot home run. Like, I think of the one in Sacramento that still hasn't landed. But, we haven't seen that guy in quite some time.
No, we have not. Orioles take 1-3 in Washington against the Nationals. They start a 3-game series in St. Pete against Tampa Bay Rays tonight. Baltimore Baseball Night coming up at 5:30. Bordy and the Bone. But coming up next, OTAs going on at One Winning Drive. Not seen anything from Ravens media yet about what's going on because they are on the field today, but media availability tomorrow. Who are we excited to hear from at these OTAs? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel. Tomorrow, 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could replace all your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Stop everything. Royal Farms is offering a deal you won't want to miss.
Better be good. I don't stop everything for just anything.
How about a 5-piece ham-breaded chicken tender meal with Rofo sauce?
Okay, I'm listening.
And Western fries made from Idaho potatoes.
Oh, legendary.
For just $10. Plus, get a free 32-ounce Snapple tea.
$10 and a free 32-ounce Snapple? Now that's worth stopping everything for. I'm headed to Royal Farms.
Smart thinking.
Royal Farms. Real fresh, real fast.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home, but only if that new fence, deck, or patio is sturdy and can stand the test of time. You know you can count on Long Fence to provide only the best materials and craftsmanship that guarantees longevity. And it's the perfect time because financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality.
Ortho Maryland is now open in Reisterstown. Our newest location offers the same expert orthopedic care you expect from Ortho Maryland. Like all our locations, we provide convenient day and evening walk-in care hours, on-site physical therapy, and x-ray services to help diagnose and treat injuries quickly. Whether it's a sports injury, joint pain, or a sudden orthopedic issue, our team is here to help you get back to doing what you love. While waiting ER urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out, you don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit boarded 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. Member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
After going 0 for 3 in Saturday's blowout loss, Gunnar Henderson watched his season average dip below 200. He responded instantly in yesterday's finale by launching a monster solo homer into the third deck at Nationals Park. That got the Birds on the board early, and he never looked back, with 3 more hits being added to his stat line before the game was done.
Mainly get my direction back up the middle and just not trying to force stuff to happen, trying to get 10 hits in one. It's been tough, obviously, for about a month and a half now, but you just got to keep working with it, and baseball's a crazy game.
There's his comments after the game about getting out of his recent funk at the plate. Kobe Mayo and Colton Cowser also picked up home runs in the 7-3 victory. Up next for the O's is their first meeting with the AL East leading Rays. That 3-game series begins later this evening at the Trop. First pitch at 6:40. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring commercial foremen and mechanics right now. Join our team at ariosamechanical.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, plenty of sunshine with temps warming all the way up to the 90s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens OTAs going on at One Winning Drive. Media availability tomorrow. I think, 12:30? You can watch practice 2:30. We'll hear from Jesse Minter and some others. What are you looking forward to hearing, seeing? We won't obviously be able to go out there because it's during the show, but what are you looking forward to having heard about or seen on maybe video after this is all said and done?
Well, the obvious answer is the rookie class. It's the first time we're going to see them with the rest of the team because they held that rookie mini camp the week after the draft. Mm-hmm. But, what does the 2 rookie wide receivers look like? Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, how do they fit in? Vanga, obviously, he looked the part when he lined up during rookie mini camp. Zion Young, him getting to work with Trey Hendrickson. A lot of these OTAs, mini camp, even preseason, like training camp, you're focusing on the young guys because it's more of the unknown. And the Ravens are going to have to count on quite a few of these rookies to come in and make an immediate impact.
Well, I think you're right. It is about the young guys, but I am curious about 2 vets in particular. Number one, we have not heard from Lamar Jackson since after they lost to Pittsburgh week 18. So is he there and does he speak tomorrow? And number 2, is there any sign of Nnamdi Madubuike there this week? And is he on the field? Does he speak? Do we have any kind of update? Because this is an opportunity for an update from Nnamdi Madubuike.
Yeah, the Lamar of it all we just haven't heard from him since John got let go, right? There's so many questions that need to be asked in terms of John, in terms of Jesse Minter getting to work with Declan Doyle and what this brand new offense is. Why did he feel like he needed to be here? Yeah. Even going back to when the offseason workout program began on April 6th, because by all accounts, it seems like he's been there for the bulk of it. So, and of course, the contract questions, you got to ask that for Lamar as well.
And he'll brush those off, obviously.
Yeah.
But from the outside looking in, Lamar Jackson, let's be honest, has not been around during these non-mandatory optional workouts. It seems like he has bought in to the staff and to the idea that it's more important that he's a part of things as they install this new offense.
Yeah, I think it's important, and we've touched on this multiple times throughout the offseason. I've never gotten worked up over Lamar Jackson not being at OTAs in years past. And, a lot of people, I know Pro Football Talk, they always write that article every single year, forfeiting $750,000 workout bonus. Like, that's his money, and he's making a ton of money regardless of $750,000 workout bonus. And Lamar Jackson, I don't think anyone's complaining that he missed OTAs when he was winning MVPs. No. But this year is different. This is a brand new coaching staff. This is a brand new offense. There's so much new to where you do need to take advantage of this extra time, because the Ravens, their offseason program could begin a couple weeks early because they have this rookie staff. So you want to just get ingrained in what Jesse Minter is building, this new age play like a Raven. And that way, come training camp, Ken, you can really hit the ground running because you've already, learned so much with the playbook. You got some live reps with your teammates.
Let's be honest. I'm completely with you that him being there at the end of the day is probably a little overrated. But when they struggled a year ago, and think guys didn't look like they were on the same page a year ago, of course people are going to say, well, he wasn't around for the offseason. Now, granted, he was also hurt, and then he had this whole thing where he wasn't practicing one day every week. Yeah. That doesn't help either.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think him missing Wednesday practices, okay, maybe I can, buy some of that argument. But I don't think he'd go back to OTAs, talking about Lamar. I think that was more the injuries and him. Wednesday's the main practice day during the week, where Thursday and Friday more light, especially Friday.
Friday's
being
a walkthrough.
Yeah. So Wednesday's the main install days during the week. And heck, I know this doesn't mean a ton because, the pads aren't on, but I want to see Marlon Humphrey and Mark Andrews because both of them, how are they moving? And in particular, Marlon Humphrey, because he just looked a step too slow. We've talked a lot about, his contract status. They haven't touched it at all. Mark Andrews, he got the new contract extension at the end of last year. He's got to bounce back for them, Ken, or else they're in a ton of trouble.
What is bouncing back for Mark Andrews at this point? Like for me, and we talked about this before, I just want him to get close to what he was the year before last, where can he be the league leader in touchdown catches? Can he be amongst the lead for tight ends? Because I don't know that he's going to be the guy he was 3-4 years ago ever again.
No, but I think that season in general, that's probably good, right? 12.2 yards per catch, that's more than respectable. Him averaging less than 9 yards per reception, it's not good enough. That's running back receiving numbers. 8.8 yards per reception. He's got to give you a little bit more juice, and he's never been, this super yak guy or pulling away from the defense. That's not his game. I'm with you. I think you got to be much better in the red zone because this was a bad red zone offense last year, and in part because Mark wasn't right. And, went on third down, get a little bit more explosive plays than you got last year.
For what it's worth, I guess it was Jeremy Fowler putting out a piece. He said the Ravens are sniffing around wide receivers.
Oh, he did? I didn't even say it. Well, look, I think, and we're going to have Jonas on at 4.
No, he didn't say they signed any.
No, but I don't think they're going to make those type of moves, and not even just wide receiver, but even that veteran at edge Eric seems, and I'm with it and understand it, Eric seems content with seeing these young guys during OTAs and minicamp. And it's not the real thing. It's not pads. It's not contact. But let's see what these young guys look like during these off-season practices.
Ravens on the field. What's it today, tomorrow, Thursday? Media availability tomorrow. I'm sure our own Cordell Woodland will get his thoughts coming up later on in the show. And Jonas Schaefer get both their thoughts about what they expect to see coming up at One Winning Drive tomorrow. But coming up next, Eastern Conference Finals ended last night with a thud, semifinals. So the Eastern and Western Conference Finals are set. Western Conference Finals, Spurs and Thunder start tonight. A little NBA shoot-around next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Cordell Woodland's in for Rob. We welcome Ken McCusick in the studio for 2 segments, preview OTAs and talk some Ravens with him, as well as recap the Orioles' first game against the best team in the American League, Orioles-Rays. We discussed that as well.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The wait is over for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers will return to play quarterback for the Steel City this season. The Steelers start OTAs today, and Rodgers will be ready to participate. With new head coach Mike McCarthy and Rodgers back in the mix, the Steelers are hoping the two of them can turn back the clock and find the magic they had in Green Bay. The difference now is that Rodgers is 42 years old. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter X.com/AI.
Your Baltimore weather this afternoon, sunny in the 90s. Tonight, clear 70s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
4 on the clock. Mitchell to the half-court line. Donovan unloads. Baked it in! He baked it in to close out the quarter. Donovan Mitchell from half court. How about that? 47 feet away. And the Cavaliers will go to the second with a 9-point lead at 31-22.
Cavs radio on the call, and this was supposed to be Detroit basically taking care of business. They were able to win in Cleveland, which is hard, and won pretty handily after Cleveland had won in Detroit. The road team won the last 3 games, am I right? Yeah. So and Cleveland is a terrible road team usually. Donovan Mitchell had 26. 4 Cavs had 20 or more. Allen had 23. Mobley had 21. And Sam Merrill had 23 for the Cavs. This game was a blowout, and it was over fast. It was basically done at halftime. Detroit never really got close. Tobias Harris, I was having PTSD. He did not hit a field goal in that game. I've lived Tobias Harris not showing up in an elimination game. So thank you for that. But just a Detroit, if Orlando doesn't collapse, they lose round 1. But they were able to survive Orlando, and it didn't wake them up. And you got to question the way that roster is built around Cade Cunningham. But I guess it's all about the Cavs who get the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, and Donovan Mitchell playing in his first conference finals of his career. He was really, really good, and really, really good as a distributor as well, with the 8 assists in that game, 0 turnovers in 31 minutes played. Jared Allen was really, really good in the game as well. But just a crazy ending to the series, like you were saying, Ken. The home teams were kind of dominating to start, and then the road team wins 3 straight times. But Cade Cunningham, he had a negative 32 plus minus. And you just wonder, him really running out of gas at this point. Obviously, he had the collapsed lung situation, a month or 2 ago. But it was a rough night.
Ben, I want to bring you in here because obviously you're an NBA head. The decision the Pistons made to not go and find a scorer at the deadline, at least they weren't able to close a trade. Kevin Huerter will be fine with that, who obviously did not play in the game last night. What's happened to Jaren Duran, and what did you think of last night's game?
Yeah, to be completely honest with you, I was disgusted by Cade's play. He was bad. They should have probably added something else, but you need your superstar to take over. And I talked about it in the last few games of the Orlando series, which he did. Last night, Max Strus and Sam Merrill are guarding you. This should be island, go right at them, give them, he scores 13. It was a blowout, so he sits late, but he scored 1 point in the second half. One. Down 20. I put a lot of that on Cade. He's going to have to wear that until he's back here. Karis LeVert's a guy that they got some out of during this playoff run, but again, when you don't have someone else, they thought Jalen Duran was that. Honestly, it might be good for them that he showed up this way because now they're going to be able to probably get him on a discount from what they would have had to pay him if he showed up. But if he showed up, they'd still be alive right now. So, a really tough look. Again, Cade's a guy that I really respect, and I like his game a lot, and I think he is a superstar. I thought he was. Last game, I mean, you can't do that as the star, especially when you don't have kind of the sidekick, the guy they go to, because the dude they went to is Tobias Harris, who'd been fine, but Ken knows.
I've lived it. I've lived it. Yeah, you can't show up like that in home game 7, like win or go home
at that.
That Bone, that's just unacceptable. And now, obviously, the offseason is commenced for them. Do you give Cleveland any shot against the Knicks?
The Knicks have been rolling.
Mike Brown said everybody practice for what it's worth. That includes OG Anunoby.
Right. And I guess the one thing that I would say with this series, and it's always brought up so much, the rest versus rust situation. So it'll be 8 days come tomorrow since the last time that the Knicks have played. Like if you're at Cleveland, if you can steal game 1, if they're not on their game to start the series, like you got to jump. But you just haven't played a 7-game series heading into it.
Do you trust Cleveland against the Knicks, Beltway Ben?
I wouldn't fully count them out. Cleveland was one of the teams, when we came into the playoffs, we were talking about contenders, and Cleveland was a team that I said I thought had a shot. That was coming into the playoffs. I don't buy them as much now because I think the Knicks, in the Eastern Conference at least, are the team. I've seen enough. If OG's healthy. Now, because OG's a dog, he's one of those guys who's going to play through whatever. If he's trying to play through something and is in a bad spot, then I'm concerned. Most times when teams get that long break, you're worried for them. You don't like it. This is not good. For a Knicks team that had one of their most impactful players in OG because he gets it done on both ends of the court, for him to be banged up out of that series and him to get a little bit of a layoff, I think that's fine. Brunson's been there, done that. I don't think Brunson's going to have any issues. Cat, you got to show me something.
He had a great series against the Sixers.
I like the issues. I like Cat off the court. And I think he's a good person, but he just infuriates me watching him play sometimes because I feel like he has so much more in the tank and just kind of shies away. But it's going to be really interesting to see. I think this is a really good Knicks team. Last year, it felt like, all right, they got all the pieces. How can't they do it? It was a magical run for the Pacers. The Cavs are a tough squad, but on paper, just looking how things have gone. If this long layoff hurts the Knicks, that might be an issue. But other than that, I think the Knicks are the far better team.
Is the Spurs Thunder, is that the real finals? Is that the real final?
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I'll be honest. This is Chet and Wemby, and really it's all started from Wemby. Wemby hating Chet and turning that into a rivalry is going to be fun. It's a fun game. I don't fully discount the Knicks. I know Cordell and I talk about it all the time. Cordell will give the Knicks no credit. They could win this finals, and he'd say, well, they should have won last year. But he said he won't give them credit unless they win, which makes me laugh. So I said, well, if they take it 7 with a good Thunder team, he said, no, you don't get. Okay, that's fine. No, but I think they can maybe take it 6. I don't see them beating the Thunder. The Thunder, SGA's off the court, and they're plus 20. And now you're getting Jalen Williams back. So I don't know. This team is awesome, and they built. It's annoying because of how good they are now, but they built the right way. They rebuilt the right way. They drafted a lot of good guys. They added SGA through a trade, and then who you pay, Isaiah Hartenstein, who was with the Knicks, who other teams could have paid, but you had money to pay him, and Alex Caruso. Those two aren't stars,
glue
but
guys.
That's exactly what they are.
By the way, I think it's underreported that the Thunder have not even slowed down in the playoffs, and they haven't had Jalen Williams.
He's been sitting on. Nobody even talks about it.
Yeah, he's their second best player. He had a 40-point game in the playoffs a year ago, right?
Yeah,
and he hadn't played,
he's been close.
And they're just mowing through people. I got to go Thunder in this series. By the way, Jimmy Patso's checking in. I see on my watch. He has Cavs in 6. Sunshine.
Cavs in 6?
Sunshine saying Cavs in 6.
I'm gonna stick with my. I'll go with the Knicks.
Yeah,
I'm buying into the Knicks.
I'm leaning Knicks. I agree with you. The Cat is infuriating. I thought he played really well against the Sixers.
I'll give him credit because he's not like some games. Dude, take the game over. He doesn't do it, but he does a lot of other things well. Right? He's had 2 triple doubles. He passes the ball well for a big. But they got those twin towers in there.
Yeah.
The Cavs do. That's tough. The Knicks defend. The Knicks play pretty hard basketball, so we'll see. But that'll be a fun. These are 2 really good series. Hopefully. I never like to, because the NBA, the National Blowout Association, during the regular season, everybody always talks about it is what it is during the regular season. But the playoffs, you're like, all right, it's back. Yesterday, the first round, there's been so many damn blowouts in important games. It's been infuriating. But I think these two series here should be a lot of tight ones.
Casino tonight?
I will be there. It's the first time in a while. Have not been back in a
Really?
while.
Oh, when's
been
the
really
last-
busy.
Well, I guess you were in the morning show for a bit. Was
Morning
it?
show,
Yeah.
and then when I'm doing mornings, I'll still go there.
Yeah, he doesn't slow him down.
Yeah,
My bad.
Yeah, what the heck? But I'm there was an Orioles, 1 or 2 Orioles games on Monday nights. But we'll be back tonight for a really good game.
Speaking of which, Bone and I tossed the idea around of going out to Pickles on Friday, but of course there's rain in the forecast.
90%. Yeah.
Which would be the third, if we do put in for credentials, potentially the 3rd straight homestand.
Don't do it.
I just don't want us to be
don't
a
do
pickle.
it.
Yeah, they do
The
not want
weather
us to,
gods do not want
You
us to
guys
be
are
a
going to jinx
pickles.
it if you do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yeah, that's that. I'm not happy about that because I'd like to get back at the Pickles and I'd like to get to a game. Coming up next, yesterday marked a year exactly since the firing of Brandon Hyde. So let's check in. Are the Orioles back on track? That's next here on The Fan.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Gunnar Henderson has had a tough start to the season, but turned in his 5th career 4-hit game yesterday against the Nats.
I mean, I've been working my butt off on my swing for a long time, so finally getting to see some go through the hole, so it's nice to do. Mainly get my direction back up the middle and just not trying to force stuff to happen, trying to get 10 hits in one. Been tough, obviously, for about a month and a half now.
Trevor Rogers is looking for a bounce-back start tonight against the Rays. 4 straight poor outings have caused Rogers' ERA to inflate to a 5.77. Tampa will send out Shane McClanahan. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly will get underway at 5:30. The Western Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio went 4-1 versus OKC during the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 69. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 96. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the exciting new Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and new Rose Gold Scratch-Off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $2 million. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I am worried about getting this team back on track right now. I'm very disappointed with where we are in the standings right now. I mean, this is a big surprise to all of us that we're in the spot that we're in. I think you look at the preseason media predictions and things like that, projections, and there's nobody that saw this to this degree. So we're pretty stunned about that, but we're reacting to it. We're not in denial about it, and I'm working to fix it as rapidly as I can, and I'm in a position where regardless of how it affects me or my personal situation, I have to make decisions that I judge in collaboration with my bosses and the people around me to be in the best interest of the Baltimore Orioles franchise. So that's what I'm doing.
So Brandon Hyde was fired a year ago yesterday. This was a few days after that when Mike Elias met with the media in Milwaukee and talked about self-reflection, among other things, and changing things. Well, here we are, fast forward a year later, and they aren't the complete dumpster fire they were a year ago, but they're sitting under 500 like they were a year ago. They're 21-26. They're 10 games out of first place. They're in 4th place in the AL East, and they're, quite frankly, not a lot of fun to watch on a nightly basis. So everything okay, Bone? Are they on track?
I can't say they're on track. Look, going back to what Mike Elias was saying there, and last year just spiraled so out of control.
Yes.
And remember, the lead up to Brandon Hyde being fired was very fascinating because Mike
he was on a media tour
to everyone.
Yeah.
He was on our morning show. I remember he was on with Ryan Ripken. I think he was on MLB Network.
Duquette and Bowden.
Yeah, this is not Hyde's fault. We didn't have a good offseason. He's safe until he's not. And coincidentally enough, because obviously the Orioles are playing the Nats, the game that the Orioles lost to the Nats, it was 4-3, and it was a comedy of errors, literally and figuratively, that led to the Orioles blowing that game and then Brandon Hyde getting fired early Saturday morning. And the O's at that time were 15-28. And Matt Wyrick, who covers the O's for the Baltimore Sun, he put out a piece comparing various statistics to the 2025 club yesterday, May 17th, and this year. So they were 27th in win percentage, 29th in run differential. Orioles right now in 2026, 29th in run differential. 28th in starter ERA last year. Orioles are 28th in starter ERA this year. 26th in bullpen last year, 20th this year. The runs scored per game have increased by over half a run per game. OPS basically identical. Last year 22nd, this year 21st. And last year's club hit 50 home runs compared to the 46 that this year's club has hit. So despite an offseason in which Mike Elias operated in a much different manner, the results aren't drastically different.
Well, because he didn't go all in. They signed Alonso. They were dancing or playing footsie with a couple of frontline starting pitchers, didn't close, didn't follow up on any of the moves they made early. It reminds me a little when you read those numbers, Bum. You know that meme of the old guy and he's wearing the button-down shirt and he's holding up the same shirt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the Spider-Man.
Yes. That's a good one too.
Similar.
Yeah. Or the guy who basically he's been on supposedly a diet for a couple months and he's
he looks yeah.
He's just got there's one where he's like just not wearing glasses or something.
Yes.
Like it's the same thing.
Yes.
And we were talking about it in the bullpen before the show. They don't have enough to see that, and I get anything's possible. It's baseball. But on paper, they don't have enough where we can see them winning 8 in a row, 10 of 15, 17 of 20. The roster just doesn't look good enough.
No, it doesn't. And that's across the board, Ken, where the offense, they'll have a game like yesterday, and then they're back to scoring 3 runs or fewer for 3 of the next 4 games. And the starting pitching where Shane Baz gives you a strong start on Friday, but the offense wasn't able to pick him up, or the starter gets shelled, like Brandon Young not able to complete 4 innings yesterday despite being staked to that lead. And, the bullpen had the blow-up performance Saturday, but as a whole, it's probably been the most consistent for them. It's just the only thing that's consistent about this club is the inconsistency. That's not even including the poor defense.
I'm old, and to go on a win streak of some sort, usually you need really good starting pitching. So where are they getting that, Bone? Yesterday's a perfect example. You go up 6-1, your starter couldn't go 4.
But that's the issue. There's no savior. Mm-mm. Jackson Holiday, whether it's today or some point this week or early next week, he's going to return. He is not a savior. A 22-year, there's not. Yeah, when Ryan Helsley comes back, that'll be nice, but he's not a savior. This is the group that they have. And Andy Koska covers the O's for the Banner. He's going to be joining us at 5. And he put out a piece, I believe, on Friday with some quotes from Mike Elias, with some quotes from David Rubenstein. And here's one on Mike. I have great confidence in Mike Elias's leadership and strategy. We have many remaining games on the schedule, and I believe the team will continue to improve and will benefit from players returning from injury. We will continue to make investments on and off the field to support the short and long-term success of our organization. And then this quote from Mike, June 2024, you're looking at every category and everything seemed excellent. And then for it that fast to get into a situation where we had dropped out of playoff contention almost in early May, that came on us really quickly. We had to do a lot of self-assessment and make a lot of changes really quickly as a result of that, which is really unusual. And we bring up the date June 21st all the time because the 20th, they stomp the Yankees. They score crooked number after crooked number in innings there. They're 138 and 159, so 21 games below 500.
That's a big sample.
Since June 21st, 2024. And I understand the fan frustration. We're frustrated. Everyone is frustrated that watches this club. And there's just so many layers to it. But ultimately, going backwards each year since 2023, when they won 101 games, when it looked like the beginning of this wide open window, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that they are at this point right now where you're 5 games below 500 May 18th.
If you don't make the proper moves, and again, it might not work, but you'll hang around. Like the San Diego Padres have not won a World Series, and they go all in just about every year. But this is reminding me, and I brought this up a week or so ago, this looks a lot like the White Sox. The White Sox, 2020, they make the playoffs, but that was a COVID year. 2021, they won 90-plus games, and they had a loaded team of young players that everybody loved. They had more pitching than the Orioles had. And here we are, 2 years later, and they're gutting it because it didn't go anywhere and they didn't really add to it or didn't make the right moves. The Orioles were very passive. They went and got Burns a couple years ago, but did nothing else. They went and got quantity at the deadline. Nothing else. This past year in the offseason, it looked like they were changing their stripes. They signed Alonso. They make the Taylor Ward trade. By the way, Grayson got rocked yesterday. It looked like they were going to sign a frontline pitcher. They couldn't close. And now you talked about, well, we have so much starting pitching. Well, Eflin gets hurt. Bassett stinks. Dean Kramer gets hurt. And now you're going with Brandon Young, and Povich is hurt. Like Trey Gibson's probably going to make a start at some point soon. And we thought, you mentioned this on Friday, Bone, Trey Gibson looked like a guy that would probably be in the bullpen in like July or August. Now he's going to be starting games in May and June.
It's a mess. It's a complete mess. And this was always going to be a very telling year for me for a lot of different things, but also especially for this quote-unquote young core. And it's something we'll get into tomorrow. We did the exercise a lot last year. Like, who is better year over year? It's Adley. Out of the young core.
Adley.
Are you going to show that you're more like the 2025 version of yourself or more like the 2023, 2024 versions of yourself? And right now, Adley is going back to that. But the rest of the guys, we're talking about Colton Cowser, he finished second in rookie of the year, and he can't get on the field.
By the way,
and Dylan Beavers is hurt, and he can't get on the field.
Blaze Alexander got hot, and then they didn't play him for 3 days.
They didn't play him the whole weekend, which is crazy.
That? And Jeremiah Jackson had 2 hits yesterday, but he hadn't hit it all until then. 2 bits of good news. Looks like Jackson Holliday's close to being back. He's with the team today. They haven't activated him yet, so he's probably just visiting as Norfolk's in in Jacksonville, and they're off today. And over the weekend, probably 3 years too late, the Orioles signed Tommy Pham to a minor league deal. I know Beltway Ben's excited. He's a big Tommy Pham guy. Hey, at the very least, he's probably going to, when they get him here, he's going to get that locker room in line.
The issue is you guys were pushing that this team was going to turn around if they traded for him, and I pushed back on that a while ago. It has nothing to do with Tommy Pham. But, yeah, it is.
I was very amused when I saw that.
He's probably going to get run here, though.
Well, yeah, he's got an early June opt-out.
He's got the opt-out in early June. And, whether it's telling for Dylan Beavers, maybe he's going to be on the shelf longer than they think it. Pham's going to get some run here.
Definitely will. Hopefully he can.
Hope he likes Legos.
They might need it. They might need a little bit of a push from him. I mean, a lot of places he's gone have
yes. What he was in Arizona, and they went to the World Series.
But he also got added to the Cardinals.
Yes,
the year
it
that
did
you guys
work.
were screaming for him to get added, and he got DFA'd.
It didn't work, but it might not have been the right mix. He needed Legos in his life, not Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, but he was a big part of that Diamondbacks thing. And again, this is 3 or 4 years too late, but I expect Tommy Pham to be here at some point.
I do as well. His opt-out's in a couple of weeks, so he got to at least see what he's got.
Hey, and very quietly, isn't Tyler O'Neill playing every day all of a sudden?
Yeah, but that's my point with, like, Cowser can't crack the lineup, and O'Neill's the guy that's taking the advantage.
Oh, wow. 410-583-1057. Want to hear from the people. What do you think? We went into the weekend with a little bit of optimism. Now the Orioles lose 2 or 3 of the Nats, and they take on the first-place Rays. A year ago, Brandon Hyde was fired. Are we any better than we were then? 410-583-1057. We hear from the people next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Cordell Woodland's in for Rob. We welcome Ken McCusick in the studio for 2 segments, preview OTAs and talk some Ravens with him, as well as recap the Orioles' first game against the best team in the American League, Orioles-Rays. We discussed that as well.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Hey! 1 year ago yesterday, Brandon Hyde was fired as manager of the Orioles. So are you feeling any better about the Orioles 1 year later? 410-583-1057. Let's go out to the phone lines and talk to Rashawn. Rashawn, you're on the Fan.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Where are you?
Rashawn? I'm in Bali right now, actually. You know, watching you on the YouTube. So I had to call in, just like.
What time is it there?
The scores. It's actually what is it? It's 3:20 in the morning.
Jeez,
in the morning. 12 hours ahead.
Yeah.
I just got out the pool. I've been drinking all night. And I came from, I turned on YouTube and everything, and I seen y'all talking about the O's. I said I'm not going on vacation this time. I ain't going to worry about the Orioles, none of this Raven stuff. But, you know, I couldn't help it, though. But just looking back, you know, after this Yankee series, I thought we turned things around, you know, winning 2 out of 3. And hitting the Washington, I was like, all right, you know, hopefully we get a sweep. But at worst, we win 2 out of 3. But just seeing what happened, what was that Saturday, how that bullpen exploded like that. And especially with Kevin Hagan, like, he was our core guy, though. He's supposed to be that top guy in that bullpen.
Yeah.
To seeing him get lit up like that. And then I thought Brandon Young didn't turn it around, but he seems to be having, like, a good start every other start, maybe. You know, that's what it seems to be. You know, and it's just sad that we got to depend on him this early on in the season and Povich and everything. But what do y'all think, like, by the time the trade deadline, do we go out there and try to, you know, trade something for a frontline starter? Or what? Or would you just blow this thing up, or just?
The American League's so bad. I'd be aggressively trying to do something to improve the team right now, because the good news is you're not dead because of the weakness of the AL. But it's not. Let's face it. We have a huge sample size now. It's not in Mike's nature to make a major move at the deadline. He's never done it.
Right. And then, I mean, who do you move, you know, in that case, you know? But, I mean, we only, like I say, we're still like a game and a half out of the last
exactly.
wild card, right? So,
hey, how long's that flight?
Yeah, so, it was terrible, man. It was 13 hours for the first layover, and then another 10 hours to get here. But trust me, I would never do it again. It was a friend's 40th birthday party, and I signed up for this last year, but if I could go back, trust me, never again. It was
well. Go to bed. Go to bed and enjoy vacation, Rashawn.
I definitely will, man. Y'all have a good one.
See,
Bali?
Bali, yeah.
Bali? I don't even know what the hell that is.
It's
I was
far.
thinking like Bali's gym.
I saw on social media he was in, like, I think Saudi Arabia. And I was like, why is he calling us? Let's go to Jonathan in Essex. Jonathan, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up, man?
Nah, do I feel any better? Absolutely not. Because it's the players, this ain't the coach. But I don't like this coach. I don't like Alvarez. I don't like the way how he handles the guys, or handles the team. And I think we overrated the guys. At the end of the day, I don't care what you guys say about Gunners getting better. I call them Trumbo and Chris Davis is who we got. That's who they are. They're batting .214 and .215. And you got, how deep did you have to dig to find something good to go find that they Gunner didn't swing any bad pitches in 2 days? That's crazy that you had to dig that deep to try to find something successful. Nah, they got to get some players. And no, I don't feel any better. This team is not what you think they were, and I knew it, and everybody knew it. So I did today, and we went 4 for 5 yesterday. Don't put him on Mount Rushmore. He's still batting .214. That's all.
Jonathan, appreciate the call. I'll admit, I guess it's because I love the Orioles, but I bought in. I bought in this offseason.
I said 88 wins.
I said 90. I think Beltway Ben had him at 89. And we're like,
we laddered up.
Yeah, I maybe it's because I just want them to win. So I'm the schmo.
All of us, man. All of it. And look, maybe Jonathan's right. Like maybe we did overrate all of these players, and the front office overrated all of these players. But like that's the crazy part of it, man. Like
again, I hate to beat the dead horse. The whole industry overrated Johan Moncada and Eloy Jimenez and Luis Robert. Like it's deja vu all over again. They talk about all these great players, and like there was a time when everybody thought those guys were all going to be studs.
Eloy still might be.
There's still time. There's still time.
Those singles he had for the first couple weeks. That was a time to be had. Dave's in Annapolis. Dave, you're on the Fan.
Hi there, guys. Thanks for taking my call. My question is, why wouldn't we go after somebody like Trevor Bauer and
because he can't get Mexicans out.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
But,
so why?
Now,
because the juice is. Quite honestly, it's the same reason why teams wouldn't sign Justin Tucker. Like, do you want the PR stink for a guy that you're not sure is any good?
No, that's a great point. But I mean, so then my other question is, who do you guys have on your radar that you would love to see the Orioles make a trade for or go after?
Oh, I'd be talking. What's Minnesota thinking with what Joe Ryan? Is he healthy at the moment? Like that's a guy I'm looking. Trevor Bauer can't get guys out in these weird.
The Trevor Bauer thing. And how many years has it been at this point? Like since he's been in the man. Like dude,
it's over.
Yeah. And this isn't an Oriole thing. This is a 30 MLB team thing that they don't want to touch him with a 10-foot pole.
Nick's in Bel Air. Nick, you're on the Fan. And by the way, when I said he can't get Mexicans out, I'm pretty sure it was in the Mexican League. That was my reference.
Always a great show, guys. We're supposed to have a rivalry with DC. I never thought the day I would admit we have a rivalry now, but of course, I think they're 1-7 against us in recent history. So teams with speed will destroy us, and that's just part of the woes. The pitching woes, Ken, is above my pay grade. I can't even begin to think what the problem is with our pitching, but a blind man can see the problems with our hitting. Ryan Ripken says on your station all the time, these youngsters that come up today, whatever it's called, American Legion ball or All-Star ball, they don't know how to move runners across. They don't know how to go with the pitch. Did you see Boone in the Yankees' last two series? He loaded up on left-handed pitching even when we had a right-handed lineup. When he brought relievers in, they were left-handers against our right-handers.
They're all Randy Johnson.
Right, because our right-handers just roll the ball over. It's either strikeout or I'm going to go deep and yank it. And what happened against Freed on Sunday? They should have bottled that game. Bottle it, learn from it, scout it. We're 1-9 against starting left-handed pitchers, and we beat a good left-hander in Freed. What did we do in that game? And three guys in particular, right? Ward and I guess it was Ward and a few others. They all went to right field. They go with the pitch. Our right-handed batters are zeroed in to do one thing: strike out or try to yank it.
Appreciate it. Don't do that too often. You'll get yourself in trouble. 410-583-1057 is how you get in, but it's also, right now, it's how you can win tickets. August 20th, Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan, they are going to be at Nats Park. August 20th. You can win 2 tickets. 410-583-1057. Win 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan. But coming up next, we got some Twib notes, and we'll recap Grayson Rodriguez, Angels debut. Phillies under Don Mattingly are playing really good baseball, and another hotshot prospect getting recalled. It's next in Twib notes here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel's giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks for every game, every matchup, every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel's an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't just watch the biggest soccer moment of the summer. Experience it in New Jersey. Win a trip to American Dream, steps from the action, and access the ultimate fan celebration. From beaches to boardwalks, theme parks to wineries, New Jersey has it all. Enter now at odyssey.com/NJ.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Kobe Mayo turned in a really solid week of play as he went 6 for 18 with 2 homers, a double, and 6 RBIs. Manager Craig Albernaz has been proud of Mayo's approach each game.
Like anything for a young player, there's ebbs and flows in the season, but with Mayo right now, he's being very diligent with his plan and his approach, and that's something where he kind of, when he strays away from it, is when you kind of see the lackluster results. But as of late, he's sticking with his plan.
The O's road trip continues with a 3-game series against the Rays beginning tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Trevor Rogers opposite Shane McClanahan. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly, will get underway at 5:30. The Western Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio went 4-1 versus OKC during the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 69. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 96. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Had Taylor Ward all year long, so we've gotten used to him, and obviously he seems like the bat might be starting to come back, being more aggressive at the plate of late, but Grayson Rodriguez, who the Orioles traded to get Taylor Ward, made his debut for the Angels yesterday, and Bone, it wasn't pretty. 3 2/3, 7 hits, 7 earned, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts.
it's sort of a carryover from our conversation last segment, Kem. The June 21st stat, 2024, O's being 21 games under 500. And, if we had told you at that point, and Grayson Rodriguez is not going to be on the club anymore. And the last time Grayson threw a pitch in the majors, July 31st, 2024. It's crazy, man. And it's just, you think of the high point of it. I remember being at the game in Bowie when he made his debut with the base
gas
and everyone
cans.
having the gas cans.
That was a time to be alive, Bon.
To now, and he just never was able to fully recover from that initial lat injury when it looked like he was going to be coming up in 2023. And it's unfortunate, man. It really is. And, it definitely raised some eyebrows for people, trading a guy with 4 years of control in Grayson Rodriguez for Taylor Ward, who only has 1 year. But the Orioles told you everything. They think the arm shot.
Yes, and it's just about to go there. There's two sides to this. Number one, the Orioles have not been right a lot, but when they make that trade for what they made it for, with a guy who's got 3 years of control or whatever, they're telling you they don't think the arm's got anything left. And one start with the Angels, and the early returns are there, right? But he's still got time.
Well, and I'm not going to close the book on Grayson Rodriguez with the Angels after one poor start, but it's very ominous considering the fact that he wasn't even able to start the year with the club.
Yeah.
That was his Angels debut because he started the season on the IL, and it's just been one thing after another for Grayson.
They also traded for him without taking a physical.
Yeah. Which that is crazy. That's
Yes.
a great point too. That is insanity.
And just a reminder, the Angels have lost 6 straight. They're 16-31. Anything on that team you'd want? Ben, you're a rotisserie baseball player. Is there anything on the Angels you'd want?
Jose Soriano, but he's so young. They're not getting rid of him. And most of their younger, they pulled Zach Neto up and he's struggling this year, too. Let's be fair. They pulled him up so early that he doesn't have that much control left. I think he's got 2 years after this, but the Orioles don't need more strikeout, and that's their whole thing is power and strikeout. That's all they do in LA. And their bullpen is one of the worst in baseball, maybe the worst. So not much over there. That maybe if Yusei Kikuchi, when he gets back, they're talking mid-June. If he can get right when he gets back, maybe. But even that,
they got no starting pitching. That's just a bad bait. I feel badly for Mike Trout.
Maybe he wants to play on the East Coast.
There you go. He's a Jersey guy.
He is.
That's so rough.
Hey, you get Mike Trout. You got a center fielder. You want Mike Trout
to never win a playoff series.
Come here and continue that.
I'm pretty sure he's never won a playoff game.
I think you're right. And Shohei was there.
They had Mickey Mantle and Babe Ruth on the same team.
How is that?
And they never won a playoff game.
How is that possible? They found a way.
No, they found it.
I guess it could always be worse.
Yeah.
Angels
looking at the standings right now, they're the worst team in baseball, so it can't be worse. They are the worst. Let's go from a team that is bad to a team that was bad but seems to have figured it out. The Philadelphia Phillies, I think they're 15-4 under Don Mattingly.
It's unbelievable what they've been able to, they were dead and buried. They were 8-18. And I remember when they fired Thompson and we were saying dude, firing your manager that early. It was still April when they fired Thompson and they bring in Mattingly. And look, we saw this with them, a few years back where that gave them a jolt. But I think part of it, they're getting healthy. Zach Wheeler, he wasn't healthy at the beginning of the season. He's been fantastic. He started yesterday. He's got a sub-2 ERA in his 6 starts since then. Schwarber, he's got 20 home runs on the season already.
Orioles were close to getting him.
They were very close to getting Schwarber. But a crazy turnaround in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it is funny. Sometimes when you fire the manager, it lights a fire under people. Now, but the Phillies were a considerably more talented team than the Orioles, I guess.
Well, they eventually got the Mansolino bump. They went over 500, Ken. Come on, put some respect on Mansolino.
Mansolino had a good run. He's doing a damn good job in Atlanta right now.
Yeah. What exactly is he doing?
I think he's speaking to the guys before the game a little bit.
Well, they're playing really good.
They're playing good ball.
Here's what I do know. He wasn't there last year and they were bad. He's there this
He
year and they're
steps in.
good.
All of a sudden, this is one of the best teams in baseball.
Yes,
You can't look past it.
What was the comment he had during spring training? Something
They
along the
revived
lines-
him. They
saved him.
They
or
saved
something.
him after
Yeah, it was
that horrible situation he was in.
He was in hell here in Baltimore a year ago.
I guess, man.
Gets to play his ball in the
Quick
suburbs.
turnaround.
Yeah.
Quick turnaround.
The Mariners called up Colt Emerson. You may have heard him because didn't they give him a huge extension in the offseason?
8-year, $95 million deal. It was the biggest commitment for a minor leaguer yet to make his debut at that time. So pretty crazy. And initially, he was being brought up to play third base, even though he's a shortstop. But J.P. Crawford ended up getting hurt yesterday. So looks like he's going to get some run at shortstop.
He's the youngest Mariner to make his debut since Felix Hernandez in August 4th, 2005. He turned out pretty good.
I would say so. Yeah, King Felix.
Remember his minute
run
with the Orioles?
Yeah,
that was fun.
Orioles legend. Felix Hernandez.
I still got to get my Orioles jersey. That's always a good one. That'll be a good jersey to have.
I don't think he actually picked. Like, it's just
he got
training.
frustrated
training and
I think they kept him down. He was frustrated. He's too good for that.
He didn't come up anywhere else. So
that was it at that point.
Yeah.
What do you know about Colt Emerson? Like, what do you expect from him?
Seattle's weird. It's not a good place to hit, so I don't think he's going to get an immediate bump, but he swings a good bat. Very, very good in the field at short. And it's interesting because if he's on a run, and they've had a few other guys, like Young and some other infield prospects they've had, but like J.P. Crawford's just, I don't know, he's never really done it for me. And if this kid's up and they've already paid him a lot of money, if that's clicking, like, would you move him off and move him over to third? I don't know. It'd be interesting to see.
That whole division has just been a mess, man. The fact that the A's lead it at 500 is...
Before we step out, how about the Yankees blowing that series to the Mets? And that, like, they lose,
awesome.
they lose 2 or 3 of the Mets. Quietly, the Rays are 3 games up on the division right now.
It's crazy. The Rays are 10 games up on the Orioles.
Well,
yeah. Tell you that, man. Like, the Rays are playing good ball, man.
Remember, this was the year they weren't going to be good.
Yeah.
Well, when you have one of the best closers in baseball, Brian Baker.
Yeah, that's right, Bake Show.
Let's go.
12 saves. Bake Show. Figures it out.
He hasn't moonwalked yet, though, that I've seen.
That's a shame.
Probably the Rays told him to cut that crap out.
We don't do that.
Yeah, we don't do that garbage here. We just win. We can do that garbage somewhere else and give up grand slams in the playoffs.
That was a time.
Yeah. Coming up next, though. Get me fired up, but you know what'll calm me? A trip around the Beltway. And Ben, where are we taking? Where are we going today?
It's a simple one. Saturday night, I had the chance to go take a helicopter around Baltimore and get a very cool view. So we'll talk about that. I know Tim. I remember hearing you jumped out of you.
I went skydiving.
Skydiving,
Yeah, I went skydiving. I've never been in a helicopter, but that I'm sure it would be amazing.
Yeah,
I was in like a tiny rinky-dink plane jumping out of.
Yeah, so we'll get to that next on Inside Access.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Cordell Woodland's in for Rob. We welcome Ken McCusick in the studio for 2 segments, preview OTAs and talk some Ravens with him, as well as recap the Orioles' first game against the best team in the American League, Orioles-Rays. We discussed that as well.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Western Conference Finals begin tonight. This feels like a battle for the future of the NBA. The Thunder are the returning champs, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the back-to-back NBA MVP. The Spurs had the second best record in the NBA and feature Victor Wembanyama. The Western Conference Finals will be the best basketball we see this year. I'm Chris Platt.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together with the new Diamonds and Gold and Rose Gold scratch-offs. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play both. And please play responsibly.
Memorial Day is close, which means summer's almost here, and Town Appliance Memorial Day shopping event is happening now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your Baltimore weather tonight, clear, 70s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny in the 90s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall, 105.7 The Fan.
It's a little early in the show, so the roads aren't heavy yet, but it's always smooth sailing with Beltway Ben Hall.
Yeah, so Saturday night, and this was planned for a while. We I had like booked it or whatever a couple of months ago. I was trying to do it for a Saturday where the Orioles were in town. I was kind of dumb with how I did it. I should have done it a little bit earlier when it was lighter out. I thought it would be cooler at night. And the view was cool, but I think you could have seen more if you did it during the day. But we did a tour, a helicopter tour of Baltimore, flew around the city, which was pretty cool. High up, and I used to be afraid of heights when I was younger, but I'm pretty good now. I thought it was kind of
I would hope so at this point.
Yeah,
with a helicopter doing that.
It was definitely different. And you kind of move up quick. She's like telling you 10,000 feet and whatever, and I'm like kind of looking like, oh, geez, all right, we're up here. And then we start moving, and we saw the Natty Bow, like the light. We went up that. We went up we saw Patterson Park, kind of flew around, saw the stadiums, and then came back. It wasn't that long, but it's a pretty cool view.
Was that the first time you've ever been in a helicopter?
Yes, it was my first time ever. I didn't know what to expect again, and like I said, I used to be scared of heights. I was like, I think I'll be fine. Once I got up there, I was perfect.
It's kind of. I did my first helicopter ride on my honeymoon. We did the helicopter. We went to St. Lucia, and shout out Dreamers Travel. They did some advertising, and as a wedding present, they gave us, instead of driving back to the airport, they gave us the helicopter ride to the airport, which was. It was super cool. Like, I've never been in a helicopter before. It was smooth, and I'm afraid of heights too. But I love roller coasters, which are weird. We don't have
time. That is a very weird combo.
I'll ride roller coasters, but I won't ride a Ferris wheel. I don't want to. I don't want to sit.
Do you close your eyes on the roller coaster?
No, I yell. I just scream the whole time.
Me too.
With my eyes open. But I love roller coasters. Rush, but like sitting still up high. I can't do that.
How were you on the helicopter?
It was good. I was fine. It was super smooth.
Huh.
It was super smooth. I get a little more nervous on planes when there's turbulence, but probably everybody does that. But like, because I realize how high up we are, and like you're in a Tylenol at 30,000 feet, and the thing starts shaking. But helicopter's super cool.
I had just started hearing about this in the past couple months. About like this helicopter tour around the city. How long was it? Like, what was it? Did you enjoy it? Like, do you like it? Would you do it again?
I would absolutely do it again. It was pretty expensive. I would do it again. The only thing that was like a little like sketchy when we got a little closer to the stadiums, we're going forward, and then she was like going to turn around. That's when it started getting a little bumpy.
Oh, geez,
and shaky. I was like, oh. But once we fully turned around, we were good. But like going over the water was fine. It was really, really cool seeing the city like that. But again, I would just next time prefer to do it a little bit earlier.
She loved it too?
Yeah, oh yeah, Maddie had a great time.
And it was just you and Maddie?
Just Maddie and I, and then the lady pilot.
That's cool. That's awesome. And were you doing this at sunset? Or no?
No, it was not.
It was at nighttime, right?
Yeah, it was like extra. It was so me. It was just stupid. I just thought that, and again, I should have thought it a little bit harder.
Yeah.
I thought that it being like blackout, you see the lights.
It
would be cooler.
No,
and the lady pilot, as soon as we got up, I'm like, do you prefer doing it in the day or night? And she's like, day, you can see a lot more. I'm like, I'm an idiot. Like, it was before we even got up there.
Yeah, my helicopter ride was the daytime. And did you have the same experience where it almost feels surreal, like you're floating?
Yeah,
there's no turbulence at all.
Well, when we started,
you had some. You had some.
I felt a little bit when we started turning over there. It got really bumpy.
How big was it? Like, how many people do you think it could hold?
Four.
Oh, so there's this pretty.
Yeah, the pilot has a seat. There's a seat next to her, and then there were two seats in the back.
Yeah, there were 6 on ours.
I would like to do it. I would definitely do it.
You jumped out of a plane.
I did jump out of a plane. I did jump.
Would you do that again?
Yes, dude.
Really?
That was. By far and away one of I think it was the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. Like it was just so it didn't feel real. Like I still have a video of it on my phone. Like you're jumping out and like you feel all the air and you're so high and you're like
zero chance.
How is this even happening right now? This is just crazy. Dude, it is an awesome experience. I would recommend it. I couldn't recommend it enough. And like but I just kept thinking, the guy that I did it with, I'm talking to him a lot on the plane. I think we were like the 12th one that he did that day.
That's crazy.
And he's been doing it for like 20 some years. So like for me, it's like the thrill of a lifetime. For him, it's a Monday.
Your 12th time.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's just nothing. But it was like, and then when the parachute comes out, and that was a tiny plane. That was, God, it couldn't have been more than 10 people. on there. I mean, it was a tiny plane. But no, I've never been on a helicopter. I would 100% do if I'm jumping out of a plane, I would do a helicopter.
Would you jump out of a plane?
Absolutely not.
Nah, zero chance.
Absolutely not.
Zero chance.
Well, if you have any small part of you is afraid of heights, that's the mecca of jumping out.
Yeah, it's just
that doesn't sound like I would enjoy.
Is there a part of you as you're flying through the air?
You think I'm gonna die?
That the parachute, like you're worried the parachute's not gonna work, that you think you're gonna die.
So it's funny. Like I had no fear or nerves in the lead up to it. It wasn't until we got up in the air and I'm like, oh bleep, like we're actually doing like that's when, and you get the initial like going out of the plane, you're like and then
so you jump out together.
You're one.
They're attached.
Yeah, you're attached.
So do you signal it or he jumps? Is it like
I can't even remember how it went.
Was he on your back or you on his?
He was on my back.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on my back.
Sounds about right.
I think, yeah. And he might have jumped out. Like, I think, you want to know what he did? He did the fake out, like 3, 2, and instead of go, he like went on 2 or something like that. Like,
I've been throwing a little jab on the way down.
Yeah. I'm just screaming and losing my mind. But it was, I forget how high we were. I mean, a couple miles.
How long are you floating before the... I'm sorry to bogart your because the helicopter's super
cool.
This
is way.
How long are you floating through the air without the parachute before it goes off?
I don't think we were floating that long without the parachute. Like it felt really long,
it felt like
but
forever.
in the grand scheme of things, I don't know how long. I have like all the stats on that they gave us on like the video and email, but. No, I think we were like 2 miles in the air or something crazy, like maybe higher than that. It was a decent distance.
Coming up next, Ravens. I did see they finally posted something. It was like a quick. I didn't get to listen to it, but I saw it was Jacoby Lane and Roquan Smith and a third person. It just
Voorhees.
Jason. Okay, Andrew Voorhees. I was about to call him Jason
Voorhees.
That's there for
be a hell of an addition.
Yeah. Hey, he can block. They were tough. So in the trenches. They did acknowledge there's OTAs media availability tomorrow. Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the banner. What's he looking forward to seeing? We'll ask him next here on the Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line 410-583-1057.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, UMGC offers online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Apply by June 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. The 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
1057 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Gunnar Henderson has had a tough start to the season, but turned in his 5th career 4-hit game yesterday against the Nats.
I mean, I've been working my butt off on my swing for a long time, so finally getting to see some go through the hole, so it was nice today. Mainly get my direction back up the middle and just not trying to force stuff to happen, trying to get 10 hits in one. Been tough, obviously, for about a month and a half now.
Trevor Rogers is looking for a bounce-back start tonight against the Rays. 4 straight poor outings have caused Rogers' ERA to inflate to a 5.77. Tampa will send out Shane McClanahan. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly will get underway at 5:30. The Western Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio went 4-1 versus OKC during the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 69. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 96. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Forget the Pulitzer. The greatest honor for a sports writer is making the IA Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Fall 2024 inductee Jonas Schaefer on this prestigious honor. The Fan thanks you.
Ravens OTA is going on at the Castle right now. Media availability tomorrow. Jonas Schaefer will be there covering the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner and joins us now. And Jonas, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So obviously it's not real football, but what or who are you excited to see on a football field tomorrow?
Man, there's so much. I think I'm as curious about what I'm going to see on the field as what I am interested in finding out at the podium. Okay.
Yeah.
Did a OTA's preview that's up right now on the website, and just like the list of questions you have for the newcomers alone, not just the rookies, but the signings and the eventual assistant coaches that we're going to talk to could just stretch for days and days and days. So obviously, we're all hoping that Lamar's there tomorrow, so we don't have to regurgitate the same talking points about Lamar and contracts and everything. But yeah, I guess I just want to see the offensive line situation. I want to see how Ioane is doing at right guard, if he's indeed at right guard, even though we can't divine a whole lot from these OTA practices. I'm curious in the center pecking order. I'm curious to see, where things stand with the edge rotation and maybe who's lining up where. There's not a whole lot of, kind of variance, I guess, on the offensive side of the ball, but there's just a lot of intriguing guys who you want to hear from and see on the field. And I think probably the thing that we're going to be talking the most about, just based off what we see coming off the field, or, once we get onto the field, we can tweet, it's like just how many players are there. The Ravens, new head of performance and fitness, Nick Gill, the guy they hired away from New Zealand, did a podcast like a week or two ago with some of his old rugby buddies, and he said that there were, I think, 54 players, so I think that's 54 veterans who were basically daily participants in phase 1 and or phase 2 of the offseason program. And you put that number with all the rookies that they signed and drafted, and that takes you pretty close to 90, which is kind of unheard of numbers for the John Harbaugh era.
Yeah. Jonas, I think we all expect that the starting center is not currently on the roster for the Ravens. But that being said, who do you think gets the start at center during these OTAs?
First team reps, Jonas.
Who's getting first team reps at center?
I would guess they would go with seniority and go with Pinter, even though he doesn't have seniority in Baltimore. I think obviously the reset with the coordinator position just means that everyone is kind of starting from the ground floor here, and so you would give it to the guy who actually does have starting experience. But I mean, it is pretty. It's a hard thing to kind of wrap your mind around. I mean, the notion that I've had in my mind, and I'd be happy to be corrected by either of you guys if the name comes to mind. But I don't know if there's a position in the NFL that has downgraded more than the Ravens have at center position, because you're going from one of the 3 best players in the NFL at that position to someone who, I don't know. I mean, like as you said, might not even be in the top 32, and that is kind of a hard thing to wrap your mind around. And again, you could probably make a similar argument for the Ravens going from an all-pro punter in Jordan Stout to a guy who, I think we all expect to be at least solid, but the downgrade from Linderbaum to whomever it is going to be, at least with the names on this roster, it's pretty substantial. And that's with me having a lot of love for Corey Bullock based on what he did in the preseason last year. But man, it's a whole different ballgame when you're going up against guys as big and strong as Calais Campbell, Travis Jones, Nnamdi if he's healthy. So it's going to be interesting to see just how it all unfolds tomorrow.
Talking with Jonas Schaefer's Inside Access here on the Fan. You mentioned Nnamdi, so the obligatory Nnamdi question: are you hoping to see him tomorrow, or maybe get to talk to him, or we feel like this is going to play out for a while longer?
Well, I don't know a whole lot about neck injuries. Fortunately, never had to undergo one. But from what little I do understand of them, it's hard to be back on the field after 1 month of a neck operation that is raising hopes of you getting a chance to play in the NFL again. So maybe he'll brighten all our days and be standing on the sideline and brooding on his teammates and taking in some of the coaching. But again, this is just all kind of conjecture and speculation at this point, because we don't even know if there was. I mean, we know that there was an operation, but we got so little confirmation from the Ravens when we asked Eric DaCosta during the draft availabilities, that they were basically saying this is Nnamdi's call to talk. So hopefully he's out there. That would be great. It would also probably raise hopes unreasonably about just his chances of getting out there on the field. But I'm sure that there will be questions aplenty about what exactly the latest update there is. If if there is any to be offered, which I doubt there will be.
We're speaking to Jonas Schaefer. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Jonas, we haven't heard from you since the schedule got put out on Thursday. What were some of your main takeaways for the Ravens schedule?
And did you enjoy their schedule release video? Because you're a young fella.
I just kind of skimmed through it. I appreciate the brevity of it. I think that's what I'll say. If you're gonna have a 5 or 6 minute thing, make it as enjoyable and full of Easter eggs as someone like the Chargers. But if you're not really, throwing thousands of dollars at it, at least keep it short, which I appreciate them doing that. I think obviously, you guys probably run through all the basics, and there aren't a whole lot of different takeaways. But I think the thing that is maybe most intriguing to me, that I wish I'd written about, when I was going through all my thoughts and feelings about it, is just how crucial those final 4 games could be for just determining the future of the AFC. You've got the Steelers maybe sending Aaron Rodgers out in his potentially final season with a playoff berth. You've got the Bengals, who, let's say they miss the playoffs again and the Ravens have a hand in sending them home. Then does that potentially force Joe Burrow into demanding a trade out of Cincinnati because he's sick of losing on a team that just won't invest or just doesn't know how to invest in his obvious talents? And then you've got Cleveland, which is I think we're all going to be picking the Ravens to win that game this far in advance. But if somehow the Ravens lose to the Browns during a Browns season where we all think they're just going to try to tank for Arch Manning or Dante Moore or Lenore Sellers, then does that screw up their grand plans to get the quarterback who's going to reset their franchise's trajectory? So I think it's just very, very intriguing if you view it through the prism of how the Ravens could either help or hurt the rest of the AFC North by that final little home stretch there.
Jonas, are you excited for some joint workouts? I guess a couple days in Minnesota and then one with the Commanders.
Yeah, I was really hoping that we'd get the twofer here in Baltimore. Obviously, I don't think it was Gianna, my colleague, who went to the joint practices last year, I believe, and they're just always such a hard thing to get your arms around, especially if you're going solo. And obviously, I think the Ravens are probably feeling pretty wary of doing more 2-a-days, especially between geographic rivals, just based off of how much of a cluster F the last 2 days that we got, not 2 days, but the last 2-day practices that we got with the Commanders that ended up with fisticuffs and just a lot of nastiness between those teams. So I'm a little surprised the Ravens actually agreed to do back-to-back practices, considering just how much that kind of proximity could lead to some bad blood. It would be great to have it here in Baltimore, but hopefully either myself or Gianna or we have enough media, in Minnesota for that to get an, honest, real accounting of just how the Ravens did in that session last year.
By the way, Jonas, you mentioned the bad blood from the Commanders practice a few years ago. I wonder how many guys are still there that were a part of, because Mark Andrews said, I don't think that, the guys that were there then, they were not too fond of him after that practice.
No. and maybe this is the training camp where Mark take things light a little bit more just to get himself ready for the season, but probably not, knowing Mark as well as I do. But yeah, a lot of the, I guess you would call agitators on that in that session are gone. I think Tylan Wallace was one of the guys who kind of got mixed up during the offensive, defense, or special teams drill. He's obviously now in Cleveland, but those guys didn't have a whole lot of shared history before they threw down. So you put a couple guys fighting for roster spots in 95-degree heat, and you let them bash each other's heads for 2 days in a row. That you're going to get some nasty chemistry there.
Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, wear some sunscreen tomorrow, but have yourself some fun, and we always appreciate your time.
What's the forecast going to be? I haven't.
It's mid-90s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be hot as hell.
Us gingers can't be out there that long for the,
I know. I got to get myself an outrageous hat.
See you, bud.
All right, fellas.
Jonas Schaefer. We'll talk to Cordell Woodland, Little Ravens and Orioles coming up at 4:30. But coming up next, our thoughts on OTAs. They are going on at the Castle right now. What are we hoping to hear and see tomorrow? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Cordell Woodland's in for Rob. We welcome Ken McCusick in the studio for 2 segments, preview OTAs and talk some Ravens with him, as well as recap the Orioles' first game against the best team in the American League, Orioles-Rays. We discussed that as well.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Presenting Fun's greatest hits. Remember this? How about this? It's the new Miss Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. Top prize is $30,000. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's off and on delays from 95 to Security Boulevard. Heavy again through Towson between the Harrisburg Expressway to York Road. Also, it's heavy on the outer loop of the Beltway from 795 to Liberty Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens seem to be done on the field today. The only reason I'm guessing that is because Ravens.com put out a video of them asking them questions. I saw it on my computer, but I have no sound on my computer, so I haven't had a chance to watch it, so I don't even know what the questions were. I did peruse it to see who might be there. I did not see Lamar Jackson, so I'm guessing that he's not there, just because if he was there, we would have gotten that picture or video of Lamar, but he could be there. Usually Ravens Productions get that right out there.
I'm going to assume that he is not there, but look,
could be there tomorrow.
He could have a personal thing, and maybe he shows up tomorrow or Thursday.
Like, for example, Zay Flowers is not there today. He's graduating from Boston College, but I have it on good authority he will be there tomorrow. So
hopefully that's the case for Lamar. But yeah, when we were talking earlier, that's obviously him being there. His attendance or lack thereof is always going to be high on the list of things that you're looking for when it comes to OTAs. And Lamar hasn't been at many OTAs in the past few years, but this year has been different, and he was there right when the offseason workouts started on April 6th. So my expectation was if he's showing up for that, he's definitely going to show up for OTAs. So we'll see if he's there and if he talks, because we haven't heard from Lamar Jackson since the only head coach that he's known has gotten fired.
He hasn't spoken since after they lost to the Steelers. That's the last time Lamar Jackson spoke.
Yeah, so there's a lot of questions for him. You know, what does he think of Jesse Manter? What does he think of Declan Doyle? You know, why did you end up showing up right away to the offseason workouts and not in the past? What's the contract situation? And I'm sure that'll be a non-answer.
Do you miss Hobbs?
Yeah, like there's plenty of questions for Lamar.
There's a lot of meat on that bone. What about Jonas talking? He said the new strength and conditioning guy, saying like everybody's been there through phase one, which is that did not occur during John Harbaugh, especially the last few years.
No, it didn't. But again, Ken, like if you're a player, you're making your first impression. This is a brand new coaching staff. You don't have any history with these guys, so I would expect the attendance to be much better than it has been. And, you know, all of they're coming off the most disappointing season in franchise history. And that had to humble a lot of players there, because a lot of them did not play up to their ability, did not play up to their contract. And if you're a competitor, like, you're embarrassed by that. So you want to put your best foot forward. You want to be busting your butt with the rest of your teammates out at one winning drive. And you want to be there to hit the ground running for when training camp begins.
So what are you hoping, other than the Lamar of it all, like we asked Jonas this question. He's like, well, what does Iwane look like? You obviously are very intrigued to see who's running with the ones at center.
I just think that it's kind of, I think it's going to be Pinter, but, you know, Jonas brings up a good point saying the fall off, and we expect them to bring in a center.
Yes, I do not. Let me be clear. Yeah. I do not think that anybody who's currently on the roster is starting at center week one, unless the guy they trade for gets hurt.
Yes. That caveat. But Danny Pinter has all of 10 starts in his career, so I guess, you know, Jonas made the joke, you're going with the experience or lack thereof. That's just what they have available in the room. I'm with Jonas. I think it is going to be Pinter. But no, with these OTAs and mandatory minicamp in a couple weeks, and even training camp to a large part, you're looking at the young guys. You're looking at your incoming rookie class. You're looking at the draft class from 2025. Like, who's going to take that leap from year one to year two? Then there's a couple of the veterans that I would like to see in terms of how they look, and hopefully they're there, like a Marlon Humphrey, like a Mark Andrews, two guys.
Andrews is there.
Yeah, two guys coming off very disappointing seasons, and like they're going to need bounce backs from both of them, and it'll go a long way in determining how this offense and how the defense does.
Andrews, I can confirm, at least was there today because he was in that video that they posted, so he is there.
Yeah, and I would expect
he's always at these things. He loves to practice.
He loves, totally. I mean, he's competing every practice like it's his last.
Yeah,
you bring up the Commanders joint practice.
Man, I was there
too.
That was a bit of a cheap shot, and I was just trying to think off the top of my head, like who's still there. I remember because that was what was it? Odell Beckham's year here.
It was 2023. I remember it was Zay's rookie year.
Yeah, because he was toasting the skinny corner.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Who's now with the Rams.
Was killing Emmanuel Forbes.
And so was Beckham.
Yeah.
They were all killing Emmanuel Forbes.
That was a time, man. No, Beckham. Just him, because you always hear the fans and all the kids screaming and yelling. Yes. Odell had the second biggest.
Oh, yes. It was like the Beatles.
Yeah, it was Lamar Jackson. It was always going to be Lamar, but they were going nuts for Odell at training camp.
And by the way, not only training camp, but for a guy that might get 3 targets in a game, when he spoke after games, there wasn't a bigger group of media that totally. Like we wanted to hear from him too.
Absolutely.
It was kind of incredible. I don't remember this past year. Like DeAndre Hopkins would have, but it wasn't Odell.
It wasn't close.
No.
With all due respect to Hopkins, who's had a hell of a career, but Odell was just this.
There's an aura.
Yes. Good word.
You like it?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, there's definitely there was some ish to Odell.
Totally. And let's also not leave out. He was making serious coin on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
It was $15 million base, 18 up to 18.
But I think they were easily to achieve incentives.
Exactly. Where Hopkins, he was making 5, I think, last year.
Coming up next, though, let's talk some Ravens. Let's talk some Orioles with our buddy Cordell Woodland. He covers the Orioles and Ravens. You hear him on the Fresh Take on Thursdays. He joins us next.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway before Providence Road. A disabled vehicle's on the right side. It's heavy from 83 to Harrisburg Expressway. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Anne Arundel County near the airport, 170 between Stony Run Road and Amtrak Way. Watch for police direction past the crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Traffic sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join the team at ariosamechanical.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Kobe Mayo turned in a really solid week of play as he went 6 for 18 with 2 homers, a double, and 6 RBIs. Manager Craig Albernaz has been proud of Mayo's approach each game.
Like anything for a young player, there's ebbs and flows to the season, but with Mayo right now, he's being very diligent with his plan and his approach, and that's something where he kind of, when he strays away from it, is when you kind of see the lackluster results. But as of late, he's sticking with his plan.
The O's road trip continues with a 3-game series against the Rays beginning tonight. The starting pitching matchup features Trevor Rogers opposite Shane McClanahan. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly, will get underway at 5:30. The Western Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio went 4-1 versus OKC during the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 69. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 96. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We are efforting to get our good friend Cordell Woodland on the program. In the meantime, the Orioles take on the Rays. Game 1 of a 3-game series in St. Pete at Sporting the Bone coming up at 6:30. Lineup is out, Bone. Taylor Ward leading off in left field. Gunnar Henderson batting second. Once again, a shortstop. Adley Rutschman batting third. He's behind the plate. Pete Alonso, the DH, batting fourth. Tyler O'Neill batting fifth in right field. Kobe Mayo is your first baseman batting sixth. Jeremiah Jackson batting seventh at second base. Weston Wilson at third base batting eighth. And Blaze Alexander in center field batting ninth.
Yeah, getting a little funky here.
It's like a Sunday lineup.
Yeah, knocking off the cobwebs with Blaze Alexander, who had been swinging a hot bat in the month of May, and he didn't play at all in the series against the Nats. But in center field is interesting. Orioles going up against a tough lefty in Shane McClanahan. Obviously, Jackson Holliday not activated today. I don't know if Craig Albernaz has talked in the media yet or not. I haven't seen any tweets, but I'm sure the guys covering the game at the Trop are going to ask Albernaz about Jackson Holliday, who is at the Trop. But Norfolk, they are playing this week in Jacksonville.
How far is the drive from Jacksonville to Tampa?
I have no idea.
Pete. That's because Jacksonville's kind of like, It's right below Georgia. It's almost like southern Georgia.
Is St. Pete further down?
I think so, but I can't imagine it's a long drive. So like you can do it.
I mean, their game's not going to be till tomorrow night. So worst case, he's hanging out with them tonight in the clubhouse. But either way, Jackson Holiday, I'm expecting we're going to see him either in the Trop or definitely during this next homestand.
According to Google, it's a 3-hour and 7-minute drive.
So that's doable.
199 miles.
Think he's taking an Uber?
Could.
Yeah.
He's got the cake for it.
Yeah, I would think so. Number 1 overall pick, man. That's signing bonus.
Or, quite frankly, he could get activated tomorrow.
Possible. It's definitely possible, but I just wonder how they're going to use him when he does get called up, because he's basically been pretty much alternating each day, third base, second base, third base, second base. So he'll get a little bit of run at third at least.
Something that we were talking about earlier. Are you feeling any better, worse, same about the Orioles after the Nats series?
It's just been more of the same, Ken. Like, I guess they're not completely bottoming out.
No.
Like Craig Albanez made the comment following a game in the Bronx. It was that Sunday, and that was a weird wraparound series on Monday, where he called this a crucial stretch for this team. Since that point, they're 6-7. So, like, they haven't gained any ground. They haven't lost a ton. It's just who they've been. They've had some big wins in that stretch, but if you can't win back-to-back series, how are you going to chip away at this deficit of being 5 games below 500? Like, that was a very good series that they had against the Yankees, and even that series was odd because you're getting no hit in the first game through the first 6 innings. You come back, then you get crushed in the second game. You're down 6-0 through 3 innings with Trevor Rogers, and you win that last game, but you weren't able to build off of it. And the offense showed up in a big, big way yesterday, but we were expecting more against the second worst pitching staff in all of baseball. In the first 2 games, you scored 3 runs each. Or 3 runs on Saturday, 2 runs on Friday.
They played 47 games. Their longest win streak of the year is 3. They, as you mentioned, back-to-back series wins happened once, and it was early April.
Yeah, they won 6 of 7.
Yeah, like this, they have been a mediocre baseball team. Now, the only thing that helps them is the American League's kind of mediocre. You got the Rays, lucky them, they get to play there. They're the best team in the American League, 30-15. The Yankees, who they just played, are 10 games above 500. Nobody else is more than 4.
But I'll say this, Ken, like, and a lot of people are saying that, and that's a true point. But doesn't that just frustrate you even more?
Yeah, we suck too. Everybody sucks, we suck too.
The fact that
that's not a good thing.
No, it's not at all. Like, if this team was playing how we thought that they would play, and I was the dummy that said 88 wins, like, then you're building a cushion. Then you're in a good position, in terms of the wild card standings. Where now, you're a game and a half out, but like, we were looking earlier because yesterday marked the 1-year anniversary of Brandon Hyde being fired. And Matt Wyrick, who covers the O's for The Sun, like, he compared where the Orioles were at on May 17th, 2025 to where the O's were yesterday through the start of the season. And a lot of the stats, Ken, are the same or similar. Like, you're second to worst run differential in baseball. You were 28th in starter ERA last year, 28th in starter ERA this year. That one might be the most insane when you think about it, just considering how inferior that starting rotation was last year compared to this one, or so we thought. Like, because at that point last year, gosh, that was the Kyle Gibson experiment. That was, it was the shirt. Like, it's just, it's not good enough, man. Like, it's not nowhere near good enough.
I had bought in that they were going to be better. I had bought in that bringing Pete Alonso into this clubhouse would wake these guys up. And it's almost like through 47 games, they've rubbed off on him more than he's rubbed off on them.
Well,
I'm not saying he's lackadaisical, but like he hadn't had a great start to the season. I just mean the baseball. Like he's still trying hard. You can tell that he's trying to be that dude, but he's gotten off to a slow start to the season. It looked like he was heating up in the Bronx, but he's not having a great couple months.
And we'll get more into it tomorrow, but you can throw him, you can throw even Taylor Ward, even though that's been more of a weird year in terms of the on base
bizarre.
Being elite. But
you didn't trade for a guy that was going to walk a bunch.
But both of those guys, they're not better year over year.
No.
Like there's just not many examples, and it's Groundhog Day because we're having that conversation last year where just so much regression, and you add it all up, and you're 5 games under 500.
I was saying this the other day, Bum. What is it the Baltimore Orioles do well? Tell me.
Well, that was the question. Like, what's their identity this far into the season? Like, I guess if there's one thing, it would be the come from, and I'm reaching.
Yeah,
I understand I'm reaching.
They got close a couple times this weekend.
That's what I was going to say. Friday, they get back in it. You think that they're going to steal a game in which they're shut out through the first 8 innings.
They would quit early a lot last year.
That's we're now, I think they're 11th or somewhere in there for come from behind wins where they at least show some fight. But geez, when we're grasping at straws here, trying to almost, pull something out, like to be almost a third of the way through the season and to not have something that you can really hang your hat on, that just tells you where they're at.
And they just do things that frustrate you. And I'm not you personally, but like you mentioned earlier, Blaze Alexander was hot. They didn't play him the whole weekend. He's in center field tonight. Okay. Tyler O'Neill all of a sudden is the everyday thumper in the lineup with 1 home run. Like he's playing, he batted 4th over the weekend. He's batting 5th again tonight. Like, what has he done to deserve that?
He's making $17 million.
Is that it? Is that why? Because you gave him a dumb contract. He gets to bat in the middle of the lineup every single day. Because we gave him a dumb contract. He gets he's got the birthright to bat 4th or 5th every day.
It's crazy. And I just think that, when it comes to the Tyler O'Neill situation, this is even more when you should lean into Colton Cowser with no Dylan Beavers available.
Yes.
And I understand he is scuffling and just hit his first home run yesterday. Yeah, and a lefty tonight.
And a good lefty.
But like he hasn't played much. And would you rather have the defense? And I know O'Neill's had some of these diving plays.
He's made some diving plays.
And that's in large part because he doesn't have the range or get the breaks that Cowser does on the ball. But I would just lean more into Cowser when it's not like O'Neill's giving you much at the plate.
Yeah. Orioles and the Rays tonight at 6:30. Just saw Mike Bordick perusing the hallways here at 105.7 The Fan. He'll be boarding the bone coming up at 5:30. But coming next, let's preview this series. And Andy Koska's going to join us at 5 o'clock. But what are our expectations as the O's head down and play the first half Rays? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Cordell Woodland's in for Rob. We welcome Ken McCusick in the studio for 2 segments, preview OTAs and talk some Ravens with him, as well as recap the Orioles' first game against the best team in the American League, Orioles-Rays. We discussed that as well.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Aaron Rodgers finally signed a deal in Pittsburgh this weekend. The 42-year-olds will reunite with head coach Mike McCarthy, who he was with last in 2018 with the Packers. Green Bay went 6-9-1 that season. Rodgers threw 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and just under 4,500 yards. The Steelers currently have the 3rd best odds to win the AFC North at plus 500 behind the Ravens and the Bengals. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
O'Reilly. Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
Nope, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need to replace your cooling and heating system? Constellation Home will give you a same-day estimate and next-day installation. Plus, save up to $3,000. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot, Elephant in the Room, has you covered all May. Cinco de Mayo, Teacher and Nurse Appreciation Weeks, plus whiskey tastings with live music. Great food, locally and veteran-owned. Check them out on Facebook and IG at Elephant in the Room for details.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey Birdland, head to Camden Yards on Saturday, May 23rd as the Orioles take on the Detroit Tigers. Be one of 15,000 fans to score Samuel Basayo's first ever MLB bobblehead. Presented by Giant Food. This is your chance to celebrate one of baseball's most exciting young stars and add a must-have collectible to your collection. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. O'Reilly.
Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly. Auto Parts.
Hello, I'm Ozempic.
And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
Nope, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
A nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway before Charles Street, disabled vehicles on the right side. It's heavy from 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, and then it remains heavy headed toward Providence Road. Inner loop of the Beltway and Wilkins Avenue, there's an accident. That's on the right shoulder. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Anne Arundel County near the airport, 195 eastbound at Aviation Boulevard, there's a crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Better late than never, right? Our buddy Cordell Woodland. You can hear him tomorrow morning as he'll be filling in the Big Bad Morning Show. Thursdays with Beltway Ben, Fresh Take. He's covering the O's, he's covering the Ravens, and he joins us now. And Cordell, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So something we were talking about earlier in the show. They fired Brandon Hyde a year ago yesterday. Are they considerably better anywhere now a year later?
I would say the rotation is better than it was last year at this point. Last year they had some of the worst starting pitcher play that you were going to find in Major League Baseball. It hasn't been great to this point, but it isn't, worse than a league bad the way that you were getting, the type of performance you were getting last year. I would even say some of the team performances. Last year they were getting beat to a pulp. You go to that DC series last year. Look, it didn't go great this time, but it wasn't as bad as like the Easter Day Massacre last year. That was pretty bad. I do think that there are some spots where they haven't really gotten as good as they'd like to, but I don't think that they're as bad as they were at this point last year. Somehow, at least the eye test is telling me they're somehow a better watch this time around than they were last year. And they can be a tough watch sometimes like they were this past weekend, but last year there was little to no hope.
Well, now they take on the best team in the American League, Cordell, a 3-game series in the Trop, and then the Rays come to Baltimore next week. But Trevor Rogers on the mound tonight, and first 3 starts of the year were great. Last 4 starts, not good at all. What are you expecting from Rogers tonight?
Hopefully somewhere in the middle. Hopefully he can give them some quality depth tonight, give them a puncher's chance. I don't think that they can take one of those 3 or 4 in and outings from him tonight. That's not what they're looking for. They're going up against a tough lefty themselves. We know how lefties give them problems in general. So I would imagine they're going to want Trevor Rogers to give them a shot to win tonight. That could look a variety of different ways. But I think for him, it's important that he actually shows some sort of control, doesn't get himself into some of those jams. They have gotten him into some problems earlier this year, and sometimes he's wiggled out of them. But it'd be nice to not get into a situation where you've got too many runners on base, especially some of the guys that they have that can swipe bases. I think they're, second or third in the league in stolen bases as a team. So you got to control the running game against this team, just not let it kind of snowball on them. And part of that is going to be the guys behind them, because sometimes these pitchers don't get help from the guys in the field. So it'd be nice if the guys behind them actually do their part too.
Talking with Cordell Woodlands, Inside Access here on the Fan. Let's get down to brass tacks a little bit. Like, for this team to get back into they got to go on a run at some point, win 7 in a row, win 10 of 14, win 17 of 20. this roster is presently constituted, can you see this team pull off a run like that?
It's tough to envision it because it feels like if you plug one hole, another one opens up. They start to get solid defensive play, but then all of a sudden the pitching won't come through for them. Or for me, it just is the struggle of, can they consistently score runs? Can they consistently get quality at bats, especially from the top part of their order? Can all those guys get on the same page at the same time? And like you said, they're going to have to get on a serious run here because the way that the standings are set up today, everybody's in it, and especially in the American League where it feels like, a lot of these teams are struggling to find themselves. But at some point, there are going to be teams that separate themselves from the pack. And I do think they're going to have to put it together for a quality month at some point. I just struggle to see them playing consistent, good, winning baseball for a whole month. I think we'll get it in spurts, but in terms of that strong month that you'll need to see, especially to believe that they can actually make some noise, it's just tough for me to envision that happening right now.
We're speaking to Cordell Woodland. It's Inside Access on the Fan. Well, Cordell, let's switch gears to the Ravens. Ravens have an OTA open to the media tomorrow, and next couple weeks OTAs and then mandatory minicamp. What are you looking forward to seeing over these next few weeks?
Yeah, just kind of seeing it all come together. This is the time of year where we get to see more and more of the practices, and tomorrow will be the first time we see a practice in its entirety. So kind of seeing how they go about their business, how guys continue to develop throughout this summer, especially some of these rookies. Some of these guys they may have to depend on quite a bit, depending on what they do to their roster between now and the start of the season. So just kind of seeing it all come together, seeing Jesse Minter and this staff really start to put their fingerprint on this roster.
Cordell, are you surprised that the Ravens are having another joint practice with the Commanders? The last time they did that, it got kind of ugly.
Yeah, but it's both of these are two different leaderships now.
Yeah.
Coaching wise. I mean, I think Ron Rivera was still the coach of the Commanders that time that they had came in here. And the proximity is so close, so I'm not overly surprised. A lot of the guys that were doing the fighting, I don't even how many of them are still on the roster. Justin Tucker was a part of one of those fights.
Yeah.
He's no longer around himself. So I think it's been some time that's passed, and they're probably just, look, it's going to be fights. It just is what it is. I think when you put these NFL teams together, no matter who it is, at that time of year, they're so sick of hitting each other, they're ready to hit somebody else. So I think some of that is just unavoidable, but I don't think last time had any effects on this time.
Cordell, I know you're on mornings tomorrow. You and Ben coming back Thursday?
Yeah, we'll be back Thursday, so we'll be able to talk about OTAs, and we'll see what the Orioles have going on after this Tampa Bay series. We'll have we'll be a couple of games into the conference finals in the NBA at that point, so it'll be plenty to talk about for sure.
Thanks, buddy. We appreciate you. We'll chat next week.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up next, we'll head down to St. Petersburg. Andy Koska covering the O's for the Baltimore Banner as the Orioles get ready to take on the Tampa Bay Rays. What's Andy seeing? When could we see Jackson Holliday back in an Oriole uniform? We'll ask him next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro basketball, Game 1 of the Western Conference Final, Oklahoma City a 6.5-point home favorite against San Antonio, and OKC's second best player expected to play in the game. And I know San Antonio had regular season success against OKC. This is a different animal. Give me OKC laying the 6.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. that make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Normally, the best place to find diamonds and gold together is a jewelry store. But now, your Maryland Lottery retailer also offers diamonds and gold together in 2 exciting new scratch-offs. Introducing the Diamonds and Gold Scratch-Off and the Rose Gold Scratch-Off. Top prizes are up to $2 million. Play one or the other, or even both. You'll love how these new gold and diamond scratch-offs bring 2 more great things together. Fun and instant cash. Please play responsibly.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
Gunnar Henderson has had a tough start to the season, but turned in his 5th career 4-hit game yesterday against the Nats.
I mean, I've been working my butt off on my swing for a long time, so finally getting to see some go through the hole, so it was nice today. Mainly get my direction back up the middle and just not trying to force stuff to happen, trying to get 10 hits in one. Been tough, obviously, for about a month and a half now.
Trevor Rogers is looking for a bounce-back start tonight against the Rays. 4 straight poor outings have caused Rogers' ERA to inflate to a 5.77. Tampa will send out Shane McClanahan. BBT presented by Jerry's Home Services with Mike Bordick and yours truly will get underway at 5:30. The Western Conference Finals tips off tonight between the Thunder and Spurs. San Antonio went 4-1 versus OKC during the regular season. Tip-off is set for 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-90s with an overnight low of 69. Tomorrow has partly cloudy skies and a high of 96. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles start a 3-game series in St. Pete against the Rays tonight, 6:30. First pitch, but Baltimore Baseball tonight, 40 on the phone, coming up at 5:30. Let's head down to St. Pete, where Andy Koska is covering the Orioles for the Baltimore Banner, and he joins us now. And Andy, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Let's start with, I guess, something a little more immediate. The Jackson Holiday of it all. Obviously, he's there with the team. I saw that Craig Albernaz told you guys that he went through a full workout, but that's all he's going to tell you because he doesn't believe in timelines. But if you were a betting man, Andy, do you think we're going to see Jackson Holiday soon?
Well, I'm not a betting man. I would say that it makes sense not to activate him tonight, considering they are against left-hander Shane McClanahan. Yeah. It's a pretty difficult matchup, and you don't need to activate him if you're just going to sit on the bench. So not really shocked that he would be here and not be activated today. The wrinkle in this that we're trying to figure out, of course, is Norfolk plays in Jacksonville Tuesday through Sunday. So there's potential that, he drives 4 hours to Jacksonville tomorrow. That's possible to continue a rehab assignment. But my gut feeling is that Jackson will be back tomorrow. Don't bet on that because I'll feel badly when I'm wrong.
Andy, you put out a piece for the Banner on Friday, The Rise and Stagnation of Mike Elias's Orioles, and I thought it was a really, really well done piece. And going back to June 21st, 2024, the Orioles are 21 games below 500, and Mike Elias telling you, and I know you talked to Rubenstein and other scouts, executives, they were on top of the baseball world at that point. Like you just won 101 games in 2023. You had one of the best records in all of baseball at that point on June 21st. And it's just completely fallen off. I know this is a big question, but where has this gone wrong since that point?
Yeah, there's a couple of different directions I'd probably point in. As one American League executive works for an opposing team, not this team, as he said, shit happens. That's kind of what it boils.
Oh, I think.
Oh man. We double dipped, double dumped.
Oh. He was quoting.
Too comfortable.
He was quoting.
He was quoting.
Yeah. Text Andy. We can't say that word.
Yeah. I think we're coming close to the end of the segment.
Yeah.
But look, Andy put out a great piece, and he was saying that the unnamed executive stuff happens.
Yes.
Is what we can don't have to use the
Not
direct
what he said.
quote. Yeah, stuff happens.
Andy's still there. I'm looking at the phone, but maybe he doesn't know that we can't hear him. But.
Geez. We can just cut it. We're coming up at the end of the segment of the show. But it was a great piece. And if you haven't seen it, go to the Baltimore Banner and read Andy's piece. And there were a lot of different moments where things went wrong when it came to the Orioles in this stretch. And part of it, the exec saying stuff happens in terms of the injuries. The Orioles have had a ton of injuries in 2025 this year and 19 different players being placed on the IL. But the other part of it is Michael Elias just wasn't aggressive enough. And they talked about the 2023 deadline getting just Flaherty and Fujinami and 2024 in which, Eflin was nice, but it was just quantity.
There's a bunch of stuff, as that executive referred to it.
And also the executive pointing out making the move to get Pete Alonso, get Taylor Ward, maybe those type of money moves, as you would like to say, Ken, would have been better suited in years past.
Yes, they waited too long.
Exactly. There were just so many different moments where things went
and there
wrong.
was also a prevailing opinion in the piece that they, even when they made a move, they didn't follow it up with another move. Like they never did enough. They were okay taking that first step, but they never pushed all their chips in. Like there was never that again, and I brought them up earlier. The Padres go all in every year. Well, maybe not this year, but for a while under AJ Preller. They haven't won a World Series, but they push the chips in every year. They're like, screw the farm system. Those guys are there to help us get major league players. We're going to push our chips in. The Orioles, I almost said Ravens. The Orioles have never gone under this regime, gone all in a season.
No, they haven't. And I just feel like Mike and how the front office operates, like they're waiting for this. Okay, now is the right time. This is the perfect time to do it. But you never know. You never know. Like 2023, that could potentially have been the best.
That's the window. That could have been the window.
Exactly. Like you have to recognize the moment. And you bringing up the Padres is a good, like they're the polar opposite.
Yes.
But you can respect that.
Yes, I'd
fan.
rather root for that team. Now, granted, I'm not rooting for the Padres, but I'm going to root for
You're saying because they're going for it. They're trying to win a World Series.
Respect the effort.
Exactly. Where it's just, it was too passive for too long. And this year he changed his stripes some. And obviously, hindsight being 2020, did not do enough. And that's a big reason why the Orioles find themselves in this position.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck. And as we talked about earlier, Bone, like they need to be aggressively pursuing a move, but that's not in their nature. We've watched for years that they don't aggressively pursue moves. They're very cautionary. They're very deliberate. I just don't see them making money moves when it matters. And it's setting up for them to still do so because the league is so bad.
And it's also going to be really interesting to see, what do their projections even think? Like, do you have a chance? But then there's the specter of like, is Mike operating this deadline like it's for his job? If he feels like, hey, I got to do something in order to get this playoff push and save myself.
He did get the dreaded vote of confidence from David Rubenstein.
He did in the piece.
Yeah, that is not always a good thing when they say we're very happy.
But it's just and plus with the looming lockout and it's a lot, man. It's a lot.
We had a lot to talk to Andy Koska about.
I know.
That's a shame.
I'm kind of bummed.
He pulled a Big Ben.
He did.
He didn't say "Pardon my French," though.
He did. No, he just let it fly.
He just let it go. Well, he was quoting.
I could kind of respect it.
It was the quoting exception.
He told me to call him again. I'm like, we are at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to bring him on,
we don't have time.
Yeah. We're
tomorrow.
Did you explain it to him?
I'll text him.
Maybe we can get him on tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll text him.
I explained it.
Yeah, it's like when there's a double dump.
Dump.
Yeah, which is ironic, and you being the word he used. When there's a double dump, it automatically kills the call. So, Anyway, we'll come back at the text of the day, preview tomorrow's show, and get you ready for BBT. It's a big one. It's Bordy and the Bone. It's at 5:30 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Cordell Woodland's in for Rob. We welcome Ken McCusick in the studio for 2 segments, preview OTAs and talk some Ravens with him, as well as recap the Orioles' first game against the best team in the American League, Orioles-Rays. We discussed that as well.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
Your hometown store is still your hometown store, just a new name. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Grand opening savings and reliable service. Come experience the next chapter at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAmazing.com.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway past Charles Street. A disabled vehicle's on the right side. It's heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway, and it remains heavy toward Providence Road. I-70 eastbound at the Beltway in Woodlawn, an accident there. Watch for direction. There's delays after US 29. And 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Crashed before Route 2 Hanover Street's on the right side. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Anne Arundel County near the airport, 195 eastbound at Aviation Boulevard, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
It's funny, every time we dump someone, it's baseball related.
That was different. Ben used "Pardon my French."
He was also quoting someone too. It's interesting.
He was. It was Ryan O'Hearn.
Yes,
and I think, they said the same word, right?
Yes, it was the same exact word.
They did say the same exact word, but Andy just let it fly.
It was so casual.
We made eye contact. He said that, right? Like he definitely said that.
Yeah. The FCC don't play, so we
we would like to. Well. We would all like to keep our jobs because we would all get in trouble, unfortunately. It's just how it works.
We apologize in advance because the dump does not extend to YouTube or the stream.
Yes. FCC, they can't mess around there.
Yeah, no. So, hey, we do have game one of the Western Conference Finals tonight. Beltway, Ben, before we get to the text today, how you feeling about this game tonight, about the West? Any you want to tickle the fans with a play?
I will, Bordy. I do like Wemby over his field goals attempted. You don't find it in many books. Bet365 has it, field goals attempted. I think Wemby's going to try to have his fingerprints all over these games. So I do like his field goals attempted over. It's like 16 or 17.5.
Okay, where can people find you?
Find me at BH Journalist on Twitter. Everything I do is there. A lot of plays, a lot of other stuff covering the Orioles and Ravens as well.
Very nice. And you'll be back with Cordell on Thursday.
Cordell and I Thursday. Hopefully we're breaking down a Orioles series.
Yeah. Did my keep the extra large fresh take gain any traction?
It didn't. But I did like that you pushed for that.
I will continue to push for it.
That is greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and no more 90-minute fresh takes.
Yeah,
go to 8:30.
I think that's what's happening. Oh, wait, no. Thursday, the O's are off.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was 6:30.
Like at the very least, if they have to start at 6:30, go to 8:30. What's the diff? We're going to network.
Yeah. Hey, we need more fresh take.
That's right.
We can get it.
Let's get the text today.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text today comes from Phil in Baltimore, who says, series win over the Red Hot Rays would make me buy into this team. At what point do they start stacking wins?
Ha!
But at this point, man, yes, if we were told right now the Orioles win this series at the Trop, everyone would take it. You'd be like, okay. But then, in typical Orioles fashion, they'd lose that series against the Tigers at home this weekend. That's just how it would go. Yes, it would be awesome, and it would be a big series win for them, but it's not going to change my thoughts because they got to be able to start stacking series wins, not win one, lose one, win one, lose one.
How about you give me 14 of 20?
Yeah.
Give me a decent stretch.
Give me the 6 of 7 that they did earlier in the year.
Their season high for wins in a row is 3.
You're going to have to start stacking some series wins back to back. And, you're in this stretch where you're playing a ton against AL East opponents, and you got to win these games. You're already 10 games behind the Rays. I'm not saying that your goal is the AL East, because right now that just doesn't seem likely at all. But you're already 10 games behind the Rays on May 18th.
That's not good, Bone. And it is an interesting time to reflect, because as we brought up, and it's been brought up elsewhere, but we're not breaking new ground, but Brandon Hyde was fired a year ago. And they were supposed to fix it, and they have not fixed it. They're not as bad, but they're not good.
No, the expectations heading into the year was to get back to the playoffs, and that was seen as, a bit of a reboot at the trade deadline last year, and you totally blew up the team and got all these prospects in hopes that, okay, you're going to be back, you're going to spend some money, you're going to pull off some trades, and they did, but it has not been good enough.
Need to push the chips in, Bone. Maybe it's too late for money moves at this point.
That's kind of my thought at this point, Ken. I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting, in a couple months as we get closer and closer to the deadline, what they end up doing.
Tomorrow's show, it's another short show because of BBT with Bordy and the Bone, but what do we have on tomorrow's show?
Andy Koska is going to be joining us again tomorrow.
Oh!
So I just confirmed that he will be back on with us tomorrow.
If you enjoyed the first go-round.
Yeah. Mike Bordick will be joining us tomorrow.
Will he be in studio?
That's up to Bordy. I don't know. I mean, 3 o'clock.
He gets here that early.
No, he's saying no. He's saying no. Dan Graziano, ESPN,
he'll
be joining us.
Either.
And Mark Topkin, he will not be in studio either because he'll be at the Trop.
I am very intrigued to talk to Mark because Mark was with us when we talked to him all offseason. He did not think the Rays would be good this year.
No one could see them get off this.
How do you explain them? They're the best team in baseball currently.
It's crazy. They're cockroaches.
Yeah, they absolutely are cockroaches. That is it for us. But you don't want to change that dial because BBT is coming up next, and it's Bordy and the Bone. Starts at 5:30 here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Tonight's keys to the game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at YouHaveALawyer.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey, you feel that? Yeah, that's spring. Everything's waking up. Hey, it's Ed. It got me thinking, why should the flowers have all the fun? So I made a little pit stop at Lions Den while I was in town. Let's just say I left with a few upgrades. Now the mood at home hits differently, much differently. So awaken your senses at Lions Den, Pasadena, Catonsville, Cockeysville, and Severn. LionsDen.com, of course. Get some pleasure, passion, romance in your life. LionsDen.com.
Presenting fun's greatest hits. Remember this old fave? How about this one? Or the unforgettable... It's the new Miss Pac Pac-Man scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery. You could win up to $30,000 or enter to win a Miss Pac-Man arcade machine. Play today. Turn up the fun. Please play responsibly. Miss Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by BNEI.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. Why wait in the ER or urgent care? Go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no, we help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerry'shomeservices.com.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The crash before Route 2 Hanover Street. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway past Charles Street. Disabled vehicles on the right side. Heavy from the Harrisburg Expressway off and on to Providence Road. I-70 eastbound at the Beltway in Woodlawn. There's an accident. Watch for police direction. There's delays after US 29. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more info.
This broadcast is presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Live from 1057 The Fan, it's Baltimore Baseball Tonight.
That ball hit well.
With a deep dive into tonight's matchup.
Left field and deep.
Sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. For a fast, free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerry'shomeservices.com and just ask Jerry's.
Holy smokes! Second deck shot for Gunner.
Here's your host, Tim Barbalace.
And Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick.
Yes.
And Bordy, it was good to see the O's salvage the series with a win yesterday, but unfortunately it was more of the same in D.C. And when we were doing BBT on Friday, all right, you're coming off the series win over the Yankees. You're taking on a Nats team that's been up and down, under 500. It was the second worst pitching staff in baseball heading that series. Well, Friday, the Orioles offense was shut out through the first 8 innings of that game, made a late push in the 9th, but came up just short.
By the worst pitcher in baseball.
Yes.
Or one of the
Zach
worst.
Littell was terrible.
The worst pitcher in baseball pitched yesterday. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Saturday, they crawled back in that game. Kobe Mayo looked like he was going to tie the game, but ended up being ruled foul. Bullpen imploded. And yesterday was really encouraging. They led throughout, but ultimately we're just still waiting for consistency. We're still waiting for sustained success by this club.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You see these brilliant spots, but then they go cold, whether it be not getting the big hit at the right moment or not making the play at the right moment or the big pit. And that seems to be what's happened. Just inconsistency, right? All over the board. And I'll tell you what, they show themselves, though, how to win almost every other, maybe 2 or 3 nights. Like when they beat the Yankees against Fried. Everybody knows they have a hard time hitting against lefties. But what they did is they backed the ball up and got opposite field hits. They had a great game plan. And they were able to make some marks off a really tough left-handed pitcher. And then, of course, in yesterday's ballgame, we say, make some marks early. One time. They've struggled all season for this. And they finally score first. Gunnar from the jump, but gets him on the board. They had another home run.